In this video, we're going to learn how to build an AI collaborative workspace. Before we get started, we're going to get a quick demo about it. You're going to see a works in action. You can see the left here, guys, we have the chat panel. The chat panel allows us to chat over our knowledge base system. We can pass here text and images, and our system is going to respond. In the background, we use a multi-agent system. Now, we have here the text editor. We have the possibility to collaborate in real time. Now, I'm going to show you how we can collaborate in real time. You can see in here, guys, we have here this user right here. You can see in this window here where we have the live frame, you can see we have here the cursor. If I try to type here something, let me try to type here something. I'm going to move here my window and I'm trying to type here something. I pass here hello world. And you can see actually my cursor is moving in real time. Okay, if I move here and then I pass here in the line, you're gonna see and the line is gonna be applied in here. I can select this. I'm gonna apply the color. I can do even the something like this. I can apply here the color, or I can use here a feature. I can pass here translate. And then the AI is gonna translate the text automatically. You can see the text is changing in real time. You can see it changing in real time, okay? And here I can come here too, and then I'm gonna click here. I can click here again and pass here the AI and pass here improve. And then the AI is gonna improve the language, okay? You're gonna see it's gonna change in real time. You can see it change here in real time. You can see this is how we can collaborate in real time, okay? You can see in here we have live mouse, okay? Everything that I can do in the second window, we are going to replicate it to another user. You can see actually it works pretty well, okay? If I delete stuff here, we're gonna delete it there, okay? This is an AI collaborative AI workspace, okay? You can see everything is working pretty well in here. Now, let's say I wanna write about prompt engineering. I'm going to delete everything in here, okay? And here, I'm going to activate the AutoComplete extension. And now, let's say I pass the definition, and then I'm trying to write here something. The AI is gonna give me the autocomplete in real time. Let's where you're gonna see we're gonna have here the autocomplete in real time. Okay, you can see the AI generate the contents. Okay, you can see I'm gonna head into in here. I can switch here to the live mode. And then you're gonna see in here, guys. Okay, see if I try to type something, I don't have to type something. Okay, when I try to do something, the AI is gonna detect. We're gonna give the AI the context immediately, and then the AI is gonna generate the data. Okay, you can see I'm writing here with the autocomplete feature. You can see every time I try to write something, the is gonna propose me something. You can see. If I pass here something, the AI is gonna generate here. If I pass here like types of prompt engineering, and then here the AI is gonna understand the context immediately. Okay, now let me do this. Yeah, you're gonna see we're gonna have here an autocomplete in real time. Okay, the AI understand here. You can see I got again the autocomplete, and here the change is replicated in real time. Okay. In real time, you can see we have here two users. If I select this and I modify the color, the change is replicated in real time, guys. Okay, that's good. The change is replicated in real time. And in here, we can see how many users has joined the room. Okay, you can see in here, we have here two users. Okay, if one user left the room, we're going to be notified immediately. You can see in here, actually, we have here one user. Okay, we have here one user. Now I'm going to present you the knowledge base system of our app. You can see we have here this button. If I click in here, I have the possibility to upload here files. I can drag a file. I can upload a file via Google Drive. If I click here, we can open here Google Drive picker and I can pick here file. And if I pick here file, we're going to embed it immediately into our system. We're going to kick off a background job. And we have also the possibility to pass here a website link. If I pass here a website link, I'm going to extract the contents, and I can pass here a YouTube link. We can extract data from a YouTube link, and we can copy text, okay? And once we pass the text, we're going to embed all of this data. And here, you can see at the left here, we have here a library. You can see we have here a bunch of documents already uploaded in our system. And here we have the possibility to generate summary, MindMap, or Stariga based on these documents. You can see in here we have here a study guide. Okay, I can visualize a study guide here, and I can use it in order to study a given concept. You can see we can generate summary, or we can generate here study guides. I can click here, and then I can visualize the study guide generated by the LLM. You can see here we have the possibility to generate reports. Okay, this is the library. Okay, you can see in here I can pick here PDF, and then I can pass it to the PDF viewer in order to visualize it, and I can jump into section here. Okay, and at the left here we have now here the chat window. It allows to chat over many documents in real time, and I can pick here question, and then I'm passing a question here, and then the system is gonna start reacting immediately. You can see in here we are thinking. Okay, the AI is thinking in real time. You can see, and once the AI finish thinking, it's gonna generate the answer. You can see actually the AI is thinking. Okay, and if I head into the console here, you can see actually the AI is working in the background. The AI is working in the background. It's creating files and reading files and fetching data in vector database in order to respond to the user question. You can see actually the AI is working. Yeah, you can see actually the AI start generating the answer. You can see we have here the answer. Okay, now the AI is generating the answer. You can see, okay, the AI is generating the answer in real time. And I have here this little menu. We can use it in order to generate summary, study guides based on selected documents. And I can upload here an image, and then the AI can read it. I can upload an image. I can pass even this, and then I can tell the AI to analyze that image. Let me pass here. I'm pass here, and I say analyze this image. If I pass analyze, if I pass here analyze this image, the AI is gonna analyze the image in real time. You're gonna see if I pass this, the AI is gonna start analyzing the image. Okay, you can see they start analyzing the image. Okay, and then once it finished, it's gonna generate the response. Okay, and also I can take here a picture. You can see actually they start generating the response. Okay, they finish analyzing the image, and here guys you can see. And here you have the possibility to take a screenshot in PDF. You can see here we have a bunch of PDF. I'm gonna pick here this PDF, and then I'm gonna take a screenshot. Okay, you're gonna see here we're gonna take a screenshot. Okay, now I'm going to move right here. I can scroll right here, and then I can use here a snipping tool. You can see we have this snipping tool. I can take here that image, a screenshot, and then we're gonna pass it to the LLM, and then the LLM is gonna analyze it. Okay, you're gonna see we're gonna have here, yeah, you can see we got here the picture. You can see we got here the picture, and now I can pass here analyze this image and analyze this image, and then I'm tap enter. The AI is gonna use it in order to fetch data. You can see actually the AI start again thinking about the screenshots, and then it's gonna generate the response. Okay, you can see the AI finish analyzing the image. The image you provide is about generative adversarial network. We have here a bunch of features inside of this app. Okay, this is a powerful system, guys. You can see it's a powerful system. Okay, we have here a lot of stuff. We can set here documents, and we can create here projects. You can see you can pass here the title, and we can select here an emoji. And here our system support here light mode and dark mode. Everything is working pretty well. Everything here is working pretty well, guys. Now let's get started. Alright guys, before we get going, we're going to talk a little bit about parts and chapters of our video. Our video is divided in 3 parts, and each part has chapters. Now, for the part 1, we have here the chapter 1. We're going to talk about advanced retrieving technique and embedding techniques. We're going to talk about multi-vector retriever, contextual compression retriever. We are going to learn how to retrieve data in the vector database using this advanced retrieving technique. On chapter 2, we're going to learn how to stream a message using server-send events. On chapter 3, we're going to talk about MapReduce techniques for generating reports over long documents using LangGraph. We're going to learn how to generate summary, study guide, and MindMap. On part 2, we have here the chapter 1 where we're going to learn how to set up a multi-agent system that allows us to chat over many documents. We're going to talk about context offloading and how to use it in order to build efficient multi-agent system. We are going to learn how to set up a long-term and short-term memory. We are going to move to the second chapter where we're going to learn how to build an AI editor with TipTap. We're gonna learn how to build our own extensions like AutoComplete, Refresh, Translation. We aren't gonna use a third-party API. We're gonna learn how to build these extensions. We're gonna move to the third chapter where we're gonna learn how to integrate real-time collaboration features like Live Cursor and Live Map. On chapter 4, we're gonna talk about theming. Then we're gonna move to part 3 where we're gonna talk about Graph RAG. We're going to learn how to integrate Graph RAG into our multi-agent system for better retrieval. Our system is going to be able to respond to complex questions when we're going to implement Graph RAG. Then we're going to deploy our app to Amazon. Now, here's the tech stack that we're going to use throughout this video. We're going to use Next.js, React, ShortCN, Tailwind CSS, MongoDB for database, Langchain and LangGraph for AI orchestration, RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. For vector database, we're going to use Pinecone. Now, about prerequisites, you need basic in every stack that I just mentioned. Okay, you only need basic. Let's get started. Alright guys, now let's start with the installation of a brand new Nextjs project. Now to get a brand new Nextjs project, go at nextjs.org website, head into the installation menu, and then they're going to take you to this page. Now pick a command based on Node Package Manager. Okay, you can see in here we have pnpm. If you are using pnpm as Node Package Manager, you can cut this command. If you are using npm, cut this. Yarn for ban, you're gonna cut this. Now, once you finish installing a brand new Nextjs project, we are going to head into our text editor, and then what we're gonna do in here, you can see actually I have a folder, the app folder, and I have a component folder because I've already installed ShortCN. Now, what you're gonna do, guys, first of all, before you move your app folder inside the source folder, you need to install ShortCN. Okay. Now, first of all, install ShortCN. Okay, let me show you how you're gonna do it. Now, go at shortcn.com and then head into Docs. You can see head into Docs installation menu, and then you're gonna see here Next.js. Now click there. Now you're gonna tap this command in order to initialize ShortCN. Now once done, we're gonna install our first component right here, which is the backend. Okay. Now in order to install a backend, if you're using npm as me, you're gonna copy this command right here. npx ShortCN lattice our backend, and done. And then you're gonna see you have your first components. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, you can see now we are going to move the app folder and the component folder inside the source folder. Now you're gonna head into the tsconfig.json file, and what you're gonna do, guys, is to add the source folder right here, is to add this line. Okay, add source folder right here, and then take the app folder, move it inside the source folder, but also the component folder, pull them inside the source folder, and done. Once done, you can create to the .env file, and then you're gonna tap now npm run dev, and once you tap npm run dev, you're gonna see this beautiful landing page. Okay, you're ready. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, is to install additional components provided by ShortCN. Like, let me show you what you're gonna install. Okay, and here you're gonna tap this command in order to install some additional components. You already installed the backend components. Now we're gonna install the avatar, car, checkbox, dialog, input, label, and text editor. So along the way, if we need more components, additional components, we're gonna add it as we go. Now we are going to head into the source folder, and what we're gonna do basically in here is to add here some layout. Now I'm gonna add here layout. I'm gonna pass here a group folder. I'm gonna name it public. We're gonna pull the login page and pass it public, and then I'm gonna close parentheses. This is a group folder. This is a group root, guys. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna create here another folder. I'm gonna name it Auth. Okay, Auth, and then I'll pass this again. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here now login. Okay, and inside the login page, login folder, I'm pass here now a page. I'm pass here page.tsx like this, and then we have here login page. Now why I pass here group folder, you can see pass here parentheses public, parentheses Auth, and then login. Now instead of doing something like this, public, and then we can pass here Auth, then we can pass here login to get access to the login page. Now it's better to pass it inside parentheses, and then we're going to remove here public, and we can remove here auth, and instead we can type now /login, and then we're gonna move to the login page. You can see it beautiful. Now we're going to create here another folder. Okay, I'm going to pass here, I'm passing now admin. Yeah, I'm passing private. Okay, private. We're gonna put in private roots. Okay, to get access to private roots, the user needs to authenticate. Now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm passing private, and then I'm passing admin. So inside the admin folder, I'm passing another. I'm passing another page here. I'm gonna pass in another folder. I'm gonna name it Workspace like this, and then we're going to put in the page.tsx. Okay, like this. Done. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna head into the page.tsx file. We have here some code. I'm gonna copy to have something inside the Workspace page. I'm going to do something like this. Let me reduce the zoom a little bit, and then I'm going to get rid of everything in here. I'm gonna remove everything in here. I'm passing h1, and then I'm passing here Workspace page, something like this. Okay, and then I can pass here only page like this. Yeah, something like this. I'm gonna copy this again. I'm putting it inside the login page. And pass this right here, and then I'm pass here login page to test this out. Okay, then. And now we are going to head into the browser, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get. Okay, now I'm going to type here /login. I'm passing localhost port 8000. So my default port right here is 8000. You can see that's what I got right here. If I head into the page.json file, you can see in here passing next dev-p 8000. By default is 3000. Now we are going to type here /login, and then I'm tap inner. You're gonna see we're gonna have your login page, and if I pass the workspace page, you're gonna see we're gonna have it right here. You can see we got it right here, and done. Beautiful, guys. Now as we just create the login page, we're gonna add a little car on it. Okay, we're gonna polish the login page. Now we're gonna design it, and we're gonna do that real quickly, guys. We aren't gonna lose time for that. You can see we have here little car. Okay, and we have here little car with a button here. Now to set up the authentication, we're gonna use here Nextjs. Go it's nextjs.org website, and then head into the installation menu. You're gonna tap this command in order to install Nextjs. And we're gonna set up to the database connection. So for database, we're gonna use MongoDB. If you don't have Mongo Compass, you can go on mongodb.com and you can install it. Okay, you can tap this command right here, Mongo Compass, and then you're gonna see mongodb.com. Click here, and then you're gonna install the GUI. Okay, install it. Or if you don't wanna install Mongo Compass, you can go at MongoDB. We have here free tier. You can click here explore Atlas. Okay, and then you're gonna get a connection string. Okay, so once you get the connection string, you can head into the database file, and then you're gonna pass it right here, guys. Okay, pass it in here. You can see this is the connection string. I'm gonna pass it the name of my database. It is AI SaaS. Okay. Now, once done, what we need to do is to install Mongoose. Mongoose is an ORM tool, an ORM package that allows to interact with the MongoDB database. Now, what we're gonna do here is to install it. Click here, read the docs, and then you're gonna head into the installation menu, quick start, and then you're gonna tap npm install Mongoose. So once you finish installing Mongoose, you're gonna close this, and now we're going to set up the database connection. Now I'm going to head into the source folder. I'm gonna pass here folder. Let me pass here folder. I'm passing folder, leave folder. Okay, you can see, let me zoom a little bit. You can see we have here leave folder. So inside the leave folder, I'm gonna pass in another folder, which is MongoDB. Now inside MongoDB, I'm passing a file that allows to make a connection to MongoDB. And then I'm gonna pass here file mongodb.ts. Okay, I copy this from Mongoose. Okay, if I type here Mongoose, and then I'm gonna click here, you're gonna see we have here a little code that allows us to make a connection. You can see this, the little code that allows us to make a connection. Now you can see here I've added something here, like we have here string. We copy the string from that env file, and then I'm checking if the Mongo URI, this constant is undefined. If it's undefined, we're gonna throw an error. Okay, it means that we don't have this environment variable. And here, what I'm basically doing here is to cache the connection. Okay, we don't need to make every time the connection. Okay, and here I create a variable cache, and then here I pass here cache, I pass it the connection, and then I'm checking right here if we have the connection. If the connection exists, we're gonna return it. If we have the connection from the cache, we're gonna return it. And if we don't have the connection, we're gonna create the connection, and then we export the connectDB function. Okay. Now I'm going to head into the MongoDB folder. I'm passing another file with header handler. This is a wrapper, guys. Now you can see this is a wrapper that we're gonna use in order to catch errors. You can see with header handler. Now let's say we want to create a user. We can create a function like this function, create user, something like this. Okay, create user. Yeah, let me pass here function. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here function create user. Okay, something like this. And then in order to catch an error, you can pass it try catch, and then we can pass here a query like db.find. Yeah, pass it db.find1, for example. And then we are going to make a query to the database. Now you can see every time in every endpoint we need to use right here try catch. Now in order to evolve this kind of style, we're gonna use here a helper function with header handler. Now how to use it? Now we can do something like this with header handler, and then we're gonna pass here callback, something like this, and then we are going to pass here only the query, and then we're gonna get it off. You can see we get it off the try catch. We aren't gonna write try catch every time. Okay, this is better and clean. I'm gonna remove this. We're gonna use this function with header handler. Now we're going to go back to Nextjs. Now I'm going to reduce the menu right here. Now you can see inside the getting started menu, we have here this. You can see this is this. In order to set up the authentication, we need to create a route. Now we are going to create the API folder, and inside the API folder, we're gonna pass in the auth folder /_ Nextjs, and then the JS. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. I'm going to move right here. We are going to head into again inside the source folder. I'm passing here right now API. Okay, like this. And inside the API folder, we're gonna pass in another folder. We're gonna name it Auth, and then we're gonna pass in another. And then we're gonna pass in another folder. We're gonna pass here square brackets Nextjs. And inside of it, we're gonna pass here roots. I'm passing here roots. Yeah, I'm passing here roots.ts. Like this, guys. We just created our first root. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, you can see we have the API folder outside of the app folder. Now, what I'm gonna do right here, guys, I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna import it into the app folder. Okay, is where we should put it. Okay, we shouldn't put the API folder outside of the app folder. Okay, we got it right here. Okay. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, is to copy this code right here, and then we're gonna put it inside the roots. Okay, and as provided, we're gonna use Google. We ain't gonna use GitHub right here, guys. I'm going to comment this. I'm gonna come back to that later. And what I'm going to do right now, guys, I'm going to move right here inside the source folder. I'm passing another folder. I'm naming it models. Okay, and then I'm passing user schema. Let me copy the user schema. I'm gonna copy it right here, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. I'm passing user schema like this.ts. Okay, you can see here's the user schema. We are going to use it inside these routes right here. Okay, once we got the access and token from Google, we're gonna create the user. Okay, you can see we are going to request for the name, email, image. We're gonna have here the Google Access token, Google Refresh token, and the Google ID. Okay, that's what we're gonna store inside the user schema. And now what I'm going to do next in here, I'm going to create here another folder. Inside the source folder, I'm passing service folder, and then I'm passing user service. I'm passing user service.ts like this. Now we're going to import user schema, and then we're going to create a class user service. So in here, guys, I'm going to use singleton design pattern because I don't want to create many instances of the user service. It's better to create a single instance. You can see in here, we are checking if the user service exists. If it doesn't exist, we're going to create a new instance, and then we're going to return it. Okay, you can see this is singleton design pattern. Now I'm going to pass in our function find by email. We're going to use this function to basically check if a user exists in the user schema. If it doesn't exist, we're going to return it. And now I'm going to pass in our function to create a user. We're going to pass here some props: ID, name, email, image, access, and refresh token. And you can see the type here is a string. And now we're going to extract this property. Then we're going to check if a user exists in the user table. And if the user doesn't exist, we're going to create him. Okay. Now we are going to create right here the user because the user doesn't exist. We are going to get here false here. Once we have here false, we are going to create a user. It means the user doesn't exist. And then we're going to return him. Then if the user exists, we're going to update the Google Access token and refresh token. You know, every time we are going to sign in, Google is going to send us a new access token and a new refresh token. Google is going to update it automatically. Now, in order to keep us updates, we need to update also the Google Access token and Google refresh token. We need to update that. And then we're going to return here the updated user. Now we're going to head into the auth routes right here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to import the Google provider. Now that's what they said in here. We are going to create the auth options objects, and then we're going to pass here the provider's property. We're going to pass here the provider that we want to use. Now in our case, we're going to use Google. Now we're going to pass here the provider, which is Google. We're going to pass here the client ID and client secrets. Actually, we don't have these keys. I'm going to show you how to get these keys later, okay? We're going to pass here Google client ID and Google client secrets. I'm going to show you how to get these keys, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to show you how to get these keys. We'll go into that later. Now I'm going to go back right here, guys. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to continue. You can see pass here the client ID, client secrets. And you can see full scope. We pass here open ID, email, and profile. We are going to receive the name, email, and the image. And now I'm going to pass here callbacks. We're going to use some callback function in order to get data, in order to manage data provided by Google, like the name, email, token. Now in here, I'm going to pass in sign-in callback. And on sign-in, once we sign in, we are going to retrieve the user. And you can see I type it as ID. I retrieve right here the name, email, and image. And I retrieve to the access and refresh token. And then here we call our function, our helper function with header handler. And you can see here, guys, we pass here the user service that get instance. This is how we're gonna call it. And then a wait user service that create. We pass here the user data, which is the ID, name, email, and image. And then we pass here the access and refresh token. Then we're gonna create a user. Now we're gonna handle redirection. You can see this callback, it allows to handle redirection. Now you can see we pass here the euro, but also the base euro. Okay. Now I'm going to pass here now. I'm gonna check if in the euro we have here this /. If we have here this /, I'm gonna redirect to the base euro / workspace. Okay. We're gonna redirect to the workspace page. Now I'm gonna check here and pass here new euro that origin is equal to the base euro. We are going to return, we're going to redirect to the workspace. Here, I'm going to check here if the euro includes API /auth /sign. We are going to redirect to the login, okay? Let's say I invoke the sign function. If I invoke the sign function, we're going to have something like this in the euro, and then they're going to take me to the login page. And here, I check again here if the euro includes auth /sign-in. They're gonna take me again here to the login page. This is how we handle redirection, okay? And guys, all of these codes, we can find it to the documentation of Nextjs, okay? Now, in here, we're gonna return the base euro. Now, let's manage the session with the session callback. You can see we pass to the session callback, the session property, user, and here we pass it the token. Now I'm going to take here the user ID. I'm going to pass it to the token. Okay, and here you can see I'm going to check here if inside the token we have the user ID. We're gonna pass it inside the session. And here, I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna check here if we have the access token in the token prop here. I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna pass it to the session. I pass here session that user that access token is equal to token that access token. I'm going to pass here now the refresh token. I'm gonna pass it into the session 2. Okay. Now I'm gonna return here the session. And this is how we manage the session with the session callback. It's pretty easy, guys. Go on the documentation of Nextjs. You're gonna find the exact thing. Okay. Now I'm gonna pass here JSON Web Token. Now in here, I'm going to I retrieve the access and refresh token. Okay, you can see I'm checking here if inside the account we have here the access token. If we have the access token, we're gonna take it and then we're gonna pass it inside the token. You can say pass a token that access token is equal to account that access token. We retrieve here the access token from the account property. And then once we have here the access token, now we retrieve it from inside the session callback. Okay, now we can use, as we have the access token inside the token prop, we have the possibility to retrieve it in here. And now I'm going to pass here the refresh token inside the token. And then we're going to return here the token. Pretty easy, guys. Okay. Now I'm going to pass here. I'm going to check here if we have the user. If you have the user, I'm going to check if the user exists inside the database. We instantiate our class here, user service, the get instance, and then I invoke here function find by email. We're going to check if the user exists. And if the user exists, we're going to take here now the user ID. We're going to pass it inside the token. Okay, you can see is where I pass here the user ID into the token. You can see pretty easy. Now, if you check this, you can see pretty simple. Okay, pretty simple, guys. Yeah, you can find all of this on the documentation of Nextjs. It's pretty easy. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, guys, we're going to head on Google. And we're gonna type here Google Auth. I'm typing Google Auth, tap enter, and then click here. Once you click here, they're gonna take you to this page here. Scroll a little bit, and here you're gonna see this Google API console. Okay, click here, and once you click here, they're gonna take you to console.cloud.google.com/apis/dashboard, like this. Okay, once they take you in here, you need to create a project. Okay, now if I click here, you can see we have here the button. You can see select the project. Now I'm gonna click here, and then you can see that actually I've already passed here the project AI Router. Okay, AI Router. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna create here another project. Let me pass here another project. I'm gonna close this, and then let me show you how to create projects. We can click here, and then you're gonna click here new projects. Once you click there, they're gonna take you to the page. I can pass here AI Router with an S. Okay, and then I can pass here the logo. I'm gonna skip the section here. I'm gonna click here create. Click create. Now once you click create, they're gonna take you to this interface, and you can see in here I'm going to click here again on project button. I'm gonna select my project here is AI Routers. Select the projects. Now you're gonna see get started. Click here, and once you click on get started, they're gonna take you to this interface. Now we're gonna pass here the name of our project. I can pass here only AI Router. Okay, something like this. Now you can pass here your email. I'm passing my email. I'm gonna click here next. I'm gonna click here external. Next here, you're gonna pass your email address next, and then agree, continue, click here create. So once you finish, they're gonna take you to another interface here, guys. You can see that actually we don't have here anything. Okay, now click here create clients. Once you click here, they're gonna take you to this interface here, guys. Okay, now here I'm gonna choose here web application, and then you can pass here AI Router rather than is the name, and then we're gonna add here. You're gonna click here, add URI. We're gonna pass here the localhost. Okay, now I'm pass here localhost. I'm take that, and then I'm gonna pass it in here like this. We're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. I'm gonna delete this. For the authorized redirect URI, I'm gonna pass this. Yeah, let me show you. You're gonna pass this for the authorized redirect URI. You're gonna pass here localhost API or /callback/Google. You're gonna pass this right here, guys. And also you have to make sure you pass here next public app URL. You're gonna pass this, and you're gonna pass here next of URL. You're gonna pass here the base URL. Pass this, and next of secrets. We're gonna use this one for encrypting the cookie. Pass this right here. And now we're gonna continue. I'm going to click right now. Yeah, we delete this right here. Let me pass that right here. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna click here, create. Okay. Once done, we're going to head into now the data access. And you can see that actually we have here the client ID. I'm gonna copy it right here. And then go client ID and pass it right here. And also I'm gonna pass here, yeah, let me see, I'm gonna get into that access. Okay, that access. Okay, now we already copy the client ID. Now we're gonna copy another key. Let me click here, edit. We're gonna copy another key. Yeah, you can see in here we have the client ID. Now we're gonna copy the client secrets. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm passing right here. Okay, and guys, don't copy my key. Don't copy my key. I'm going to invalidate this later. Okay, I'm not delete these keys later. Okay, create yours. Now once done, we're going to continue. I'm going to head into now data access. Let me move right here. We're gonna head into now data access. Click here, data access. Okay, they're gonna take you in here. We are going to request for the email. You can see data access, add or remove scope. Click here, and I'm gonna select here this scope right here. You can see user info.email, and also I'm gonna request for this one, user info.profile. We're gonna copy, we're gonna select this, and at the bottom here we're gonna click update. Click here, and then you're gonna see this right here at the bottom. You're gonna see right here we have here user info and user info.profile. Click there, and then you're gonna click here save. Okay, done. We just finished, guys. Everything is gonna work right now. Okay, we just finished. Okay, now what we're gonna do next is to try this. Everything is okay right now, guys, and now I'm gonna head into the browser in order to try this. And also we need to check something inside the login page. I'm gonna head into public folder page, the TS6, and right here, guys, you can see in here we import here some method provided by Nextjs, and then we pass here on click event. We're gonna pass here sign in. Do that, and now let's head into the browser and try this. I'm gonna pass here localhost, and then I'm gonna pass here /login. I'm going to click here continue with Google. Okay, I'm gonna click here. Now let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, I'm gonna click here sign in with Google. Yeah, you can see choose an account to continue with AI Writer. Now I'm gonna click here continue, and then it's gonna work. Okay, yeah, that's great. Everything's working fine right now, guys. Okay, you can see Workspace page. Everything is working pretty well. Okay, we just finished with the login. We just finished with the login page. Now we're gonna start designing the Workspace page. That's what we're gonna do right now. Now we're gonna design the Workspace page. Now, guys, before you go in, I just wanna mention something important here. Like in this video, I'm not gonna cover the basic of Langchain. If you don't know Langchain, go check out this video. You're gonna learn a lot. You're gonna learn what is a retriever. You're gonna learn what is an agent and how to create a RAG agent. Go check out this video, guys. And so once you follow, you get the basic. It's gonna be easy for you to understand what is a multi-query retriever, what is contextual compression, and what is a multi-vector. Okay, you're gonna understand these concepts easily because you already have the basic. Now I'm going to continue, And also guys, in this video I consider you already know ShortTerm, Next.js, you have basic, you know what is Tailwind CSS. I'm not gonna cover the basic, okay? In this video we're gonna focus only on building. Now let's continue. Now this is the workspace page. Now you can see we have here the left panel, the middle panel, and the right panel. Okay guys, you can see this is what we got in here. Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to move right here inside the code. Now, you can see we already create the workspace page. Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to import the left panel, right panel. We are going to create these components inside the component folder. And right now, we have here the left panel. And here, we're going to pass here the middle panel. I haven't already created the middle panel. We're going to create it together. And here, we're going to pass here the right panel. Now we are going to head into the component folder. You can see in here, component folder, we are going to pass here a folder left panel. You can see we have a left panel. Now I'm going to head into the left panel folder and pass here component left panel like this. And now I'm going to import here some icons and some components. Now you can see we have here icons like search, file text, library. I import this component from Lucid React package. Okay. Now, in order to get this package, type npm install Lucid React. Once done, we're gonna continue. We already import ShortTerm. You can see here I import the import components. We import here bar-end badge and the checkbox, but also the label. Now we are going to pass here a menu array, library sources. We're gonna use it for testing purpose. And then we're going to pass here left panel components. We are going to pass here some states that we're going to use in order to toggle the menu. And now we are going to pass here, we're going to return here these components. Okay, we have here the menu item. And then we pass here the icon, but also the label. And then we are going to pass here another menu where we're going to put in some contents. Let me show you. We pass here the search, and here we're gonna pass here a document section, and then we're going to pass here the menu item. Now we're going to create here another component. Inside the component folder, and pass the right panel. Now inside the right panel, we're gonna pass here right panel. Okay, this is the right panel, and here we have some code that allows to increase the width and reduce the width. Okay, on dragging events. Okay, now if you head into the browser, you're gonna see something like this. Okay, you can see it's pretty simple. You can see we have the documents, library, AI. Okay, we're gonna use this menu in order to open sometimes the right panel. You can see this the right panel. I have the possibility to increase the width and reduce the width. Okay, you can see, and yeah, this is the middle panel where we're gonna put in the text editor, but also the PDF viewer. And now let's continue right here, guys. Now we are going to work on, let me move right here. You can see, yeah, if we're into the workspace page right here, guys, you can see we have here the right panel. Now you can see the right panel take a prop right here, React node. Okay, we're gonna pass it a children, which is gonna be the chat box. Okay, we're gonna create chat box components. Now what I'm going to do, guys, we are going to head into the component folder again, and now what I'm going to do in here, I'm passing chat box, where we're gonna put in all components related to the chat box components. Okay, now once we import a component, we're gonna pass it to the right panel, and once we pass it to the right panel, we're gonna run it right here. You can see I pass it children. Okay, we're gonna run it there. And now we're going to pass here the component and pass it chatbox.ts6. Okay, like this. And we're gonna pass it the chat input like this, .ts6, like this. Now we're gonna head into the chat box, and right here we're gonna import some components. I'm gonna import here some icons, and then I'm gonna import the chat input. We're gonna create it later, and right now we're gonna pass the chat box. We're gonna pass it as user ID as prop, and here we have some states like for message, for the chat input, We have here loading indicator, and we have here a little function send message. Okay, when we're gonna click on the send button, we're gonna call it, and then we're going to pass here a return statement. We're gonna return here the components. Okay, we're gonna have here the header, and then inside the header we're gonna have here a section where we're gonna display the chat history, and we're gonna have here a section that allows us to display the reasoning of the AI. When the AI is going to be thinking, we are going to stream in real time the reasoning of the AI on the front end. If the AI is planning, we're going to stream that. Okay. Now we're going to head into the chat input, and right here we're going to have something like this. And here you can see here, I just wrapped the chat input into with memo function in order to cache it. Okay. And then we're gonna pass the text error, and we're gonna pass it the button. Okay, that's it. Now we're going to head into the workspace page, and then we're gonna import right here chat box, and then we're gonna pass it to the right panel. And there we go. We have something like this. You can see we have here, if loading is equal to true, we're gonna display right here the reasoning of the AI. When the AI is thinking, is planning something in the background, like in ChatGPT. You can see when ChatGPT is doing something in the background, is planning, we have the possibility to see the reasoning, okay, of the AI. Now we are going to use this section to do the same thing. When the agent is thinking, is planning in the background, we are going to see something, what it's doing in the background. Okay, we are going to retrieve it in real time. And now what we're gonna do next, we are going to install now Langchain. I suppose you know Langchain. So in order to install Langchain, you're gonna tap npm install Langchain at Langchain core, or you can just go at langchain.com, head into the installation menu, and then you can tap this command. And after that, we are going to install Cerebras. We are going to head into this menu right here. So we're going to use Cerebras as a model provider, and because it's totally free, guy, I'm going to show you how you're going to do it. And head into integration, and now you can see in here we have a bunch of model provider. We have Anthropic, we have Cerebras, and here I'm going to click here Cerebras. Now in order to install it, you're going to scroll a little bit, and then you're going to copy this command right here. Okay, now we are going to install another package right here. We are going to install now Cohere. Cohere is a provider of an embedding model. We're going to use an embedding model from Cohere. Now we are going to head into this section right here, and then yeah, you can see we have a section here, embedding models. Okay, click here, and then you can see we have something right here, Cohere. Okay, we are going to use a model provided by Cohere. Okay, we're gonna get a free API key. Okay, you can see. Now in order to use it, we are going to do that. Okay, and we got here the code that we're gonna copy paste. Okay, I suppose you know what is an embedding model, guy. Okay, you already know that. Or if you don't know what is an embedding model, go check the video and then clone. Okay, yeah, we're gonna continue. After that, we're going to install here something else. We're gonna install Pinecone. So we're gonna use Pinecone as a vector database. Now, in order to install Pinecone, you can see we have a section vector store right here. Okay, I'm going to scroll again here a little bit. You're gonna see we have here a bunch of provider. You can see we have OpenAI, Azure. So for Pinecone is totally free, guy. Pinecone is right here. Yeah, Pinecone is right here. Or you can use PG Vector. It's totally free. This one, you can use PG Vector, or you can use for MongoDB. Okay, in this video I prefer this one. I prefer Pinecone. If you want to, you can use PG Vector. Now in this video I'm gonna use Pinecone. Okay, now in order to install Pinecone, we're gonna tap here this command npm at langchain/Pinecone. Okay, I'm gonna show you how to get the API key. Yeah, we are going to continue. Yeah, once done, let's see what next. Now you're gonna install to Zod. Tap npm install Zod. Okay, now once done, we are ready, guys, to create an agent. Okay, to create our first agent. And then I'm going to remove all of this stuff right here. Okay. Yeah. So before we learn how to create an agent, we are going to get API keys. Okay. We haven't already get API key. You can see I have already get my API keys, guys. Let me show you. I'm going to move right here. Okay. Now I'm gonna head into Auth, and then I'm going to pass here my API key. Okay. You can see we have here some API key. Like for model provider, you can see Cerebras, and here you can see you have here another API key, Fireworks. This one too is a model provider. I'm not sure how to get a key for two. You can use Chat Fireworks or Cerebras. These are model provider. Okay, these two right here. Okay. For ciphering the web, we're gonna use exhaust search. You know, when you are creating a research agent needs two types of tool, a web scraping tool, but also it needs a search tool to save the web. Now, for this kind of job, we're gonna use exhaust search. And for the embedding model, we're gonna use here Cohere, okay? And for the vector database, we're gonna use Penicon. Now, let me show you how to get these keys. Now, to get these keys, we are going to move right here, guys. Go at Cerebras, tap Cerebras, okay? Tap Cerebras. You're gonna tap Cloud Cerebras. Let me try to zoom a little bit so I can see. Go on Google and tap Cerebras. And once you tap Cerebras, you're gonna land on the page here. You're gonna land on the landing page, create an account, and then you're gonna head into API key, and then you're gonna grab your API key right here, guys. It's totally free, guys. Totally free. I'm gonna close this. Now, if you need to use a model provider provided by Chat Fireworks, now you're gonna tap this. Let me show you the link right here. You're gonna tap Fireworks AI and then go there to create an account. Once you create an account, you're gonna head into API key in order to get an API key. Okay, right here, you can come here and then you're gonna get an API key. I'm not sure how to use Chat Fireworks and Chat Cerebras. I'm not sure how to use these two model provider, and we are going to use here a model provider by Cohere. Now, to have an embedding model, we need a key. I'm going to copy here this. We're gonna pass it right here. You're gonna visit cohere.com. Now you're gonna create an account. Once you create an account, they're gonna take you to this interface. And now head into API key. Yeah, you can see right here we have dashboard. Okay, let me click here. Yeah, you can see we have a menu right here. API key. Click here, and then you're gonna create an API key. Once done, you're gonna go at Pinecone, okay? Pinecone.com, okay? Now you're gonna type Pinecone, and then you're gonna create an account too. First of all, you need a key. Then click here API key to create an API key, okay? Then you're gonna copy it into your .env file. Now we're gonna create a database. Head into database menu. We're gonna click here create index, and here you're gonna pass the name of your database. Once you pass here the name of your database, you can choose here. About configuration, you can choose here a Llama text embed v2. You can choose this one, and then you're gonna click create. Okay, you're gonna see we have here button here create index. You can see the button we have here button create index, and actually this button is disabled because I don't pass it the name of an index. Okay, you can see if I pass it the name of an index, you can see we have the possibility now to create an index. Create it. Now I'm gonna close this. Now we need a set tool. Now go at exa.ai. I'm gonna copy here the link exa.ai. Okay, you know our AI needs a set tool in order to save the web. Yeah, you're gonna visit exa.ai. Okay, now once you visit exa.ai, we are going to create an account. I'm not signing in again here. I've already created an account. Head into billings. Yeah, head into API key. And then you're gonna grab your API key right here. It's totally free, guy. You're gonna get $10 for credit. Okay, it's totally free. Create an account, and once done, I'm gonna close this. Yeah, I think everybody right now is ready. Okay, we are ready to start building. Okay, we already got here some API keys. Fireworks for model provider, Cerebras for model provider, Exa for set tool, Cohere for embedding model, and Pinecone for vector database. Okay, now we are ready, guys. You're ready. We are ready. Now what we're gonna do next, guys? We are going to head into now the API folder. We're gonna try to test if we're gonna interact with a model provider like Cerebras. I'm gonna try to create here a route. Okay, now we're gonna head into the API folder. Now inside the API folder, I'm passing out a folder. I'm gonna name it agents. Now you can see we have the agent folder. Now inside the agent folder, we're gonna pass here stream, and then I'm passing here root. Now in here, we are going to interact with a model. Okay, we're gonna create our first agents. We're gonna import this helper function in order to catch errors, and I'm gonna import right here chat fireworks. I'm gonna import here some package too, some function like human message, chat Cerberus. Now we're gonna create right here an endpoint. Okay, you can see this endpoint, we wrap it with header handler in order to catch errors. And then here, we're gonna pass you, we're gonna initialize the model, chat Cerberus, and then we're gonna pass you the name of the model we wanna use. Okay, a llama 3.370 billion parameter. Okay, we're gonna pass it the temperature is gonna be 0, max token, and refine, and then we're gonna pass it the API key. And here we're gonna create an agent. To create an agent, we use create agent function, and then we're gonna pass it the model. Now, what I'm going to do in here, we are going to extract here the message in the URL, and then we're gonna use the text encoder in order to encode the user message. And because right here we're gonna use save as sent events. Okay, let me move here. And then if you don't know what is save as sent events, save as sent events. Save as sent event is a web technology that allows us to stream the data from the server in real time. Now you can see here, guys. Let's say the AI, the total size of the message which gonna be generated by the AI is 2 MB. Now I'm not gonna wait until the AI finish generate these 2 MB, but instead I'm gonna send the message in chunk. I'm not gonna wait until the AI finish, but instead we're gonna send a chunk. Once the AI generate a message, we're gonna send it immediately to the client. You generate a message, we send it to the clients until we finish. Okay, and that's what we call save as sent events. It is a technology that allows us to stream data from the server to the clients. Okay. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, you can see also I'd like to inform you, if you want to learn save as sent event from scratch, go check out this video, third parts. Yeah, third part 3 of this video and then clone for the third parts. Okay, I explained save as sent from scratch. Go check this video, guys. Third parts, you're gonna learn save as sent event from scratch. And yeah, now let's continue. Now in here we are going to use text encoder in order to encode the message, and then right here, guys, we are going to pass the event. We're gonna pass the custom events, and then we are going to stringify the message. Okay, the message return a JSON, we're gonna stringify it. Now we're gonna pass here, we're gonna pass a class reliable stream, and then I'm pass here a function start, and we pass here controller, and then here we're gonna pass it try catch in case we have an error. We're gonna close the connection. Okay, now in here you can see we have here an agent. Okay, now in order to stream the agent message in real time, we use the stream function. Okay, I pass here const chunk of await agent stream. We pass here the message, and then stream mode is message, and then we're gonna extract a chunk of message, and we make here check. I'm making here check if the type of the message is different from AI. We aren't gonna return it to the client, but instead we're gonna ignore it. Now you can see in Langchain we have some types of message. You can see if I click here, you're gonna see something. Yeah, we don't have here a type. Let me see. We don't have an AutoComplete. Let me click here, right here. I'm gonna pull back here AI. In Langchain, we have some types of message. We have human message. We have a message. We have tool message. I'm passing tool message, and we have system message. I want only a message. Okay. If we have a tool message or system message, we're gonna ignore it. Okay. And then we're gonna return only the a message. Now, in order to return the message, we're gonna pass here controller.enqueue. We're gonna pass here an event, which is message, and then we're gonna pass here message is colon message.content. And then once the A finished generating the message, we are going to send here an end event to the clients. And once we listen to the end event from the client, we are going to close the connection. And right here, let me pass here return no response. We are going to pass here stream, and we're gonna send here some headers, content type, text event stream. and we pass here cache control, no cache, no transform, and the type of the connection is keep alive. Okay, that's how we're gonna stream the message. Okay, now I'm gonna try to test this endpoint, try to check if everything is working pretty well. So now we're gonna head into the browser to try this. I'm going to pass here localhost. We're gonna pass here API /add. Yeah, I'm passing /admin / we're going to pass here the endpoint is stream, and then I'm passing here message. Right now I'm passing here hello, and then you're gonna see what we're gonna get here. If I type here inner, yeah, you can see pass here. Yeah, I should pass here API /agent, and then we're gonna pass here /stream, and now we're gonna type inner. Now let's see what we got in here, guys. Yeah, you can see actually the AI is streaming. Okay, for the first message we got hello. For the second one we got how can I assist you today, and for the third one we got here empty. Okay, the AI finished streaming, and once the AI finished streaming, we are going to close immediately the connection. Now I'm going to go back here, guys. I'm going to pass here now another method and pass here pause. Okay, for the method we aren't gonna use get. And I'm going to pass, I'm gonna extract right here the message, and then I'm gonna get rid of these two lines right here. I'm gonna remove that. Yeah, let me first pass here something at the bottom here. Yeah, at the bottom here you can see we have your try catch. In case we have an error, we are going to send this event, the error event, to the front end in order to close the connection. And here too, now I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna get rid of these two lines right here. And then I'm gonna pass here pause is the method. Okay, now we're going to head into now the chat box. Okay, in order to start interacting with this endpoint. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna zoom a little bit in here. We're going to head into the chat box folder. Okay, you can see the chat box folder. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna create here component display markdown. Okay, you know the AI, we're not going to create a system prompt. We're going to tell the AI to return an output in Markdown. Okay. Now in here, we are going to tap npm install React Markdown. Okay. If you haven't already installed it, if I go here, React Markdown. Okay. If I tap this, you're going to see this, the package that I use right here, guys. Install it, tap npm install in order to get it. And also you're going to tap you're gonna install Remark GFM. Okay, you're gonna install these two package so that when the AI is gonna return the response in Markdown, they're gonna format it. Okay, and yeah, you can see this is the code. If I head into right here, you're gonna see I copy everything from this page, guys. Okay, we have everything in here. Okay, yeah, we have everything in here, guys. Okay, we don't have to write this code, we have to copy it. Now we're gonna create here another component inside the chat box folder. I'm passing another component. I'm gonna name it message bubble. So the purpose of the message bubble, it allows to display the message in the chat history. Okay, we are going to pass here a message array. We're gonna pass here the row. It's gonna be user or AI. We're gonna pass it the text, but also the time. And then in here, guys, you can see I'm making a check here. If is the user, we're going to display this block right here. If is the AI, we're gonna display here another block. Okay, and here you can see pass the display markdown component. Okay, in order to format the text. Okay, right, so good, guys. Now I'm going to head into now the chat box. Okay, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to import right now. I'm not import right here the display markdown component. I'm not import right here to the message bubble, and then we're gonna create a function send message. Now inside of it, I'm pass here state input.trim. Okay, you can see we have the state in here, the input state. Now if we have a space in the state inside the input state, we're gonna remove it with the trim function. And in here we have we're gonna create another state, which is the QRef is gonna be an array. So the purpose of this one is to basically making the streaming process smooth. Okay, you're gonna see how it works. Okay, I'm gonna create this later. And then we're going to take that user message, we're gonna push it into the message array. You can see we have here the message array. Okay, this is the message array, and the message array we have here some property, the row, the text, but also the time. And right here we're going to pass here try catch, and then we're gonna make an HTTP request to the endpoint. Okay, we're gonna pass the API /agent /trim, and then we pass here count tab is equal to G application /JSON, and we stringify the body right here, pass the user message. Now I'm going to check if the body is undefined, we're going to return anything. And if the body isn't undefined, we are going to start receiving these chunks. Okay, you can see pass here, res the body, that get reader. And then here we are going to decode. You can see pass here, new text decoder in order to decode this message. Then we're going to start receiving chunks of message sent by the server. We are going to pass here the value and then property, this is a boolean, and then is equal to await reader that read. Okay, and right now I'm going to check if it's true. We are going to close this. We're going to get out of the loop, and if we have a message, we're going to pass it. We're going to pass it to the buffer variable. Okay, you can see we have here buffer variable. Okay, we are going to take the message. We're going to append it to the buffer variable. Okay, we pass it decoder.decode, and the value is the message. Okay, we have here the lines. This is going to be an array. Okay, we are going to split it into an array. The line, yeah, you can see this is the buffer right here. We're going to split it into an array, and then we are going to remove here the last message, and then we're going to push it right here. We're going to push the last message. Let me first go back right here. You can see here, guys. First of all, right here, let me go back again. You can see we have here buffer. Buffer is a variable. Okay, this is a text. Now we go right here. If we have a chunk, we are going to pass here buffer plus, we're going to pass a decoder.decode. We are going to decode this message, okay, this chunk. Then we are going to create a constant right here, lines. And then we're going to split it into an array, okay? Now, once we have here this, we are going to remove the last message from the array, okay? And then we're going to iterate through the array. We are going to remove space in the message. And then here we are going to check if the tree message starts with data. If it starts with the data, we are going to move here. We are going to pass here tree that replace. We're going to remove data column from the message, and then we're going to remove also the space. And then we're going to continue right here. We're going to stringify this message so that we're going to get access to it. And then right here, we are going to check if inside the data that message isn't undefined and isn't now. If isn't undefined and isn't now, we are going to take this message, we're going to push it inside the QRef array that we're going to create in a moment. Now, we are going to continue. In here, we are going to handle we're going to handle an error. If you have an error, event tab is equal to end, we are going to close the connection. And here, if you have an error, we're going to close to the connection, okay? And now we're going to create right here now the QRef, okay? We're going to push the message, okay? But also we're going to pass here tapping ref, okay? This is going to be a boolean. And now we're going to pass here tap next, okay? We're going to use this function in order to simulate the streaming process in action. You're going to see that when we're going to start making a little demo. And right now we're going to get access to the next character. And right here, we're going to push the message into the message array. And now we're going to pass here, we're going to call the message bubble component in order to display the message. And done. Now we're going to head into the browser and we're going to try this. Now I'm going to move right here into the app, okay? I'm going to refresh the page to check if we don't have an error. And as we don't have an error, now we're going to try this. I'm passing hello. And now let's see what we're going to get in here. Yeah, you can see. Let me pass you something long. Now I'm passing a message. I'm passing explain me JavaScript in 5 paragraphs. Okay, explain me. We're gonna pass something like this. Explain me what is JavaScript. JavaScript in 5 paragraphs. 5 paragraphs. Okay, something like this. You're gonna see. Yeah, you can see. Actually, the A is streaming. Okay, you can see the A is streaming. And now I'm passing here. Draw me a table. Okay, you're gonna see we are going to use the Markdown formatter in order to format the text. Okay, draw me a table containing 10 tab programming. Yeah, we're gonna pass it 10 tab programming language. I'm passing in Markdown format. Yeah, something like this. Pass here Markdown format, and then you're gonna see the A is gonna draw a table. Okay, you can see actually the A draw a table. And this is the markdown formatter, which format this message. Okay, you can see it works pretty well. You can see top programming languages. Now we're gonna learn how to save chart message by leveraging a tool. By definition, a tool is a function that allows an agent to take an action. So if you don't know what is a tool, I invite you to go check it out this video. Now we're going to head into the agent folder. You can see this is the agent folder, API folder, agent folder, and we have a stream. Now I'm gonna pass here another folder. We're gonna name it chart history. Now inside the chart history, we're gonna put in a route that allows to fetch the data from a file. We are going to have here a file. Inside the public folder, we're gonna put in a file, chart history.json file. We're gonna persist in the conversation between the AI and human. Now we're gonna go back inside this endpoint, chart history. Right here, I'm pass here. I'm gonna import right here, read chart history tool, and right here, we're gonna pass here the get endpoint. And then we're going to check right here if the user ID is provided. If the user ID is provided, we're gonna fetch the data in the chart history by using the user ID. And in order to call a tool, we pass it the name of the tool and then that invoke function. Okay. Then we're going to parse the message. We're gonna return it. Now we are going to head into the leaf folder and then we're gonna create in the tool folder. Okay. I'm gonna pass here tool folder. You can see at the bottom here we have tools. Okay. You can see we have tool. Now inside the tool folder, we're gonna pass here file chart history. Okay, chart history tools. Now inside of it, we're gonna pass here we're gonna import right here the FS module, the path module to the tool function, and we're gonna import here Zod in order to define a schema for the tool. Now we're gonna get the current working directory by using the current working directory function. And then we're going to pass here another line, chart history there. In order to get the chart history there, we pass a path.join, we pass here the current working directory, pass a public folder, chart history folder. Okay. Now we're gonna check if the file, if the folder exists. If the folder doesn't exist, we're gonna create it by using the make their sync function. Now we are going to get right here the file, history file, and then we pass here the chart history directory. Now we're gonna define the schema for the tool, message schema. We're going to pass as input the row. For the row, we have here the user or the AI. We're gonna pass the user ID, the content. We are going to create our first tool right here, route to chart history tool. We are going to pass it a message as an input. And here you can see the message is an object. And it has some property like row, user ID, and content. Now we're going to pass it right here. In case we have an error, we're going to return it to the AI. Then we're going to check if the file exists. If the file exists, we are going to take the history array is equal to the file data, the file content. Now we're going to take here the history array that's push. We're going to put in the message and then we are going to write it into the file. Now we're going to create our second tool right here, read chart history. And right here, we're going to check here, guys, if the history file exists. If it exists, we're going to return an empty array. And right here, yeah, if it doesn't exist, we're going to return an empty array. And if it exists, we're going to read it and take data. We're going to parse it. And we're going to iterate through it by filtering the data by user ID. Now we are going to go back inside the chart history roots right here. We're going to try to see if we're going to have data right here. Okay, you can see actually if you try to hit that endpoint, we aren't going to get data because inside the public folder we don't have anything. Okay, yeah, you can see inside the public folder we have a file. You can see we have a file. Now inside the file we have the conversation between the AI and human. Now I'm not deleting. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into now the stream folder. And right here, I'm going to invoke a tool that allows to write into the chart history. Okay, we're going to invoke that tool. Now you can see we have here to write to chart history. I'm going to copy here this, and then we're going to head into the stream folder. And what I'm going to do right here, guys, I'm going to call it. Let me head into stream. And right here, I'm going to pass it right here. Okay, so before we start streaming, I'm gonna pass it even right here. I'm going to pass here a wait, and then in order to invoke it, we're gonna pass here that invoke. This is how we call a tool, guys. Okay, and then we're gonna pass it an object. Okay, let me import it right here, and then we're gonna pass here the row like this. Actually, the row is gonna be the user, and then we're going to pass here the content. For the content, we're gonna pass here the message. Okay. And also we need to pass here another property. Let me pass it first a wait like this. Yeah, we already passed here the row. We need to pass here to the user ID. Okay, now we're gonna pass here the user ID. And actually, we haven't yet sent the user ID. Now we're gonna extract right here the user ID. We're gonna extract it. Okay, and then we're gonna pass it right here, user ID, like this. Right now, I'm gonna pass here message like this. We're gonna pass here message like this, and then we're going to pass here another object. Okay, we still have here typing error. Now I'm gonna go back again here and see we should pass here user or AI for the error. You can see this is an ename type. Okay, we pass the user ID, content, and now let me check here for the, yeah, we should pass the messages. This is the property, and right here it should be an array, guys. You can see actually we have an array. Now in order to remove this typing error, I'm going to wrap that into an array, and that is the benefit of using TypeScript, guys. It allows to spot bugs early. Okay, like this, we just remove that error, that typing error. Now I'm gonna copy this again. I'm going to scroll at the bottom right here. Now we need to write the AI message in a child history. Now I'm going to take that and pass that in here. Right here, we're gonna pass here now AI, and then we are going to pass here and pass here let streaming text right here is equal to empty, like this. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the readable stream function, and right here I'm going to append data. I'm gonna pass here streaming text is equal to message the content. We're gonna append the data. We're gonna pass data right there, and then finally, once they finish streaming, we're gonna take that. We're gonna write it to. We're gonna pass it to the child history file. Okay, I'm gonna pass it right here like this. And I think, guys, we should copy this line, and then we can pass it once we finish streaming right here. And yeah, after the controller that in queue. Now what I'm going to do, now you can see we pass here the user ID. Now we're going to send right here the user ID. Now we're going to head into the chat box, and right here, guys, we're going to pass here the user ID. I'm passing the user ID like this. You can see at the top here we need to provide the chat box a property, okay, which is the user ID. Now we're going to head into the app folder. Now inside the app folder, you can see we have private, admin, workspace. Now I'm going to head into the page here, and then what we're gonna do right here, we're gonna pass here the user ID, and then in order to get the user ID, we are going to retrieve it from the session. Now how to get it? Now I'm gonna create right here in a layout, a private layout, and then we are going to extract the session. First, we are going to check if the user is authenticated. If the user is authenticated, we're gonna let him get access to the workspace page, okay? If he's not authenticated, we're going to redirect him on the login page. And guys, you don't have to memorize this function. Everything I copy from this documentation. You can see if I scroll a little bit, we have everything in here. You don't have to memorize this, but if you read the documentation a little bit, you're gonna understand it, okay? And then they said in here, guys, we need to head into the app.js6, which is the layer the tier 6 in our case. So we're gonna head in, and then we're gonna pass here the session provider. Now I'm gonna head in. You can see we have here this right here. I'm gonna head into the app folder, and then I'm going to look for a folder right here. Yeah, we're gonna head into the app folder, and actually you can see we have right here page.tsx. Okay, I'm not heading to now the layer.tsx. Okay, in here, guys, we're gonna import here the session provider. We're gonna pass it right here, and then we are going to pass it to the root layer. We're gonna pass the session is prop, and we're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna tap it with session, and then we're gonna wrap the children prop with the session provider like this. Okay, in order to get access to the session. And now we're gonna go back inside the workspace folder, and now I'm gonna head into the page that's tier 6. Now we're gonna extract the user ID. Now in order to extract the user ID, you're gonna use here function use session. Okay, this is the function right here, guys. I'm gonna do copy first. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm going to move right here. We're gonna pass it right here, guys. And then in order to get access to the user ID, we are going to move right here and pass here something like this, session.user, yeah, like this, and then pass here option chaining again that ID like this. And yeah, you can see in here, in order to get access to the email, we're gonna pass here session.user.email. Okay, pretty simple. You don't have to memorize these things, guys. You don't have to memorize these, guys. Everything is pretty simple. Now we're gonna head into the browser and try this. Now I'm gonna pass here hello. Let's see what we're gonna get in here. Yeah, you can see hello, I can assist you today. You can see this the message. Now I'm going to check if we have a message in the chat history. You can see actually we have here a message hello, and here we have how can I assist you today. Now what I'm going to do next, guys, you can see if I pass here something like hello, we don't remove this text right here. We should have here empty. Now if I pass something like what is JavaScript, and now if I tap enter, you're gonna see we have here something. Yeah, you can see the AI is streaming the message, but actually we should scroll automatically at the end. Okay, at the end of this message right here. You can see we should scroll at the end, and also we should empty here the text editor. Now I'm going to go back here. We're gonna go back inside the chat box, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna pass here set inputs. We're gonna empty that. Once we tap a message, we're gonna empty the inputs, and also we're gonna pass here loading indicator. We are going to pass it true. Once we have here the data, we're gonna pass here false, and here, if we have an error, we are going to pass here false. Okay, we're going to modify the states. And now, in order to scroll at the bottom of the chat box, I'm going to pass here use effects. I'm gonna watch for the modification of the message array. And then if we have something, we have here, let's say we have a message, we are going to scroll at the bottom. We're gonna pass here this div, okay, in order to scroll at the bottom, like this. And also we pass here true. We pass here the loading indicator for the AI thinking. Okay, we are going to we're gonna extract that later. And now if I head into the browser, and now if I type here again, hello, you're gonna see hello. You can see actually we clear out the inputs. And if I pass here what is JavaScript, okay, now let's see. Yeah, you can see actually we are scrolling at the bottom of the chat box. Okay, because actually we are watching the message array, okay, like this. Okay, yeah, that's great, guys. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, is to fetch the chat history. Okay, actually if I refresh right here this page, we're gonna lose data right here. We don't have data. Now in order to get data, we are going to hit that endpoint right here. You can see inside the agent folder we have here chat history. We already created that endpoint. Now we're gonna hit it in order to get data. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the chat box. Yeah, I'm going to head into the chat box. Let me see chat box. Yeah, I'm passing chat box again. And now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna create a function at the top here that allows to fetch data. You can see this component actually is growing. And let me cap this section that allows to display the thinking of the AI. I'm gonna cap this first. And then I'm pass here another component, AI thinking. Okay, yeah, I can pass here AI reasoning. Reasoning. Okay, like this. That TS6, we can pass here these components. If FSC, this is a snippet. In order to create a stateless component, and pass that here, and then I pass here reasoning. Yeah, I'm gonna modify here the name. I'm passing a thinking like this, a thinking, and then I'm pass here this is the code right here. I'm gonna pass here React fragment. Okay, like this. I'm gonna remove this, right? I'm gonna remove this, and we are going to pass here this component a prop, which is loading. I'm passing here prop. I'm passing loading like this, and right here gonna pass here loading. I'm passing is gonna be a boolean like this. We're going to import the loaded to icon from Lucid React like this. Then we're gonna export that component. I think I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna modify here the name like this. And then yeah, we're gonna go back now inside the chat box, and then we're gonna pass it in here. And right now I'm passing here these components, and we're going to pass here loading is a prop like this is equal to loading. Yeah, like is equal to loading. Yeah, that's good. Okay, now let's import this component right here. Okay, like this. Okay, everything is okay right now. And also I'm gonna yeah, for the header, we're gonna improve the header. We're gonna modify the header later. You can see, actually, we have here this header. I'm going to pass here an icon that allows to have these char box. Okay, in order to toggle the char box, we're gonna pass there an icon. First of all, we're gonna create a function that allows to fetch the char history. Okay, now let me pass here another function, but we can leverage Redux. Okay, we're gonna use Redux for that. Okay, now we are going to install Redux. Okay, we're gonna type here Redux. Okay, we're gonna head on redux.js.org website. Okay, we're gonna create a slice in order to fetch the char message for that. Okay, because we don't want to bombard the char box with a lot of code. Okay, you can see actually it's growing. Now we're going to install right here Redux. Now, in order to install Redux, we're gonna copy here this command, and we're gonna install here a complementary package. We're gonna install Redux. Copy that. Now, once we finish installing Redux, we're gonna head into the code, and what we're gonna do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the lib folder, and inside the lib folder, we're gonna create a helper function. Okay, I'm passing here API folder, and then I'm passing another folder. We're going to name it helper folder. Okay, yeah, let me pass here another folder. We're gonna pass another folder, helper folder. Okay, you can see we have here helper folder. Let me zoom a little bit. You can see we have here API folder and helper folder. Now we're going to head into the helper folder, and what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna create a helper function that allows us to make HTTP request to the server. You can see we have here make HTTP RAG function. Okay, and in here we are going to create this function in order to make HTTP request to the server. Now, right here, we're gonna pass here type HTTP verb get put post delay, and then we have here generate function. Okay, we're gonna pass here the input is a type. Okay, we pass here some parameter like the HTTP verb endpoint, but also the input. Now we are going to pass here, we're gonna return a promise, and we're gonna pass it try catch. In case we have an error, we're gonna return right here rejects. Now we're going to make an HTTP request to the server using fetch API. And right here, pass here process.env next public API URL. We pass here the public URL, and then /API/endpoint. Okay, it means when we're gonna call the make HTTP RAG function, we're gonna pass here only the HTTP verb, but also the endpoint that we need to E. Now we are going to pass here the response. We're gonna return it. If we have an error, we're gonna return it. And if we don't have an error, we are going to resolve the data. We're gonna return the data. Now we're going to head into the API folder, and inside the API folder, you can see we have here char.ts. Now I'm going to import make HTTP RAG function. We're gonna create a type right here, char message, and we have here the content, the user ID, and char history return type, and we have here an object. We have here message prop. We type it with the char message array. You can see if we head into the char history.json file, we have here something like this. Now we're gonna return this data to the front end. Okay, it's gonna be an array of message. Okay, now right here I'm gonna create a function fetch char history, and we're gonna pass it the user ID, and we're going to expect right here the char history return type, and then this is how we call this function make HTTP RAG. Pass it the HTTP verb agents. This is the endpoint that we're gonna hit /char history, and then we pass it the user ID as parameter. Okay, like this. You can see it's pretty simple. Now, what I'm going to do next, we are going to head into now the source folder. You can see this is the source folder. Now, I'm going to create another folder, which is the store folder. Now, inside the store folder, we're going to pass in a file, chat slice. And now, in here, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to import the char message. We're going to import right here the fetch char history function. And we're going to import create async func in order to make HTTP requests with Redux. Now, I'm going to define a state right here, message loading error. Then we're gonna pass it the initial state. Then we're gonna create a func get char history in order to make HTTP request to the server. You can see in here, guys, we call our function fetch char history, pass the user ID, and we return right here an array of message. Now, if you have an error, we're going to return. We are going to invoke reject with value failed to load char history. Now we are going to pass here chart slice. The name is chart. Then we're gonna pass here an action clear chart. When we call this function, we're going to empty the message array. Now we're gonna pass in our function add user and AI placeholder. Okay, so where we're gonna use this function, you can see if we head into the char box. Okay, you can see we have this function right here. Yeah, okay, let me show you. Yeah, we have here function set message. Okay, now you can see right here, guys, inside the tapping function, inside tap next function. Okay, is where we're gonna pass here. This is what we're gonna call this action. We're gonna replace this function right here. Okay, because once we use Redux, we are going to get rid of the message state. Okay, now let's go back in here, and now what we're gonna do next right here, guys, you can see we pass here add user and AI placeholder function. Okay, we pass here the state, but also we're gonna pass here the action. We're gonna pass here the user ID and the contents, and then we're gonna push it inside the message array. Now we are going to pass another function, append to last AI message. Okay, this is another function. Now we're gonna use to this function in the chat box. Now when we tap something in the input, we call this function. Okay, now we're going to remove this, and then we're gonna pass this action there. Okay, we're gonna pass append last AI message. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna pass some extra reduces, and then we are making here, we are going to modify the state of the loading property to true. When we're gonna be making the HTTP request to receiver, we're gonna modify the value to true. Once we have data, we're gonna modify the value to false. And now we are going to export all these actions. Now we're gonna head into the store folder again, and now what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna create an index.ts file, and in here you can see we import the chart slice, and then we pass it right here, and then we have here some type. Okay, now in order to use Redux inside of our app, we are going to head into the app folder. Now we're gonna head into layout.tsx. Now in here, what we're gonna do, we are going to import first. We're gonna import the provider from React Redux. Then we're gonna pass here the store, and now we're going to pass here to inside the session provider. We're gonna pass here the provider component is equal to the store, and then we're gonna close this. Okay, like this. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we are going to head into the chat box. Now we're gonna import use dispatch hook. You can see we tap it with app dispatch type that we defined in the store folder, and now we're gonna pass here use selector hook, and we extract the message array in the header, and right here we're going to pass here use effect, and we're going to check if we have here a user ID. We are going to pass it to the get child history function. And now we are going to head into the tap next function. Then in here, guys, we are going to pass here append to last AI message, and we are going to comment this one right here. We are going to continue. We're gonna pass here now add user and AI placeholder. Okay, we remove this set message. Okay, we already get rid of this. We already get rid of this state. Okay, now we aren't gonna need this function. Okay, and yeah, you can see everything is okay, but at the bottom here you can see we have here an error message bubble. Okay, let me see the tab right here. Yeah, you can see we have here tapping error, and right here we pass here the chat message. Okay, is a type. Now we need to head into the message bubble, and then we're gonna pass that right here, and then we're going to import this in order to remove this typing error. Okay, like this. And now here, yeah, we pass here the content. Okay, everything is okay. And we have here the time. Let me pass the option chaining in case we don't have the time. It's not gonna throw an error. And to get rid of this typing error, I think it should be best to pass here also time. But actually we don't have the time property. Okay, like this, in order to get rid of the typing error. Okay, like this. And you can see pass the option chaining in case we have here we don't have here the time property. It's going to throw an error, but we're going to again define. Now we are going to head into the browser, and we're going to try this. Okay, yeah, cool. Now I'm going to pass here again hello, and let's see what we're going to get right here. And then let's wait a bit. Yeah, hello, how can I assist you today? Now I'm going to get rid of this line right here, talk PDF. Okay, I'm going to remove that. Now we're going to head into again in the message bubble, and then we're gonna look for talk PDF and pass talk PDF. Okay, right now I'm pass here AI like this. Okay, yeah, okay, AI like this. Okay, that's good. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we are going to toggle right here this header. You can see at the top right here, we have something like this, Stock PDF Assistant, okay? Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to get rid of this header, okay? I want to toggle. You can see right here, we have the possibility to toggle this, okay? We can toggle a panel, okay? Now, I want to add here a button that allows to toggle this panel, okay? That's what I'm going to do right now, okay? You can see we have the possibility to toggle this. You can see this, the store folder. We have here a chart slash. Now I'm passing another slash, which is going to be the UI slash. You can see this, the UI slash. And right here, we're going to pass here the state, initial state, UI slash, and we pass here init chart open, okay? The default value is going to be true. And then we're going to pass here UI slash. We're going to pass here an action, toggle chart. And right here, if the value is equal to true, we're gonna pass here false. If the value is equal to false, we're gonna pass true. Now I'm gonna pass another action, open chart. We're gonna pass here the value is gonna be true. Once we call the function, we're gonna modify the value of is chart open to true. Now we're gonna pass another function in order to modify the value to false again. Now we're gonna export the toggle chart, open chart, and close chart function. Now, what we're going to do, we are going to head into the index.ts file. We're going to import the US slash, and then we're going to pass in here. Now, we are going to head into the chart. We're going to head into the chart box, okay, in here, because we need to modify here. We need to get rid of this header right here. Now, we are going to remove that. And to get rid of that, guys, we are going to scroll a little bit. And then you can see right here, we have the header section. You can see this, the header section. I'm gonna remove it, and then you can see actually we don't have the header, and now I'm gonna pass a new header. Okay, we're gonna pass a new header, and then we're going to, this is the new header right here, guys. Okay, and then let's head into the browser and see how it looks like. This is the same header. I got a header right here, guys. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm passing a new header. Okay, like this. And right here, we're going to call the function inside. We're going to call that action, open chart. And I'm going to import right here an icon from Lucid React, okay? Panel right open, okay? This is the name of the icon. We made a mistake, guys. Now, this is the panel. I should copy only this right here. And then we're going to pass it right here. I'm going to remove this. And then we're going to pass this right here. We are going to import this icon, and we're going to import the toggle chart action like this. Now let's head into the browser. You can see we have here a chart, and here we have an icon. Okay, if I click here, we are going to hide. Now you can see we just hide the right panel, but actually we don't have the possibility to open it again. Now in order to show up the right panel, we're going to head into the chart box. And inside the chart box folder, I'm going to pass here another component. I'm going to name it chart toggle handle. Okay, this is the name of the component. Let me explain you how it works. Now you can see we just import here, use dispatch hook. And then right here we import a state is chart open. Okay, now right here we're going to check if the chart open is closed. We are going to open it. Okay. Now, you can see we have here some CSS that allows us to move this button at the top right corner. This is the CSS code right here. And then, once we have here these components, we're going to head into the Workspace page. I'm not heading to page.tsx, and then we're going to import it right here and pass it right here, right panel. And then, if we head into the browser, you're going to see at the top right corner, we have a button right here. Okay, this is the button. Now, if I click right here, you can see we open again the right panel. You can see, good. Alright guys, now gonna work on the project section. You can see here's the left panel, okay? You can see inside the left panel, we're gonna pass here a list of projects. Okay, we're gonna name it project list components. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. And once we pass a list of projects, we're gonna render that, okay? And also, if you notice better, guys, we have here a button. You can see we have here this little button. Once we click on it, we're gonna pop up a model here, and then the user can pass here the title of the project, and you can select here an emoji. You can see we have here an emoji, guys. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head on ChatCN, head on first on ShortTerm, and you're gonna install here the dialog component if you haven't already installed it. Okay, now in order to use it, we are going to copy this code here. I want to scroll up. We can copy this code and then we're going to use it. Okay, we can copy this code in order to create a dialog. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the component folder. You can see in here we have a component. Okay, let me zoom a little bit. You can see we have here components. We have here general. Head into the component folder and then passing general. Okay, and passing base model. We are going to use this model in order to create a model. Let me first show you how it's gonna look like. Now you can see here, if we head on the documentation here, we have to copy a lot of code here. Okay, now I'm going to create a base model that we're gonna use inside the entire project. I'm not gonna create another model. Now I'm going to do the following thing here. Okay, now I'm gonna import here first these components, and then I'm pass here base model props. We're gonna pass here the open prop on open change title description children. This one is gonna be a React node, footer, width, height, and background. And then I'm pass here the base model, and I'm tap here this prop as base prop model. Okay, now I'm going to pass here now the dialog content, and here I pass here the style, the width, and height. We're gonna have the possibility to modify the width and height of the base model. Now I'm pass here the title and description. Dialog header, we're gonna pass here the title, description, and then here we're gonna pass here the children. Now in order to use this base model, we are going to do this and pass here base model, something like this, in order to use it. And then we can pass here something like this. Okay, we are going to pass here the open prop. It's gonna be true here. If we pass it through, we are going to open the model, and then I can pass here the body. Okay, this is how it's gonna look like. Okay, instead of using all of this boilerplate right here that you can see on ShortTerm, let's say we want to create a model, we can copy all of this. Okay, and we're gonna pass here this code in order to create the model. You can see we have a lot of code in here. Now I don't want to do that, but instead we are going to pass here only the base model. We're gonna pass here the on open prop, and then we're gonna pop up the model. And yeah, this is how this is the process that we're gonna follow in order to create the model, guys. Okay, now I'm gonna delete this, and now we are going to head into the models folder in order to create the project collection. Okay, for this base model we're gonna use it later. Now let's head into the models folder. This is the models folder. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass here the project schema, and right here we're gonna pass the project schema. Here's the project schema. We have here the name, user ID, the status. Now what's next? We are going to head into now the service folder. Now inside the service folder, we're gonna put in all database operation related to the project model. Now in here we're gonna import the project schema, and then we're gonna pass here project type props. Now we're gonna use this property, this field, this schema in order to create a project. We're gonna provide the name, user ID, but also the status. Now we're gonna create a project service, and here we're gonna use singleton design pattern. And now we're going to pass a function that allows to create projects. We pass here new projects, and then we pass here props, and here we're gonna pass a wait project that's saved, and then we're gonna retain a new created projects. Now we're gonna create another function that allows to update the projects. And then we're gonna pass it the ID, name, user ID, and status. And then we're gonna pass it in here. We're gonna pass here a wait project that found by ID and updates. We're gonna pass here the project ID. We're gonna create another function, get single projects. We're gonna pass here project ID, and we're gonna pass a wait project that found by ID. We're gonna retain a single project. We're gonna create another function that allows to retain all lists of projects in the project schema. Get all projects. We're gonna pass here the search, the page, and limit. And in here we handle pagination. Now we're gonna head into the MongoDB folder. You can see here's the MongoDB folder. Now what I'm going to do in here, we're gonna create another function with Auth. Okay, this is another helper function that allows to protect our endpoints. Okay, let's say we want to protect an endpoint. We can use with Auth function in order to protect it. You can see inside of this function right here, guys, I pass here get save a session. And then in here, if the user isn't authenticated, we're gonna return here unauthorized. And if the user is authenticated, we're gonna open the database connection. You can see I just copy this function right here with header handler, and then right here I just added a little code right here that allows to check if the user is authenticated. Okay, this is the code that I've added right here, guys. Yeah, this is the code that I've added right here, and then I modify the name of the function to with Auth. Okay, now we are going to head into the API folder, and then you can see we have here an endpoint project. You're gonna create an endpoint project, and right here, guys, I'm gonna create an endpoint right here that allows to return a list of projects. These are get endpoints, this is get endpoints, and then I wrap it with Auth. Okay, as we pass here with Auth, we secure that endpoint. Okay, with Auth, and then we pass here callback, and then right here we try the search, the page limit, and then we pass here the project service, that get instance, and then pass here get a project. Okay, we call a function in order to return or create a project. Now we're gonna create another function that allows to create a project. We extract here the name and the user ID, then we pass here project that service that get instance, and then project that service that create project. We pass here the name and the user ID, and then we're gonna return a message project created. Okay, that's good. Now we are going to go back into the leaf folder again. You can see we have the API. You can see we have the chat.ts where we put in a function that allows to eat endpoint for the chat projects, for the chat box. And here we have another file where we're gonna put in a function that allows to eat project endpoints. Okay, now we're gonna create here a function that allows to fetch projects, and then we're gonna pass here some types. Pagination type here. We're gonna have the total, page limit, and total pages is properties, and we have here the project list prop. We have here the ID, name, user ID, and then we're gonna pass the project server data. For project server data, this is type. We are going to have an object of projects, and we are going to, inside of this object, we're gonna have the pagination object. Okay, we type it with the pagination type. Now we are going to pass here another thing, guys. We're gonna pass here get project, and this is a function, and we invoke the helper function make it reg. The endpoint is get. We pass the project, pass the page, the search, and now we're going to head into the store folder. Okay, here's the store folder. We're gonna create in a project slice. Okay, now we're going to pass here this function right here. We're gonna import it in here, get projects. We pass here the page and search, and we use create a sync thing in order to make HTTP request to the server. Then we're gonna create right here an interface, project state, extend project server state. Okay, and then we're going to pass here the initial state. We're gonna have here projects, and then we pass here an empty array, and for the pagination is an empty object. We have here the loading, the header, and the model. Okay, now we are going to create right here to action tackle model. We are going to use this action in order to open the project model. As I said before, you can see we have here this button. Okay, once we click on the button, we're gonna pop up the project model. Now here's the function right here. Okay, we are going to check if the value of the project model is equal to true. We are going to make it false. If it's equal to false, we're gonna make it true. Now we're gonna create right here another function, set current projects, in order to select a given project. And then right here, we're gonna pass extra reduces in order to change the value of the loading property to true. And once we have data, we are going to modify again the value of loading property to false. And then we're gonna pass to the project state data, okay, like this. And then right here, we're gonna export the toggle model function and set current project function. Okay, now in here we have some reads. I'm going to import right here. We're gonna import the get projects function. We are going to import these types right here. I'm gonna import this type. I'm gonna import the pagination type. Okay, like this. Good. Now we're going to head into again the store folder. I'm gonna head into index. And then we're gonna import the project slice. I'm gonna copy that right here, and then we're gonna head into the index.ts, and then we're gonna pass here projects like this. Then we're gonna pass it right here. We're gonna import it immediately like this. Okay, good guys. Okay, Now we're going to head into the left panel. And right here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import right now the session. We're going to pass here use session. We are going to import it from Nextjs because in here, I'm going to need the user ID. And also we're going to import the use dispatch hook and the use select hook. And here you can see we get access to the project states. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to pass the use effects, and then we're going to call the fetch projects function. Okay, we're going to call it. And then we're going to pass you the project section components. Now, inside the left panel, what I'm going to do inside the left panel, I'm going to pass you another component, which is the project section. Okay, you can see here is the project section, and it is basically a component that allows to display a list of projects. Now, you can see at the bottom right here, we pass here the project ID, the emoji. Yeah, you can see. Actually, right here, we have a typing error. Let me add here the emoji too and pass the emoji. Yeah, emoji like this. And also, I think I should pass the emoji property in the project schema. We're going to head into the project schema. We didn't pass it there. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to copy this and then I'm pass here emoji like this. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Now, if we head into the browser, you're going to see it's going to work. And yeah, right here, pass emoji, and I'm gonna head into the project service like this. And you can see we have here a function that allows to create a project. I'm going to move right here, and then right here I'm passing here emoji. Yeah, like this. The type is gonna be a string, emoji like this. We're gonna head into the API folder. You can see API folder right here. We are going to scroll at the top here. We're going to head into API folder. You can see we have here projects, and right here I'm not heading, and I'm going to pass you the emoji. I'm going to extract it. Okay, we're going to send the emoji here. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, yeah, let's see. Actually, still have here a typing error. Okay, yeah, the error disappeared. Everything is okay right now. Now let's head into the browser. And you can see in here we have a project. I've already passed the projects in database. You can see actually the function that allows to feed data, it works pretty well. Okay. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we're going to create now the project model. Okay. Now once we click here, we're going to open the project model. We're gonna provide the title and the emoji of the projects. Now in order to get the emoji, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head on npm.com. We're gonna head on npm.com, and you're gonna tap emoji picker react. Okay, you're gonna install that component. You're gonna tap npm emoji picker react. Okay, run this command, and then you can see we're gonna get this. Okay, you can see we're gonna get this. Okay, we don't have to do anything. We're gonna do only copy paste. Now we're going to head into the component folder, and inside the component folder, we're going to pass in two files, project model.tsx and emoji picker input.tsx. Okay, for the emoji picker, we aren't going to do anything because it's a package. We're going to pass it immediately in here. Okay, emoji picker, I've already arranged everything. We don't have to lose time. Okay, this is basically an input. You can see on the dock here, we have an input. It's basically an input. Okay. Is basically an input. We don't have to lose time on this. Now let's head into the project model, and I'm passing here some component we're gonna use inside the project model, like the backend input base model. And here we're gonna pass here the form schema. We're gonna have here the name of the projects, and we're gonna pass here the emoji. And here's the validation that we're gonna use for the emoji. Okay. Now I'm going to pass here form schema type, and I pass here z.infer. In order to extract the type, you can see we have here it is type, name, and emoji. Now we're gonna pass here the project model. We're gonna pass here the session as prop in order to get access to the user ID. Okay. Now I'm going to pass here dispatch hook. We're gonna pass here the model, and I'm passing current project model so that we can get access to the current project model if you want to edit the project. We pass here another state that allows to handle the emoji input, show emoji, and set show emoji, and pass here the user ID. Now we are going to pass here use form hook. Okay, this is from React form hook. Okay, we are going to pass here this composable in order to bounce these inputs right here in order to bound the name and emoji to inputs. Now I'm passing use effect. When we detect that the value of the edit property is equal to true, you can see inside the project slice we have here current projects. Once we have data here, we are going to modify the value of the edit property. If the value is equal to true, we're gonna set the name. Okay, we are going to pass here the name to. We're gonna pass here the name. You can see we have here the function. We're gonna pass here set value. We're gonna set the name of the project. Now we're gonna pass here refresh project page. We're gonna call here fetch projects, because once we're gonna create a project, we need to call the function in order to refresh the project list. Now we are going to pass here a function show success in order to display toast notification in case we save a project. And now I'm going to pass here the base model, and here you can see now we use our base model. You can see we don't pass here a lot of components. We pass here the open prop. The model here is a boolean prop. If the value is equal to true, we're gonna show the model. If it's equal to false, we're gonna hide the model. And we have here an event on open change, and then we are going to invoke here this function toggle model, and we are going to pass here now the form on submit is equal to handle submit. We pass in on submit function, okay, and then we're gonna pass here the input, and then we bound the name property to the input. You can see that's what this is right here, guys. We don't have to write it. I just do copy paste. You can see in here, once we create an input, and then in order to bound the property to the input, we are going to pass here something like this, curly braces, and then register, and then we're going to pass here the name of the inputs. And then you can see we pass here register, we pass here the name. And here, in order to display the header, we pass the headers that's name, and then we pass the headers that's name that message, okay? Yeah, if I go back here, you can see in order to display the header, we pass the headers that's example required. Okay, this is the name of the field. This is how we display the header, guys. I copy everything from React hook form. Okay, we don't have to copy this, guys. And then here we are going to pass here another input, which is the emoji picker input. Now I have here the emoji picker. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we are going to pass here now the button, okay, the cancel button in order to close the model, and we're gonna pass here the submit button, okay. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the left panel, and right here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here the project model, and then I'm passing the session as a prop, and then I'm gonna import it right here. Now if we head into the browser, we're going to open the model. Let's try to see what we're gonna get in here. If I click here on the plus button right here, you can see actually pop up the model. You can see we can pass the project name, and here if I click here we have the emoji picker. I can select an emoji right here. Let me select right here an emoji. Yeah, we got here and define. I don't know why. We're gonna fix that, and you can see right here we have the possibility to select an emoji. Okay, I can pick an emoji right here, guys. Okay, now what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to go back inside the URL, okay? We are going to pass here React Toastify. You can see we already installed React Toastify. Now we're gonna create some function that allows to display a notification. Now I'm gonna pass here the first function, show success. We're gonna pass another function, show error, and then we're gonna pass here another function, show info. Now we're going to go back inside the project model, like this. And what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna pass here the show error function. In case we have an error on the server, we're gonna display it, okay? I'm gonna import the function right here, and then we're gonna pass here show success function, show success like this. Yeah, I'm passing show success like this, and I'm passing raise the message, okay? Like this, good, like this, guys. And now we're gonna try to create a project and see what we're gonna get. And now I'm passing you emoji like this to remove this tapping error right here, okay? And here the tab is unknown. And let me see right here, you can see we pass here, okay, I'm going to assert. You can see actually we have an error. This is a tapping error. Now in order to get rid of this, we are going to pass it as error. Okay, like this. And then for this one here, I'm gonna assert it like this as message. Okay, I'm saying it's gonna return an object, and instead of it, we're gonna have here the message property. Okay, we get rid of this tapping error. Now we're gonna head into the browser, and then we're gonna create a project right here. I'm passing email automation as the name of the project, and then I'm pick here an emoji, and I'm passing Apple, and yeah, we create a project right here. But actually, guys, if you see, we don't show up the notification message. And now, in order to show up the notification message, we are going to copy this line right here. We are going to head into the layout, the TS6 in here. I'm going to head into the TS6. Yeah, right here, guys. I think we are going to head into in this project right here. Let me close this. Okay, right here. I'm going to look for the you can see. Let me look for the page right here. Okay, I'm going to move inside the layer, the TS6. Okay, right here, guys. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass this line at the top right here, and we are going to copy here this line here, this component source container. Okay, we're gonna copy it, and then I'm pass it right here. Okay, we are going to go back inside the project model. And also I'm going to remove something right here. Once we create a project, I don't want to close the model. I'm going to comment this line too, and yeah, like this. Now let's try it again and see what we're gonna get right here. We're gonna pass here fit projects, and now I'm pass here like weather assistant, and now I'm gonna pass here the project, the emoji, and now we're gonna click here create. Yeah, you can see project created. Okay, good, project created. Now for this message, I'm going to try to modify the position of the toast notification. I'm going to head into the URL, and now you can see show success. The position right here is top center, and now I'm passing you bottom right corner. Okay, I'm gonna pass you bottom right. Okay, bottom right is where we're gonna display this notification message. Okay, and yeah, like this. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we are going to edit a project. You can see we have here some projects. Now if I click here, let's say I want to modify here the weather assistant to another project, we can tap here something, and once we finish tapping, we are going to make an HTTP request to receive in order to modify projects. Now what I'm going to do next in here, I'm going to head into the API folder. Let me zoom a little bit. We're going to head into the API folder, and I'm going to head into the project folder and pass here a root parameter. Okay, I'm passing the ID. We're going to send the ID in order to update the projects. We're going to send here, and then in here, we're going to pass the root.ts. Okay, like this. And I've already created a root right here. We're going to copy that. We're going to pass it in here like this. Okay, and now we're going to import here the project service. We're going to pass it right here like this. And now you can see I just invoke here the update projects function in order to update the projects. Okay, and here once we update the project, we're going to send this message project updated. Okay, you can see if I click right here, we're going to pass here the ID, and we are going to pass here the name. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the user ID. We're going to use the ID and name, okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Now let's go back. We are going to head into now the component folder. You can see we have here project model. Now I'm passing our function update project. Okay, yeah, I can just head into the API. We are going to head into the leaf folder. You can see leaf folder projects. Now I'm gonna pass here another function that allows to update projects. Okay, now I'm gonna copy this line right here. Yeah, we're gonna copy this, and then we're going to go back right here. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, on submit, we're going to either endpoint and project /ID like this. The HTTP verb is put right here. You can see if I move right here, the HTTP verb right here is put. Okay, now we are going to, I'm gonna close this, and then we're going to call a function. Okay, I'm passing update projects like this. Okay, and once we update the projects, we are going to show a notification message that we just updated projects. Now I'm going to copy here the update projects, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the left panel, and inside the left panel we are going to scroll a little bit. You can see we have here project section, and we have here a function on rename. We are going to pass it in here. I'm going to pass here the project name, I'm passing the ID and the name like this, and then I'm gonna import the projects function. Okay, I'm passing it here, and as it returns the promise, I'm passing a sync, and then I'm going to pass here something like this. We're gonna pass here a wait, and then once we pass a wait, I'm going to pass here cons res, and here I'm going to pass here show. We're gonna pass here show info. Okay, show success. I'm passing res the message. Okay, something like this in order to display this message. And now let's go back in here, guys. And then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna remove try catch right here, and then I'm gonna return here the response. I'm passing response, and I'm going to assert it. I'm gonna assert it to the message object like this. You can pass something like this. And now let's go in here. We're going to catch the error. Okay, actually we aren't gonna get here an error. The typing error disappeared. Now let me just pass it try catch. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass this right here, and then we're gonna pass here show error. Show error. We're gonna pass here error, and I'm gonna assert it as error interface, and then I'll pass you that message. Okay, and now you can see actually right here this looks messy, and then we're gonna pass it that message. And now in order to make things clean, I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm going to create a function and pass here rename projects like this. Let me see. We can create a project. We can create a function. We're gonna name it rename projects. Okay, I'm going to copy this. Let me see. I'm gonna copy this. Okay, guys, and then we're gonna create a project. We're gonna create a function rename project. Okay, pass here cons rename project like this, and then it's gonna be another function. Pass here another function. We are going to pass here the ID and the name of the projects that we want to update like this, and then we're gonna pass this right here. Okay, like this. Okay, now we are going to call the function. I'm gonna copy it, and then we're going to pass it at the bottom. And then we're gonna pass it at the bottom right here. Okay, I'm pass it right here to name, and then I'm passing ID. I'm gonna pass here the ID and the name like this. And this function returns a promise. I think I'm gonna pass here wait, and then we're going to move right here. We're gonna pass here a wait. Sync a wait, and we're gonna get rid of this typing error and pass here ID is a string and name is a string like this. Okay, done. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now we need to try this. We're gonna move right here, and then we're going to update the project. And now let's try to modify the name right here. You can see we pass here email automation, and then I'm gonna pass here workflow automation. Okay, is the name of the project, workflow automation like this. And then let's see. You can see projects updated. You can see we have a mess project updated. Okay, that's good. Let's try to create last project right here for testing purpose. Okay, now I'm passing here. I can just pass here prompt engineering. Let's see what we're gonna get right here. Let me choose here an emoji. I'm going to pick this one right here. Okay, I'm pick this one. You can see that's great. We just created a project and we just updated a project. Everything's working pretty well, guys. Okay, great. Alright, guys, as we just finished creating the projects, now what we're gonna do next, we are going to add here a menu in order to search for the projects. You can see in here we can have a bunch of projects. Now we need to look for projects. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into in here. you can see we have the page here. This is the workspace page, okay? And what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to import a component set project model. We're gonna pass it in here, and then we're going to head into the component set project model. I'm going to head into the component folder, and then you can see I've already passed here file set project model. Now what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna create a components, and before I create the components, I'm going to head into the project slice, and then I'm passing property state say project model. This is a boolean that we're going to attach to the model in order to show up the model. Now I'm going to pass here set project model. Default value is going to be false. Then we're going to pass a function in order to close and open the model, and then we're going to export a function. Now we're going to head into the save project model. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to import the input from ShortTerm, and I'm going to import the base model. And then we're going to pass you the set project model, okay? And here, the set project model takes a session because we need to get access to the user ID. And we pass here use dispatch hook and use selector hook, okay? In order to get access to the project slash properties, okay? And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here the pagination. And then I'm going to pass here the bounce function. We are going to attach the function to an input. When I'm going to be tapping in the input, we are going to make HTTP request to the server. Now, in order to prevent making a lot of HTTP requests to the server, we are going to use here the bounce. Okay, if I head into here, you're going to tap npm install the bounce. Okay, the bounce, it allows us to not making a lot of HTTP requests to the server. Okay, you're going to install the bounce. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm passing set project. And then we're going to pass it inside use effects. And once we modify the value, we modify the stage property, we're going to make an HTTP request to the server. We are going to call a function here. And now we're going to pass it the base model. And then we're going to pass it the say inputs. And now if I head into the browser, let's see what we can here. You can see actually we don't have here a menu that allows us to open the model. Now I'm going to head into the left panel. I'm passing left panel, and then what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna import here the toggle set project model property, and then I'm passing in here. I'm gonna import the function, okay? Toggle set project model, okay? We have here the function, and once I'm gonna click here, you can see we have here set projects. Once I click here, you can see we pop up the model, okay? We pop up the model. Now I'm gonna add here list of projects, and here you can see we already extract the project property here. If I head into the save project model, you can see we have here the project property right here. You can see this property, it is the project prop here is an array. Now we are going to iterate through the projects array, and then we're gonna pass here list of projects. You can see we have here list of projects, okay? And here you can see if I pass here, let's say pass here RAG, you're gonna see we're gonna look for a project. You can see if I pass here RAG, we are making filtering, okay? Now you can see actually if I pass here weather assistance, we're going to pass here weather assistance, okay? It works pretty well, guys. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, I'm going to head into the chart inputs. And this is the chart inputs. Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to add here a backend that allows us to upload a file. So I'm going to head into the chart inputs, and in here, I'm going to pass here a components. I've already passed it in here, upload file backend. Okay, you can see we have here the components. Now I'm gonna pass in some backends in here. Let's pass in some backends, and here I'm gonna pass it div, and then we're gonna pass the backend. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into now the chart inputs, and now we're going to import it in here. Let me zoom a little bit. We're going to import it in here, and then we're going to pass in here. Now you can see we have here this backend. Once we click on the button, we're going to pop up the model right here. Let me show you the model that we're going to pop up. Okay, we're going to pop up the model. Once we click on the button, we're going to pop up the model, okay? And also, I'm going to add here these two buttons in here. You can see we have here these buttons. We have here a button that allows us to upload an image, and also we are going to add here the feed button that allows us to pop up in our model in order to make a web research. Okay, now I'm gonna add these two buttons. I'm gonna go back inside the upload file button, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna pass you the second button, and I'm pass you the feed button. You can see we have here these two buttons in here. You can see these the first one, the second, the third one. Okay, Now we are going to pop up the model, okay? Now when I'm gonna click on the add button in here, let me select it. When we're gonna click on the plus button, we are going to pop up the model in order to upload a document. We can upload a document via Google Drive. We can pass a website link, or we can provide a YouTube URL. We're gonna extract scripts. We can even paste this, okay? That's what we're gonna do right now, guys, okay? And before we get going, guys, I would like to mention something in here, guys. For file uploading, we're gonna upload TXT, PDF, Docs, PowerPoint, and HTML file. About prerequisite, you need Langchain, LangGraph. And about data processing, you need to know what is a retriever. You need to have basics of RAG. You need to know what is an embedding model, vector store, document loaders, map reduce techniques. So I'm not gonna get into the details, guys. On our channel, we have courses that cover all these basics. If you want to get all these basics, you can check it out: NLM clone, notebook LM clone, or multi-vector. Okay, for this one you can check chat PDF. I'm passing chat PDF. Inside this video I explain everything about multi-vector retrieve. Okay, we're gonna use this advanced retrieving technique. Okay, now so in here you can see once we upload a file inside a system, we are going to upload it into our Nextjs app. Okay, we're gonna upload it into the upload folder. Is where we're gonna store, is where we're gonna keep the file. So once we have the file there, we are going to take it and then we're gonna split it into chunks. And once we split it into chunks, we're gonna pass it to an embedding pipeline, and then we're gonna keep it inside vector database. Okay, we are going to kick off a background jobs. For that, we're gonna use Agenda. And these chunks here, we are going to use them to create a title for the documents, for the uploaded documents. You can see if I head into our app here, you can see we have here this section that are called library. Okay, if we upload a document, we're gonna pass it in here, and you can see we can upload a document that talks about RAG. The LLM is gonna create the title automatically. We aren't gonna do that. Okay, once we upload a doc, the LLM is gonna create a title. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, try this process. I'm gonna pass you the first chunk to the LLM as context, and then the LLM can construct a title for the document. We are going to create here a knowledge base schema where we're going to pass in the title of the uploaded doc, the file name, the summary, MindMap, and starry guide. Okay, that's what we're going to do right now. Okay, this is what we're going to do right now, guys. So another thing, guys, we are going to use Google APIs. Okay, you can see in here I show you something on the model here. You can see on the model we have here Google Drive. So in order to get access to Google Drive, we're gonna use this package, Google APIs. Now in order to get it, you're gonna tap npm install Google APIs. Okay, and also we're gonna use here another package in order to extract script from a YouTube URL. Okay, we're gonna use YouTube caption extractor. Okay, once we pass a YouTube link, we can extract the caption. Okay, we're gonna use the package as well. Okay, and also, yeah, that all, guys, that all. Now what I'm going to do, we are going to head into another code. We're gonna head into the text editor, and then we're gonna create endpoints. And once we finish creating endpoints, we're gonna create this model. Alright, guys, now we're gonna start interacting with file uploading endpoints. So if you take a look to this picture, we have here different endpoints that we're gonna implement. So we have here the add source for /uploads. Once we upload a file via the drag and drop section here, we are going to add that endpoints. And if we upload a file via Google Drive, we are going to add that endpoints, add source for /upload drives. If we provide a website link, we are going to add the third endpoint. If we provide the YouTube link here, we are going to add the fourth endpoint, and so on. Okay, you can see we have here 5 endpoints that we need to interact with, that we're going to implement. Okay, now we're going to start with the knowledge base schema. You can see in here, guys, once a user uploaded a document, we need to create a title for that document. Now we are going to create a schema, knowledge base schema. I'm going to head into the models folder. I'm going to zoom a little bit, and you can see in here we have knowledge base schema. Now I'm passing here. We have here the title, file name. We're going to pass it the summary, the starry guide, MindMap, source type. And we're going to pass it the user ID, but also the project ID. And now we are going to create here the knowledge base schema service. Okay, now we're going to pass here the service. and I pass I create doc. These are the inputs that we're gonna use in order to create a document. File name, we're gonna provide the file name, user ID, project ID, title, and source type. And then here we're gonna pass you the Knowledbase service. I'm gonna instantiate it, and then we're gonna pass it create doc. And then once we pass you these inputs, we're gonna create a doc. Now we're gonna pass here another endpoint in order to, now we're gonna pass another function in order to update the summary column. If we generate the summary for a given document, we are going to update a column, okay? And pass here another function in order to update the static guide column. We pass here another function in order to update the MindMap. We pass here the user ID, doc ID, but also the MindMap. We're gonna pass here another function in order to return a single row in the knowledge base schema. We pass here get single doc, gonna pass here the column ID, but also the user ID. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the upload file service. So we're going to pass in the service, some function that allows us to upload a file. Now I'm gonna pass here get instance in order to initialize the upload file service. We're gonna pass here upload file. We're gonna use this function in order to upload a file. We're going to upload a PDF, TXT, docx, and you're gonna upload a PowerPoint file, okay? If a user upload a file which is not included in this array, we're gonna throw an error. And I'm passing another function in order to delete a file in the upload folder, and this is the function. Now we're going to head into the API folder, and inside the API folder, we're gonna put in our first endpoint. You can see we have add source folder, we have here uploads, okay? We have here some endpoints that allows us to upload files, okay? We have for text, for Drive, for web link, for YouTube. Now we're gonna start for local files like PDF. If you upload a PDF from the drag and drop section, we are going to move it to the add source /uploads endpoints, okay? Is where we're gonna move it. Now I'm going to pass here the TP variable is gonna be parse. We are going to extract here the file. And then we are going to check if the file constant is undefined. If is undefined, we're gonna throw an error. And yeah, you can see here, guys. Here we are checking if the file is an instance of the file, isn't an instance of the file. If it's not an instance of the file, we're gonna throw an error. A file is required, okay? And then we're gonna extract here the user ID and project ID. And then we are going to invoke the upload file function from the upload file service class, okay? In order to upload a file. And then here we are going to instantiate here the LLM. Then we're gonna call a function load document in order to extract the data from a document. You can see here, guys, we have here the file URL. This is the file URL, okay? Once we upload a file, we are going to return the file URL. We are going to take the file URL. We're going to pass it to a document loader in order to extract the data. So if you don't know what is a document loader is basically a function that allows to extract data from a file. You can see in here, guys, Langchain provides quite a few document loader. You can see if you want to extract data from a CSV file, we're gonna use CSV loader. If you want to extract data, let's say from a Microsoft Word document file, we are going to use here. Let me see the name of the loader here. We are going to use docx loader. Okay, every file has its loader. A loader, it allows to extract data from a file. Okay, if you want to extract data from let's say a PowerPoint file, we are going to use a corresponding loader. Okay, now we are going to head into the loader file here, doc loaders, and in here we have quite a few document loader that I've already passed in here. So you can see if you want to extract data from a web page, we're gonna use Cheerio web-based loader. If you want to extract data from a PDF file, we're gonna use PDF loader. If you want to extract data from a TXT file, we're gonna use text loader. If you want to extract data from a Microsoft Word file, we're gonna use docx loader, okay? And I pass that in here. Then I put it inside a function. I should pass the load document, okay? You can see pass the file path, chunk size, chunk overlap, okay? I think you know this. You know what is chunk size, chunk overlap, okay? I'm not gonna get into the details, guys, okay? We have a lot of things to do throughout this video. So you can see here, I'm checking here if the file type is PDF. We're gonna invoke the load PDF loader. If is equal to docx, we're gonna call the load docx loader. If is equal to doc, we're gonna call the load doc. If is equal to HTML, we're gonna call load web loader, okay? And if is equal to txt, we're gonna call the load txt loader, okay? And then once we extract data, we are going to assign the data to the docs variable that you can see in here, guys. And then I'm gonna take the data, I'm gonna split it into chunks. And you can see we have here text splitter. Yeah, we have split doc to chunks. We have this function in order to split a document to chunks, okay? We use a recursive character splitter class for that. Now I'm gonna go back in here. Once we have here, we split a doc into multiple chunks. I'm gonna extract here the first chunk in order to create a title for that document. Now you can see in here, the doc split, it's going to return here an array of documents. Now I use here a function getDocChunk in order to select here a single file. You can see docChunk here. I pass here doc split that length is greater than 0. It means we have data inside of the array, and then I'm pick here the first chunk, and then I'm going to use the first chunk in order to create the title. Okay, you can see we have here the first chunk. We pass it to a function, generate title. So the generate title function, we pass here a document, but also the LLM. And then we have here, I use here with structure output because I want to get here a JSON. And then here we pass here structured LLM that invoke. We pass here the system prompt, but also we pass this chunk as context to the LLM so that the LLM can create a title. And then the LLM is going to generate a title for us based on the chunk. It's going to return it to us, okay? Now, once we have the title, we are going to take the title. We're going to pass it to the function createDoc. So we're going to store the title inside the Knowledbase schema. You can see pass here, we instantiate the Knowledbase service. And then we invoke a function createDoc. We pass it the file name, user ID, the title, prior ID. And then we're going to kick off a background job, okay? We're going to use agenda for that. We're going to pass it some property, user ID, file path, but also the project ID. So you can see inside the lib folder, I'm going to head into the lib folder. Yeah, I'm going to look for agenda. And inside the lib folder, I've already passed the folder. I name it agenda. You can see we have agenda and then agenda TS, okay? We're going to pass here new agenda. So if you want to install it, head on npm.com and tap npm install agenda, okay? In order to process background jobs, okay? Now, in order to use it, we need to pass here new agenda. We need to instantiate it. We're going to pass here DB. This is the property. We're going to pass here the address of MongoDB. And then it's going to work, okay? Now, in order to create a job here, this is this. We need to pass the agenda that define. We're going to pass the name of the job. You can see this is how we define a job. And then we're going to pass the callback. And this callback takes a prop. And this property, in order to get access to that, we are going to pass the job, the others, that data, okay? Then we're going to get access to this property. And these are the property that I just passed in here, guys. Let me show you I passed this property right here. You can see I passed the user ID, file path, but also the projects. Now, you can see in here, we instantiate gender, and then we're going to pass here file embedding job. Okay, this is the job now, guys. And then I pass the agenda that define in order to create a job, doc embedding. Now I pass here the file path, user ID, prior ID. I extract them. I extract this property, and then I take this property. We're going to pass it to an embedding pipeline, doc embedding multivector, okay? So if you don't know what is multivector retrieval, I invite you to go check it out, the PDF clone video. I explain everything about multivector retrieval. So you can see in here, guys, we have here load raw docs. You can see this function allows to extract data from a document. Then we have a function that allows to create parent chunks, and then we are going to take the parent chunks, we're going to split it into child chunks, and that's why we have here function create child chunks. We pass it the parent chunks is parameter. We are going to take these parent chunks, we're going to split it into smaller chunks, and then we are going to embed the parent chunks, but also we're going to embed the smaller chunks, okay? And then we're going to pass that to the vector. So you can see here, we pass here parent docs, but also pass here You can see here, guys, we pass the parent docs, but also we pass the child's doc. Okay, you can see pass the vector store add documents. Okay, I pass that in here. And here we have another function, query multivector. Okay, we're gonna use that later. This one we use it in order to retrieve data from a vector store. Okay, we're gonna use that later in order to retrieve data. I think you know that, guys. Okay, I think you know that pretty well. Okay, now we're gonna continue, guys. I'm going to go back in here, guys. Okay, once the job we finish embedding the file, we are going to return this function. Okay, we're going to return this function, document uploaded successfully. And yeah, we just finished the first endpoint, guys. And congratulations, guys, you just learned how to embed a file using multi-vector retrieval. Alright, guys, we just finished working on the first endpoints. Now we're going to work on the second one. So for the second one, we're going to upload a file via Google Drive. We can download a file and then we're going to extract the contents. So in here, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to pass here the ATP variable. We're going to head into first the API folder /uploads draft files. Okay, in here. Then we're going to extract the user ID, project ID, file ID. We are going to authenticate. We're going to pass the client ID and client secret. And in here, guys, I'm using Google APIs. If you haven't already installed this package, do it. So then in here, we are going to pass the Google Drive, and then we're going to authenticate here. We're going to pass here Auth to clients. And then we are going to get access to a file. We're going to pass here the file ID, the field of the file that we want to get access to. These are the metadata of the file. We're going to have here the ID, name, MIME type. Then we are going to get here the file name. We are going to get access to the file content. Then we're going to get here the current working directly by using the CW function. Okay, you can see the CW function returns the current working directly of Node.js process. Okay, we're gonna get the current working directly. Then we're gonna instantiate here the LLM Cerebras, and after that we're gonna generate a new file name. And you can see in here, guys, we have here the file name. This is the base file name, and then we invoke here this function that I got inside the utils folder, generate file name. We're gonna take the base file name and then we're gonna add timestamp on it. Okay, so that we can get a unique file name. Then we're gonna take the file and we're gonna store it on a disk. You can see we use here fs.create write stream. We pass here the uploads there / new file name. Okay, and after that we're gonna pass here response the data. And here you can see response the data. Once we have the data, you can see you take here the response, and then on end here we are going to take here the full path of the file that we just download from Google Drive, and then we're gonna extract the contents. You can see here we take the full path here, we pass it to load document. Okay, this is a document loader. Okay, this function. Okay, inside of it we have document loader. We are going to check the extensions of the file, and then we are going to extract the contents. After that, we're gonna extract the first chunk in order to create the title. And then once we have the first chunk, we're gonna pass here generate title function. We pass here the LLM, and then we pass here the first chunk. This is an array of documents. Then we're gonna use the get file extension in order to get a file extension. If we head into the url.ts file, we have the function in here. I use the path module. We pass here the file path that replace, and then we're gonna get the file extension. And once we have the file extension, we're gonna take it, we're gonna keep it inside the knowledge base schema. Okay, you can see pass here the file name, user ID, project ID, the title, source type. We pass here file extension. And then after that, we are going to embed that file. Okay, you can see pass here the full path of the file in order to embed it, in order to store it in the vector database. And after that, we're going to return that store file to disk. Okay, I'm gonna modify the message. Yeah, store file to disk. Yeah, we're gonna send the message. And on error, if we have an error, we're gonna return this message right here, error saving file. Okay. Now I'm going to pass here the access and refresh token. You can see we are going to pass here the access and refresh token so that we can get access to draft files. Okay, now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the leave folder, and then I'm passing another folder. I'm naming it Auth like this. I'm gonna pass it Auth, and then I'm gonna head into in here and pass here get session, okay, that's TS, and then we're gonna pass here this code here, and then we import the get server session from Nextjs, and then I wrap it inside a function get session, and then we're gonna get the session. Now I'm going to call the function. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna call the function in this root right here, okay? In this root, I'm pass at the top here, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna get access to the access token. You can see pass here session.user.access token. We retrieve it from the session, and then we're gonna take here the access token. We're gonna pass it in here, and we're gonna take the refresh token. We're gonna pass it in here like this, okay, guys? And now we're gonna import the get session function, okay? We're gonna import it from the lib folder. Let me import it right here, okay? We're gonna import it from lib folder, okay, like this. And then we have here the access and refresh token. Good. So what we need to do next, guys, we are going to work on another endpoint. We just finished with this endpoint right here, guys. I'm not pass here across. Okay, we just finished with the second endpoint. Now we're gonna work on the third endpoint. Add source /web link. Okay, so in here, this is the endpoint. We can pass here a website link, and then we're gonna extract data. Now I'm going to head into in here web link. Okay, you can see we have here footer add source /web link. Okay, I'm not heading to in here. Then we're gonna pass here the HTTP verb, and we're gonna extract here the user ID, project ID, web link. We are going to get the current working there. And once getting the current working there, we're gonna instantiate the LLM, Cerebras, and we're gonna extract data from the web page. You can see this the link of a web page. You can see I can take even the link here, and if I pass to our app, we're gonna extract the data. And here I'm using Cheetah web-based loader. You can see Cheetah web-based loader. It takes a link here, and then it returns an array of documents. That's what we're gonna get back. So once we have this array of documents, we're gonna pass it to a function for main document string. I'm gonna serialize it to a string, this array of documents. We're gonna return a string. So once we have a string, we have here a string. We are going to take here now the doc split, this an array. We are going to get a first chunk in order to create a title. And then we're going to take here the first chunk, we're going to pass it to the function generate title. And then here, we are going to create function generate unique file name. We use this function in order to generate a unique file name, okay? It takes the prefix doc, but also the extension. And then I'm going to go back here. We are going to take here now the file name, okay? We're going to take the file name, and then the user ID. We are going to pass here the title, project ID. The source type is going to be web link, and after that we're going to create a file here. You can see file path. We're going to create a file path, and then we're going to pass the fs.write file. Okay, we're going to create a file, and once we create a file, we're going to put it inside the uploads folder. Okay, you can see here uploads there. Pass the file name. Okay, and once we have the file path, we're gonna take it, we're gonna keep it inside the uploads folder. You can see this is the uploads there. Okay, we're gonna create a file in it, and after that we're going to embed a file. We're gonna pass here uploader /file name. Okay, we're gonna embed it. And yeah, that's all for this endpoint, guys. We just finished it. Okay, we finished that. Now we're gonna move to a next one. We just finished that. Here I'm gonna pass here cross. Okay, as we just finished that. Now, yeah, this was web link. Let me see in here. Okay, yeah, for this one now we are going to pass here YouTube. Okay, once we pass the link of a YouTube video, we're gonna extract the data. We're gonna extract the scripts of the video, and here we're gonna pass here YouTube. Let me pass here YouTube now. Okay, now I'm going to head into here. We are going to head into the add source folder. I'm gonna see here, you can see we have here YouTube roots.ts. Okay, then we're gonna pass here function fetch YouTube docs. We are going to use the function in order to get the script of a video. We are going to check here if the video ID exists. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna throw an error. In here we invoke a function get subtitles. We import it from the YouTube caption extractor, and then we're gonna get here script. Okay, we are going to check here if we don't have script, we're gonna throw an error. And if we have script, we are going to take subtitles, the map, we're gonna convert it to a string. Okay, And after that, we are going to return here a new document. We instantiate the document class, okay? Pass here the page content is equal to full text, and we pass here the metadata property. We pass here the YouTube URL, the source tab YouTube video ID. And then we're gonna create an endpoint. We're gonna extract the user ID, project ID, YouTube link. We are going to get here the current working direct. We're gonna get the current working there. And then we are going to check if the uploads there exists. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna create it. And here we are going to create a variable let docs is equal let docs. This is gonna be an array of documents. Then we invoke fetch YouTube docs. Okay, we are going to take here the YouTube script. We're gonna store it inside the docs variable. And after that, we are going to generate the title. We're gonna pass here the doc. You can see generate title. We pass here an array of documents to the function generate title. Then once we have here the title, we're gonna use here another function in order to generate a unique file name. And here we are going to take here now then here we're gonna invoke the create doc function. We're going to pass here the file name, user ID, title, project ID, source type is gonna be YouTube. And then we're going to take here the document array. We're gonna convert it to string. We are going to create a file, and once you create a file, we are going to embed it. Okay, pass the fs, the premise, the raw file, pass it the file path, the doc to string, and then we are going to embed it. And once we finish embed it, we are going to return this message to the client, document saved successfully. And yeah, we just finished in here, guys. We just finished that endpoint. And now let me go into a scalable in here again. We finished this one. Okay, we finished this one. And here we have here another endpoints. This is the fifth endpoint here. Add source for /text. Okay, we can copy text. And then once we copy text, we're gonna create a file. And then we're gonna embed that data. Okay, and pass it text. This is the fifth endpoint. And here I'm not consider we just finish it because it's pretty simple, guys. You can do it. And here we're gonna head into the text here. We're gonna pass here the endpoint. We're gonna extract the user ID, project ID, the text. And here we're gonna get the current working there. And we're gonna instantiate Cerebrus. And then we're gonna create a title here. Pass here generate title, you pass here an array of documents, and then we pass it the text, okay, like this. After that, we're gonna generate a unique file name. Then we are going to take the file name, user ID, title, and then we're gonna put it inside the knowledge base schema. After storing the data in the knowledge base schema, we are going to get here the file path, and then we are going to pass the fs, the right file, pass it the file path, the data, which is the text, and then we pass here the encoding, UTF-8. We are going to check here if you have an error, we're going to return it. And if you don't have an error, we are going to embed the data, okay? We're going to pass you the full path of the file that we just created. And after that, we just finish, okay? We just finished, guys. We just finished. Now we are going to work on the UI. We're going to create the model, okay? You can see this, the model. Add source model, we're going to create it, okay? Alright, guys, now we're going to build this model in order to upload files inside of our system. So you can see here we have the drag and drop section. This is the components. We have here these buttons here. If I click, let's say I click on the website button or the YouTube button here, we are going to show here an input that allows us to provide a link. And then we're going to have a button. Once we click on it, we're going to submit the link to the server in order to extract data. Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing for the copy text button. Okay, if we click on it, we're going to show up a component. We're gonna show an input where we can provide text, and we're gonna have a button that allows us to submit the data to the server. Now I'm going to head into the add source model. You can see we have a component. Add source model. I've already created a component right here. I'm gonna zoom a little bit. You can see add source model. Now in here, I'm gonna import here some icons and some inputs. Then we're gonna pass the add source model. We're gonna pass the project ID and the user ID as prop. And here you can see private ID is a string and user ID is string. Now I'm going to head into the private folder admin workspace. We're gonna head into page.tsx. We're gonna import the component add source model, and I'm gonna pass here the user ID. I'm gonna extract the user ID from session, and we're gonna pass here the project ID. For the project ID, guys, I'm gonna pass here this kind of ID right now, and then we're gonna replace it with a dynamic ID later. Now let's go back inside the add source model, okay, in here. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to do this. I'm gonna pass here some states like drop zone, YouTube link form, website link form, paste text form. Okay, these are the states. Okay, the false value is gonna be false. You can see here, guys. Once we click on the website button or YouTube button, we are going to show here a form. Now that's why I pass here these states. Now I'm gonna pass here a function that allows us to hide YouTube link form. We're gonna have another function that allows us to show the YouTube link form. We have here a function that allows us to hide the web link form. There is another function that allows us to show the web link form. We have here hide paste text form and show paste text form. Okay. Now we're going to pass here the base model, and then we're gonna pass here the add source model. Now you can see pass here function toggle add source model. If we head into the project slice in here, you can see we have here this function that allows us to modify the value of the add source model property. Okay, this is the property add source model. Now if we go back in here, we pass it in here add source model, we extract it from use selector. You can see pass the use selector, we extract it, and then we pass it in here in order to show the model. Now if I head into the browser, guys, and then I click here, add here, we have to show the model. Now in order to show the model, I'm gonna head into the chart input, and I'm going to head into upload file button, and in here, guys, you can see we have a function. You can see in here, guys, we have a button. Okay, this is the button. Okay, you can see this is the button. If I remove it, and you're gonna see we just remove the plus button in here. We remove it. Now I'm gonna put it back. If I put it back, you can see we have it in here. Now I'm going to pass here a function toggle add source model, and then I'm gonna pass here use dispatch. And then if I click here, you can see that actually will show up the model. Okay, this is the model. If I click here, we're gonna hide the model. Now we're going to head into the add source model, and then we're gonna add something inside the model. We're gonna pass here title. You can see in here, if I open the model, you can see add source. Now I'm gonna pass here a div. Then we're gonna pass here these buttons, Google Drive. Here's the first button in here, Google Drive. I'm passing another button, and then I'm passing another button. And now you can see we have here Google Workspace. If I click here, we're gonna open Google Drive Picker in order to select a file. We have here button. If we click here, website. If we click on the website link, if we click on the website button, we're gonna show up an input where we can provide the website link they want to extract the contents. If we click on the YouTube button, we are going to show up the YouTube link form. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna add the drag and drop section. You can see this is the drag and drop section. We're gonna add it. Now we are going to head into the, you can see we have here the add source model. Okay, now I'm gonna head into the drag and drop section. This is a file I've already created. Now I'm gonna import here loaded icon from Lucid React. We're gonna import here useRef and useStates. Then we're gonna create a function drag and drop section. This is the name of the component. We're gonna pass it to prop, the project ID and user ID. We have here some state is dragging. The default value here is false, and we have a file input ref. The default value is null. We have a loading property. The default value is false. Okay, we are going to modify the value of this property when we are going to drag a file on that section. Okay, on drag event, we're gonna modify the value. And then here we have a function into drag over. We are going to set we're gonna set is dragging state to true. We have here another function handle drag leave. On drag leave, we're gonna modify the value to false. We have here handle drag drop. When we drop a file, we're gonna send it to the save. Okay, we're gonna create a function upload file. Okay, we are going to pass the files that data transfer the files. We're gonna get access to the file, and then we're gonna send it to the server. Now we have here handle file select. We're gonna have also the possibility to select a file. You can see on this picture here, let me show you. You can see we're gonna have even the possibility to select a file. You can see we have here this div right here. We have here choose file. Okay, we're gonna have the possibility to select a file. So we are going to go back in here, guys, and then we're gonna create a function, upload files. We're gonna create a function, and in here we modify the value of the loading property to true. Okay, and here at the bottom you can see we modify it again to false when we just finish uploading the file. And in here I pass here an instantiate form data. We're gonna use form data in order to upload the file. Then we're gonna pass here the file, the user ID, and the project ID. We are going to eat the endpoint at source/upload. Okay, this is the endpoint that we're gonna eat in order to upload the file. Now we're going to pass here now a div here. You can see we pass a div, and then we bound this function to that div. You can see on drag over, on drag leave, on drag drop, on click. Okay, we're gonna bound this function to that div. Okay, we're gonna bound this function to that div. Okay, when we drag a file over the div, we are going to apply these styles right here. You can see we have here some styles that we're gonna apply. Okay, if is dragging is equal to true, we are going to apply these styles. Now I'm gonna pass here another div here. You can see we have here this section. When we're gonna be uploading a file, we are going to show up the section because the value of the loading property is gonna be true, and then we are going to pass here the input. Okay, in that for these components. Now we're gonna head into the add source model. We are going to pass that drag and drop section right here, drag and drop section, and then I'm not importing in here. Now I'm gonna head into the browser. And in here you can see we have the drag and drop section in here, guys. Now let me try to pass here file, and then you can see we just modify the border is solid. If I put it out, we have here dashed border. If I drop it here, we upload it. Okay, it works pretty well, guys. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, guys, I'm going to work on the YouTube button. Okay, now if I click on the YouTube button, I'm gonna show a section where we can provide a YouTube link, and then if we submit, we're gonna extract scripts. Okay, that's what we're gonna do right now. Now let's go back in here. I'm going to head into the add YouTube form. Okay, this is the components. I'm gonna use React hook form. Okay, this is React hook form. Okay, so in here they said this, in order to use React hook form, we need to define here a type. Okay, inputs. And then we're gonna pass here use form, and in order to submit the form, we're gonna create a function on submit. Then we're gonna pass it to the form tag. Okay, that's what they said in here. So to display headers, we need to pass the headers. That's the input name. Then we're gonna pass here headers. Okay, that's what they said in here, guys. Now we're going to do the exact thing, guys. We're gonna do the same thing. We aren't gonna modify anything. Okay, we're gonna use React hook form. Now I'm gonna pass here. I'm not import here use form from React hook form. Then we're gonna pass here a schema from schema. We have here YouTube link form. Then we have here type. You can see form values. I infer the form schema. Then we're gonna get here type YouTube link, and you can see in here we have to define here type. Okay. Once we have a type, we have here use form. We import use form, then we pass it on submit. We are going to take the link here, we're gonna send it to the server, and you can see pass the project ID, user ID. We extract it from this component. You can see this component takes free prop. You can see add YouTube link. This is a function. It takes a property, project ID, and user ID, and then that's what I pass in here. And then what I'm going to do next, I'm gonna pass here the form tag, and then I pass here the text error. We bound here the input to this component text error. Okay, we pass here curly braces, and then we pass it register, pass here the name of the input. Okay, YouTube link. Then we're gonna display here headers, and after displaying headers, we have here buttons that allows us to send this link to the server. Now you can see in here, guys, we have an header. In here you can see we have a function here. Send YouTube link. I'm gonna create it. Now, in order to create a function, we are going to head into the add source. Okay, you can see we have a folder API inside the leaf folder API, and inside the folder is where we put HTTP requests for a feature. You can see for chat we have here chat.ts. For project we have project.ts. For each feature we're gonna create here file. We're gonna pull HTTP request. Now I'm not heading to the add source.ts. You can see it's pretty empty. Now in here, I'm gonna pass a function, download files draft, and upload picker files. Okay. Now you can see in here we have here this function, download file in draft. Once we call the function, we are going to send the file ID, project ID, and user ID to the server, and then we're gonna download a file in Google Drive. You can see we are going to call that function in the add source mode. Okay, we're gonna call that function there, and then we're gonna download a file. We're gonna pass here another function, send web link. Okay, if we provide a web link, we're gonna send it. We're gonna pass another function, send text data. If we provide text data, we're gonna send it to the server. We are going to have here another function, send YouTube link. If we provide a YouTube link, you're gonna send it to the server, and then you're gonna extract scripts. Okay, now we're going to go back in here. I'm gonna go back inside the, we're gonna go back inside the add YouTube link. Okay, you can see we have here the component. Let me see it. You can see add web link, and here I think we should have here component, add YouTube link. Yeah, this is the component, add YouTube form. Okay, this is the components. Now we import the send YouTube link in here in order to send the YouTube link to the server. Okay, now if I head into I go back inside the add source model, you can see in here, guys, we are going to pass it in here. Let me go at the bottom here, and then I'm gonna pass here that component right here, add YouTube link form. Okay, now I'm gonna import it. I'm gonna import it, and then if we head into the browser, you're gonna see now if I click on the YouTube button, you can see we show the components, and here if I provide a YouTube link, we're gonna send it to the server, and then we're gonna extract the script of the video. Now we're gonna do the same thing for the website button and copy text button, and then we're gonna finish with Google Drive button. Okay, now let's go here. I'm going to head into the add paste text form. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna create an input, and also we're gonna have a button. Okay, that's what we're gonna do in here, guys. We're gonna do the same thing. We have here, we define here the schema. Then we are going to use here React hook in order to submit the form. Then we are going to do that. Okay, we're gonna pass here the input, and then we're gonna pass here the button. We are going to do the same thing. We're gonna head into the add web link. We're gonna do the same thing, guys. Okay, we're gonna pass here the input, and then we're gonna finish. Okay, we just do the same thing. Okay, and yeah, we just finished, guys. Now we're gonna head into the add source model, and then in here we're gonna pass this. We're gonna pass here the add web link form. I'm gonna import it in here, and I'm gonna import here the add page text form. Okay, we're gonna import this component. I'm gonna pass it in here. Now if we head into the browser, let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, now if I click here website link, you can see paste a link here. If I paste here a website link and submit, I'm gonna extract data. Okay, if I click back, if I click YouTube, you can see paste a YouTube link. If I click here copy text, okay, you can see we have here form, paste a text. If we pass a text and click submit, we're gonna extract data. Okay, everything is working pretty well, guys. Okay, everything is working pretty well. Now we are going to move to Google Drive. Okay, Google Drive button. Okay, now for Google Drive, we are going to look for a package here, Google Drive Picker. Go on Google and type Google Drive Picker. Yeah, and pass here npm Google Drive Picker. Tap this, and then you're gonna see here Google Drive Picker. Okay, click here. Yeah, I think we should pass here the name of the component is React Google Drive Picker. Okay, again, pass here React Google Drive Picker. Okay, this is the name of the component. Tap this, click here Google Drive Picker. Okay, yeah, once you land on the page here, we're gonna install it. Okay, and here's the code. We're gonna do copy paste, guys. We aren't gonna lose time. Okay, do copy paste. Now tap this command in order to install it. npm install React Google Drive Picker. Okay, now in order to use it, we need to import the use drive picker composable, and then we're gonna pass here this code. We're gonna do copy paste, guys. Now I'm going to pass here use drive picker. Then we're gonna pass here handle open picker, and we are going to pass here that function on the back end, handle open picker. Okay, that's what they said in here, guys. You can see they say this. You can see in here we need to pass here, we need to extract the open picker of response from use drive picker, and then we create here function, and then we pass here some property. Then we are going to take the function, we're gonna bind it to the backend. Okay, handle open picker. Okay, I don't modify anything, guys. Now if we head into the code, you can see in here we need to pass here the client ID, developer key, but also we're gonna pass here the access token. For the access token, we're gonna retrieve it from the session. Okay, and now in order to get the access token, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass here the session like this, and then we are going to pass it to this session. Okay, for the session here, I'm gonna pass here the type is gonna be any, and then I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna copy it, and we are going to move here. We're gonna pass here this session that's user that's access token. Okay, like this. Now if I head into in here, we need to pass here this exact name like it is in the auth endpoint. You can see we pass here access token. Okay, we need to do session that's user that's access token. Okay, like it is right here. You have to head into the auth folder, in the auth folder, and then you're gonna copy that, you're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Now we're going to head into at the top here. You can see we have private folder, admin. I'm gonna head into page.ts6, and here I'm gonna pass here now the session. Pass here session is equal to session like this. Okay, we just pass here the session is prop to add source mode. Okay, I'm gonna go back in here, and now what we're gonna do next here, guys, we are going to pass here we're gonna pass here now the client ID. Okay, now in order to get the client ID, I'm gonna pass here process that. Now we're gonna pass here the client ID, and I pass here process that next public Google client ID. Okay, now in order to get the client ID, you're gonna head into the data file. Let me head in, and what you're gonna do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the data. Okay, in here, guys, now you can see we have here Google client ID. You're gonna take it and you're gonna assign it to the next public Google client ID, assign it there. Okay, and once done, you're gonna pass the process that next public Google client ID. Okay, now we're gonna need here another key, which is developer key. Okay, now in order to get the developer key, I'm going to head into Google Cloud Console in here, guys, and make sure you select the right projects. Here I select A Router. Okay, this is the name of the project, A Router. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna click here library. Okay, once I click here library, okay, let me click here library. Okay, I've already clicked library. Now they're gonna take you to this interface in here. Now you're gonna look for Google Drive Picker. Okay, if I pass here Google Drive Picker, Google Drive API, you're gonna look for it, and then you're gonna see Google Drive API. Okay, you can see we have this one here. Okay, click here. Okay, I'm gonna click here, and then I'm gonna enable that project. Okay, I'm gonna click here enable. Okay, like this, and once done, we're going to click here back. I'm gonna click here right here, guys. Now I'm going to head into credentials. Let me see. We're gonna head into credentials right now. Now once you're back into the credentials page, you're gonna click here create credentials. Okay, and here you can see API key. Click here, and then you're gonna see this menu right here and pass here drive picker key, and then I'm gonna click here authenticate. For this one, I'm gonna select this one here, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see this API restriction. Now once they take you to the credentials page, you're gonna see this button at the top here, create credentials. Okay, click here API key, and then you're gonna see this menu and pass here drive picker key, and pass here drive picker key, and then you're gonna see applications restrictions, and in here I'm gonna select here none, and here let me see. Okay, let me click here none here, restriction key none. And then we're gonna select here an API service that we wanna use. So for the service, I'm gonna select here Google Drive. I'm gonna scroll a little bit, and then you're gonna see the service right here. You can see we have here Google Drive API. Okay, I'm gonna select it, and I'm gonna select it. I'm gonna click here OK, and then I'm gonna click here create. Okay, we're gonna create a key. Now we're gonna copy the key, and then we're gonna head into the data file and pass here an environment variable next public developer key. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and now I'm gonna head into the add source model, and we're gonna pass here the key. Okay, and pass here process that we're gonna pass a process that we're gonna pass a next public developer key like this. And there we go, we just finished, guys. Now once we pass here the developer key, we're going to head into now the Auth folder. You can see this is the Auth folder. Okay, this is the endpoint that we use in order to authenticate. Now you can see at the top here, I'm gonna pass here inside the scopes array and pass here now this scope. Okay, we need to get access to draft files. Okay, now I'm going to copy this, and then I'm gonna head into Google Cloud Console, and right here you can see we have here Auth consent screen. Okay, I'm gonna click here, guys, and then they're gonna take us to another page. Okay, now I'm gonna look for data access. Let me look for data access. I don't see it right here, guys. Let me look for it. Okay, yeah, let me see if you can see we have here data access. Now if I click here, click there, data access, click data access. Now you're gonna click add or remove scopes. Okay, click here, you're gonna see this, and then I'm pass here this scope. Okay, I'm gonna click here add, and then I'm gonna copy the second line here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this too, and yeah, I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna head in here. Let's go back here, and then I'm passing here. I'm gonna click here add to table. Okay, like this, pretty good. And yeah, we're gonna click here now update. Okay, so once we click update, now I'm gonna scroll at the bottom here. You can see we have a button save. I'm gonna click here save, and then we are going to get data. Okay, now let me try to do this, and now I'm gonna head into the browser, and now if I click here on the button, we show that. If I click here Google Drive, yeah, you can see, guys, actually we have an error. We don't have the possibility to get access to drive files. And because with the access token that we provide, it has already been expired. Okay, now we are going to head into the login page. I'm gonna head on login page, and then what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna authenticate. I'm gonna click here continue with Google. Now you're gonna click sign in with Google, and yeah, you're gonna click sign in with Google, and then you're gonna see this. You're gonna click here continue, and after that, yeah, you're gonna continue again. You're gonna click here again and continue. Okay, I'm gonna click here continue, and in here Google will allow AI router to access this info about you. Okay, we pass here this, and now I'm gonna click here continue again. Okay, you can see now select what AI router can access, and now I'm gonna select here. Yeah, I can see edit, create, delete all your Google Drive files. But actually in here, even though I select this, I think we aren't gonna be able to delete this. Okay, I'm not gonna delete this. I'm gonna select that, because you can see in here, guys, for the scope here, if I head into the Auth folder, you're gonna see in here Auth folder, you can see for the scope here, yeah, I pass here drive the metadata that read only. Okay, yeah, in here I pass here, I get access to all the scopes. Yeah, that's why I see that. Okay, I have the possibility to delete a file. Okay, but I'm not gonna do that. Now let's head into the browser, and we're gonna click here in order to pop up the model, and I'm gonna click here Google Drive, and yeah, you can see actually pop up the Google Drive picker. But you can see we have an error here. The API developer key is invalid. Okay, let's try to fix that. Maybe we have an error. I'm gonna delete that. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. And also I think we forgot to do something, guys. We forgot to do something special. And I'm gonna head into library. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna look for an API here. I'm gonna look for Google Picker API. Okay, we need to enable this one too. Okay, Google Picker API. Okay, you're gonna see this. Click here, and then you're gonna enable this. Okay, click enable, and once done, now I'm going to head into, we're gonna head into, I'm gonna scroll the bottom, we're gonna head into credentials. Okay, head into credentials, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to create a key here. Let's wait a bit. And now we're gonna click here create credentials. I'm gonna click here API key, And now I'm gonna click here, I'm gonna scroll, I'm gonna pass here the name of the key, Google Drive picker, and so I'm gonna pass here, I'm gonna select here website, we're gonna click here restrict key, then we're gonna select here Google Drive. Yeah, you can see we have here Google Drive API and we have here Google Picker API. I'm gonna select both, okay? And now I'm gonna click here OK, and then I'm gonna click here create, okay? Then we're gonna get a key here. Okay, let's wait a bit. Yeah, you can see actually we have the key. Now I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm going to head into the add source model. I'm gonna pass it here. Let's try to test this. I'm pass it here, right here. Okay, I'm passing the key. Now I'm gonna click on Google Drive. You can see actually pop up the Google Drive picker, and I have the possibility to select a file here. You can see if I select the file, we are going to console something in the console. You can see in here, guys. Once we select a file, we're gonna console something in here. Okay, you can see if we click on cancel, we are going to console user clicked cancel. And if we select a file, you're gonna console the file. Okay, you can see if I head into on the dock, I'm gonna head on the dock. You can see in here we pass a callback in order to get access to the selected file. That's what they said in here. You have to copy this and you're gonna pass it in here immediately, and it's gonna work. Now you can see the bottom here, I pass here toggle add source model. Once I open the Google Drive picker, I close immediately the add source model so that the Google Drive picker is not gonna freeze. So let me show you something. Let's say I comment this, and then I head into in here, I refresh the page, and then if I click here, I'm gonna click here, and then if I click here Google Drive, and actually we don't close the add source model. Now I'm trying to close the Google Drive picker. If I click here on close, it doesn't work. If I click again close, it doesn't work, guys. It doesn't work, it freezes. Now in order to not get into that, you have to pass here toggle add source model, and then you're gonna close it immediately. Okay, now I'm gonna refresh the page again, and it's gonna work. Okay, if I click here again and I click here Google Drive, you can see actually works pretty well, and I can pick a file and then I'll click here select. Okay, that's great. Now the next thing we need to do, guys, now we need to select a file and send it to the server so that we can embed it. We're gonna store the file in a vector database. Now let me show you something. You can see if we head into the API folder, we have here add source, and we have here some endpoint in here that allows us to embed a file, to extract data from a file and take the data, pass it to a vector database. Now I'm not heading to in one of these endpoint here. I'm not heading to uploads, and you can see in here, guys, we are requesting the user ID but also the project ID. Actually we don't have the project ID. We need to send the project ID. Actually we have only the user ID. Now you can see in the left panel we have here a bunch of projects. You can see we have here the project section. Now if I click here, let's say prompt engineering on the project, we need to select the project ID. And once we select the project ID, we're gonna move to another page in here. We're gonna pass it base URL Workspace / project ID, okay, in order to get access to the project ID. Now in order to get the project ID, I'm gonna create here inside the workspace. I'm passing another folder. I'm gonna name it. I'm passing dynamic page, pass a project ID like this. Let me create it immediately. We're gonna pass here project ID. We're gonna pass a project ID. You can see we have a project ID. Now inside the project ID, I'm gonna pass here a page. I'm passing page.tsx like this. Pretty easy, guys. Now I'm gonna go ahead and head into the page.tsx here. I'm going to copy this content here. I'm passing in here, okay, like this. And if I head into the browser, okay, let me head into the browser and show you something. I'm trying to visit here that endpoint. I'm pass here workspace / we're gonna pass here project ID. Okay, it can be a UUID, and then I'm tap enter, and then let's see what we got here. And yeah, you can see actually we have here two page. If I head on the first one, localhost / workspace, we're gonna run the page, and we have here another one. If I pass here a workspace / and then I pass the project ID, we land on the page. Now how to get the project ID? In order to get access to the project ID, I'm going to convert the page to a server-side component. I'm remove here use client, and then in here we're gonna pass here a sync like this, a sync, and we're gonna pass here params and params is a promise. We are going to pass here console and pass here cons, and then I'm pass here project ID. We're gonna extract it is equal to away params. It returns a promise. Okay, guys, pass it away params like this, and then we're gonna get access to project ID. Now, if we head into the browser, we're gonna get an error. You can see here we pass here use session, and we extract here use session from Nextjs/React. This is a client side component. It's gonna fry an error. I'm gonna get rid of it, and then here I'm going to import here another component and pass here session is equal to get session and session like this. We have that component inside the leaf folder. Now you can see in the leaf folder we pass here a folder. And inside of it, we have a function that returns here another function. It returns get server session in order to get access to session on the server side. Now we're gonna use it, and now this is the function that I pass here, and in here I'm passing get session like this, and then we're gonna get access to the session. Okay, it returns to a promise, and here too I'm passing here away like this. Okay, now let's head into the browser and see if we're gonna display here the project ID. I'm gonna copy the project ID, and then I'm passing hello, and then I'm passing the project ID. Let's see if we're gonna display it. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we have neither. Inside of this dynamic routes, we have another client side component, which is add source model. Okay, this is a client side component. Okay, now in order to get rid of this error, I'm going to get rid of this component in here. Okay, now we need to remove it. Now what I'm going to do in here, if I comment this, let me try to comment as source model, and you're gonna see we are going to run the page, and we have here the project ID. You can see is the project ID in here. Now what I'm going to do in order to still have the model on the page, now I'm going to create here another component. I'm going to head into the component folder. Let me head in. You can see we have here add source model. Now I'm gonna head into the add source model. Let's head in, and you can see they take us to the component folder add source. Okay, and if I head in, this is a client side component. Now what I'm going to do in order to render the component in a server side component, I'm gonna create a wrapper around it. Okay, now in here I'm gonna create a wrapper component. Okay, now I'm pass here another component add source model wrapper. Okay, this is the wrapper. Now inside of this component, we're gonna import the add source model, and in here, guys, I'm gonna pass here some prop like session, user ID, and project ID. And then what I'm going to do in here, when we're gonna start rendering this component on the server, I'm going to return now. And then on the client, I'm going to return now the add source model. Okay, we aren't gonna render these components on the server, but instead we're gonna render the components only on the clients. And in here, what I'm going to do in here, you can see in here pass here ready state, and then here I'm checking if the value is equal to true. If we have a false, we are going to return now. Now when we are going to run this component on the client, we are going to pass here true. We're gonna modify the value of the ready state to true, and then here we're gonna have here false, and if we have false, we are going to return the component add source model. Okay, that's how it's gonna work. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy the component, and we are going to head into the dynamic route right here. We're gonna pass it in here. You can see I'm passing here. Okay, like this, and then I'm gonna copy this prop, copy this. We're gonna pass it to that component right here like this. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this component, and now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to import that component. Okay, we're gonna import it like this, and also we need to pass here the project ID. Okay, this is a dynamic project ID like this. Great, and also yeah, that's good. We just finished. Yeah, it's gonna work. Now let's try to see what we got inside the browser. And you can see actually, if I click here on the bar, and here you can see pop up again the model. Now what I'm going to do, if I go back here, I'm gonna go back to the endpoints, localhost /workspace. Okay, now if I click on a given project right here, I want to move to the page, to the dynamic routes. Now I'm going to head into the project section like this. Okay, in here, and I'm gonna move at the top here. I'm gonna import a composer. One pass here cons router is equal to use router router. We're gonna import it from Next navigation. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass here this and pass here function. We're gonna pass here view projects detail like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm pass here the project's ID. It's gonna be a string, and right here I'm passing router like this, router that push, and I'm going to pass here now the name of the page. I'm passing /, I'll pass it workspace /, we're gonna pass here the project's ID like this. Okay, now I'm gonna copy the function, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Let me pass it to the div here. You can see here's the div, and then pass here on click event. Pass here on click event. On click event, we are going to call that function. You can see pass here view projects, and then pass here projects that's underscore that ID. Yeah, like this. You can see gray guys, and here you can see actually it doesn't work right here. Okay, let me pass here. I'm gonna return the function. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass here something like this, and it's gonna work. Okay guys, cool, everything is going well. Okay, now let's head into the browser and try this. Now I'm gonna refresh the page in here, guys. Yeah, it works. Now let's try to click here. Yeah, they take us to the page, and you can see we have here hello with a project ID. You can see if I click again here, okay, we have here another project ID. Okay, now we have a dynamic project ID. Okay, the ID is changing automatically. Now what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm gonna go back to the root right here. I'm gonna go back here, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass now the chat box. I'm gonna pass the project ID. Now if we head into the chat box, okay, in here if I head into the tab here, you can see when we want to chat with the agent, we send only the user ID. Now we're gonna send the project ID. Okay, now in here I'm gonna copy this, and we can just pass here and pass it type chatbox prop pass here chatbox props like this is equal to this, and here I'm gonna pass the user ID. We're gonna pass here projects ID like this. It's gonna be a string. Okay, we're gonna copy this, we're gonna pass it in here like this, and now we are going to send here the project ID. Okay, let me see in here. If I scroll the bottom here, you can see in here we send only the user ID. Now I'm passing the project ID like this. Okay, project ID, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to let me see first here. Yeah, you can see we need to extract here the project ID. Okay, we don't extract it. Yeah, I'm passing project ID like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to scroll the bottom here. You can see we pass here the chat message. Okay, we pass here this. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to make a check if the project ID is undefined. We aren't gonna display this section. Okay, I'm pass here if is undefined. Okay, if is undefined, I'm going to display here another section. Pass here select a project, something like this. Else we're gonna display this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this div right here, and then I'm passing here like this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, you can see if I head in here inside the workspace folder, and you can see in here we have another page here, and in here we don't pass here. You can see we pass here the chat box, but we don't pass here the project ID. Now I'm gonna pass here the project's ID, and pass here the project ID is equal to undefined. Okay, like this, is equal to undefined like this. Okay, like this, project ID is equal to undefined. Okay, we have here chat box, and let me go in here. I can pass here undefined. It can be undefined like this, can be a string or undefined, and then we're gonna get rid of this error in here. And if we head into the browser, you're gonna see we have here select projects. Now, in order to have a better design, I have here something. I'm gonna copy something in here. I'm gonna copy this and then I'm gonna pass it in here, okay? So that we can have a gray UI and pass this in here. And if we head into the browser, you're gonna see we have here this select a project to start charting, okay? Also, I'm going to move here inside the inputs. I'm going to pass here condition. Let's try to pass here something. If the project ID is undefined, we're going to return anything, okay? And in here, you can see we have here a function that allows to send a message to the server, okay? We're going to look for it. You can see here's the function. And in here, I'm passing if the project ID is undefined, we're going to return here. We're going to pass it show error, and now pass it select a project, and here I'm gonna return here undefined like this. And let's try to send a message in here and pass it hello. Okay, you can see select a project here, okay? And yeah, great. And the next thing we need to do, we are going to head into now. You can see actually I pass here the ID. You can see if I pass here this, we're gonna see this. And if we have here the ID, I select here the ID, I don't want to see this, okay? Now I'm going to head into the app folder. You can see we have here project ID. I'm not heading to the dynamic routes, and we're gonna pass here the project ID. You can see we have a chat box. We're gonna pass here the project ID is equal to project ID, okay? Like this, project ID, like this. Great, okay? If we head into the browser, you can see it disappear. And also, I'm going to check if the project ID is undefined. We are going to disable these bar ends in here. Now, I'm going to go back inside the chat input. Yeah, I'm not heading to the chat input. And in here, here's the chat input. Okay, here's the chat input. I'm passing out property. I'm passing the project ID. And I'm passing string. I'm type it can be a string or undefined. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to scroll at the bottom here. You can see we have here something. Yeah, you can see we have here upload file button, and I'm passing here the project ID. Project ID is equal to project. Pass the project ID. Let me extract it at the top here. You can see actually we have here an error. Yeah, I should extract it in here. Okay, great. Great, guys, we extract it. And now we're gonna head into the upload file button, and we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this. And I'm passing here, pass a string, and it can be undefined. Now we're gonna scroll again here. You can see we have here the buttons. Okay, I'm passing disabled, and here if the project ID is equal to undefined, we're gonna pass it through. I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here and on the button. Okay, like this on these buttons in here at the bottom. Yeah, actually we have an error inside the chat input. Now we are going to go back inside the chat input, and we're gonna fix the error. Chat input, let's see in here. Okay, right here we have an error, and here I'm passing colon, and yeah, we get rid of the error. Okay, and let me get rid of this. Pass here this, we get rid of the ID. And once we get rid of the ID here, guys, you can see we have this. And also I shouldn't have here. Yeah, you can see actually if I click here, we don't pop up the mode. Okay, we just disable the button. Okay, we don't pop up the mode. Okay, it doesn't work. And now what next? We're going to head into now. We're gonna head into now inside the. We're gonna head into the project section. Okay, we're gonna pass in something. Let's say, let me show you what we're gonna add in the project section. Projects section. Okay, and in here you can see I'm not trying to add here another section. Okay, you can see in here we're gonna pass in another condition. Let me show you what we're gonna add here. I'm going to pass here if project, I'm gonna pass that length, and pass that length is greater than 0. Okay, we are going to display this. Else we are going to display a block where we tell the user to create a project. That's what we need to do. And here I'm going to copy this, all of this code. Let me copy this. Okay, I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then I'm getting rid of this. I'm passing condition. We're gonna pass here brace. We're gonna pass here this, and here if the project that length is greater than 0, we are going to display this. else we're gonna pass here block. And this block, I have it in here. We're gonna pass here this block. Okay, guys, we're gonna pass here no project yet. Create a project to start chatting with AI. Okay, now we're gonna see something like this. Let me show you how to display it. I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna modify the condition. I can pass here if the project length is greater than 100. We are going to display this. Else, we're gonna display the block. You can see no project yet. Create a project to start chatting with AI. Okay, and now here the user needs to create a project. And also I'm going to modify something. You can see here into the API folder. Okay, API folder, and yeah, API folder. You can see we have here an endpoint that allows to return a list of projects. Okay, here's the endpoint. Okay, now we're gonna fetch a project by user ID. Okay, if another user logged in, he ain't gonna see the projects of another user. Now you can see here's the endpoint that allows to return a list of projects. Now what I'm going to do, you can see we have here an endpoint get projects. I'm going to pass here now the user ID is another property. Pass here user ID. Okay, like this. And in here we're gonna retrieve here the user ID. Okay, let me retrieve it right here and pass the user ID like this. And here we're gonna pass the user ID. Oh, great, like this. And user ID, we take the user ID, we pass it to the function. Now we're gonna head into the project service, and then we're gonna pass here that ID like this, user ID. It's gonna be a string like this. And now we're gonna pass it to the filter user ID like this. Okay, we're gonna retrieve projects by user ID. If we head into Mongo Compass, you can see here we have here a list of projects. We have here name and user ID. Now we're gonna retrieve a list of projects based on the user. Okay, user ID. Okay, great. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to head into now the client folder and pass here. You can see we have here app. Let me see in here we have here lib folder, and if we head into the lib folder, you can see we have API. I'm gonna head into projects, and now what we're gonna do in here, guys, we're gonna pass here the user ID. You can see in order to fetch the projects, we send here only the search. We send only the page and the search param. You can see in order to fetch a list of projects, we pass here the page and search. Now we're gonna pass here another parameter, which is gonna be the user ID. I'm passing user ID like this. And here I'm going to pass here now the user ID like this. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass here. Yeah, it's gonna be like this, Oh, great. Yeah, we're gonna pass something like this. I'm gonna pass here user ID is equal to user ID like this. Okay, now we're gonna head into the project slice, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna pass the user ID. And you can see at the bottom here we have the project slice. We're gonna head in, and you can see we call the function here. Now I'm passing here user ID like this. Okay, and then we're gonna type it in here. I'm gonna pass the user ID. The type is a string. And pass it right here as a fetch parameter like this. Great. Okay. Now we are going to head into the file where we call the function. Okay. You can see if we head into the app folder. I'm gonna head into private. I'm gonna head into privates project ID page here. You can see we have here another page. Okay, I'm going to head into the left panel, and in here you're gonna see we call that function. Okay, you can see pass here fetch projects. Now we need to pass here the user ID to the left panel. Now the left panel doesn't take any param here. Now I'm gonna pass it tab left panel props like this, and then is equal to user ID. and pass it here, and we are going to take that. I'm gonna pass the user ID and tap it with left panel props like this. We're gonna take the user ID and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, the error disappear. Okay, great. And now we're going to go back inside the app folder, and you can see inside the app folder we need to pass here the user ID. Now we can just take this here. I'm gonna copy this. Let me copy this here, copy this, and then I'm passing in here. Great. Okay, Great. And we are going to head into the dynamic, and we're gonna head into the dynamic route 2, and we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, great. And yeah, also you can see we have here the Sage project model, and instead of Sage project model, we have here this function fetch projects. In here too, we're gonna pass here the user ID. Now, in order to get access to the user ID, you can see in here we extract the session. Yeah, in here you can see we extract the session. Now we're gonna pass here console. Now we're gonna pass here const user ID is equal to session that's user, and pass user that ID like this. Now we're gonna take that the user ID, we're gonna pass in here. Great. Okay, great. The error disappear, and at the bottom here, let me see what we got here. This is typing error. Everything is gonna work pretty well. Okay, yeah, we just finished, guys. Now let's head into the browser and see what we got here. You can see actually we have here no project here, and in here this is another browser, guys. Okay, now I have here another browser. Let me try to head into in this browser. You can see in here we have some projects. Oh yeah, you can see actually if I refresh here, we have projects. Let me head into the console and see in here. Yeah, you can see in here we have some errors. You can see we have here, they said here the user ID is undefined. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into in here. I'm gonna head into the left panel. Okay, in here, and here you can see when we are making an HTTP request to the server, the user ID sometimes is undefined. Now, in order to prevent this, I'm going to pass here a check if user isn't undefined. We are going to make an HTTP request to the server, and we're gonna pass here to dispatch in order to detect if the value change. And also, we are going to head into in this endpoint, so the project's endpoint in here. And you can see here, guys, the user ID can be undefined. Now, if the user ID is undefined, I'm gonna return here undefined. Okay, we aren't gonna fetch data. Okay, great. And yeah, okay, you can see actually we have here typing error, and in here I can return here an error. I can pass here this return response, and then I can pass here the status. Okay, I'm pass here 400. Okay, they are not found, and here we are going to return here an error. Okay, user ID is required. Okay, like this, you can send something like this, and then we aren't gonna get here a typing error. You can see actually we have a typing error. Okay, it's gonna disappear, and yeah, great. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we're gonna try to head into the browser, and you can see actually, guys, we have here some projects. Okay, you can see if I click on the projects, we're gonna move here. You can see, let me head on the page here and pass the localhost /workspace, and then you can see in here we have selected projects, and in here we have a list of projects. Okay, if I click here, you're gonna see this section right here, it's gonna disappear. Okay, and now you can see we can jump through different projects. Okay, now you can see at the top here we have a name here. You can see this name. Okay, and in another window we have here a different name. Okay, actually I have two users in my MongoDB. Okay, if I head into my database, guys, you're gonna see that actually I have here two users. You can see users collections, and here you can see we have here the first user, and here I have here the second user. Okay, now try to create two user and open two browser, guys, and you can see for this user it has some projects. You can see it has here some projects, but for the second user here it doesn't have any projects. Okay, you can see here it doesn't have any projects. You can see, but right now I can create a project here. I can pass here Java. Yeah, I'm passing JavaScript. Okay, something like this, JavaScript research. Okay, something like this, and then I'm picking an emoji. Let me pick here an emoji and pick this one, and then I'm click here create. Okay, yeah, once I click create, and here you can see, yeah, we don't call the function. You can see once we create a project, we should call the function. Okay, if I refresh the page here, you're gonna see we're gonna have here the project. Okay, and if I head into in this window right here, we don't have the JavaScript project. You can see in here we don't have it. We don't have it in here. And what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the projects model like this, And in here you can see once we finish creating a project, we need to call this function right here. You can see on submit here, refresh projects. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here the user ID. Let me see at the top here, we have a session. And in order to get access to the user ID, we are going to pass here something like this. I can pass here cons, and then I'll pass here. Let me see in here, guys. Yeah, you can see in here, we have here the user ID. We should get here the user ID. Yeah, you can see we pass the session. I can pass the user ID, and then I'm going to take the user ID. We're going to pass it in here to user ID. Then we're going to create a constant. Then pass the constant in here. We're going to pass it in here is equal to user that's is equal to session that user that ID like this. And once we create a project again, we're going to call the function. Okay, beautiful. Everything is working pretty well. Okay, let's try it again. I'm trying again here. Let me head into another window here. I'm going to move in this window, and I'm passing our projects. I'm passing Python research, okay, and I'm passing Python research, and I'm picking our projects. I'm picking here an emoji here. I'm picking this one, okay. I'm gonna click here create, and you can see actually as we create a project, we refresh the window here immediately. Okay, we refresh the window immediately. Everything is working pretty well, guys. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, guys, we are going to embed now projects. Okay, now let me pick a project. You can see in here I'm picking a project. Okay, I'm picking a project, and then if I click here, this menu is gonna pop up. Now what we're gonna do, guys, we're going to upload a file, and then we're gonna embed it. Okay, now let's head into the add source model. Okay, I'm passing add source model, okay, in here. Now you can see inside the add source model, we have here a component that allows us to drag and drop a file, and then I'm gonna head in, and in here you can see we have here a function. You can see we have here function upload file. Okay, now we pass it the file, the user ID, project ID, and then in here, guys, we pass here the endpoints add source / uploads, and in case we have an error, we are going to throw an error here. Now in here you can see we pass here show info is equal to file uploaded successfully. If we upload a file and we embed it, we're gonna see this message. Else we are going to cancel here an error. Okay, and else here I'm passing show error. I have here the function in the uread folder. Okay, in the uread file we have the function, and here we're gonna pass the error like we're gonna pass the error, and here I'm passing the message. And actually you can see, guys, we have a typing error. In order to get rid of it, we're gonna pass the error like this. Okay, and now what we're gonna do next, guys, we are going to head into now. Yeah, we're gonna head into these endpoints. We're gonna head into the add source / uploads. Okay, let me head in. Okay, in this endpoint. Okay, and now you can see here, guys, we pass the form data. I've already explained you this. All of this I've already explained you. Now I'm gonna do a revision. Okay, we're gonna get an overview in order to understand deeply how it works. Now we're going to use the form data in order to get access to the file, user ID, and project ID. And then here I'm checking if the user ID and project ID aren't undefined. If they are undefined, we're gonna return here. We're gonna throw here an error. And we are checking here if we have a file. Okay, if the file doesn't exist, we're gonna throw an error. Okay, if file is instance of file, is not instance of file, we're gonna throw an error. And then in here, guys, we have here upload. We have upload file service. We upload a file into the public folder. You can see we have here folder upload. Let me zoom a little bit. You can see we have here folder upload. Now once we upload a file, we are going to get here the file URL, okay, the full path of the file. Now we're gonna use the full path of the file in order to embed the file. Okay, first of all, we're gonna instantiate here Cerebras, and then we are going to load the document. We're gonna pass here a document loader. Okay, you can see this wrapper. Okay, instead of it we have loaders. You can see we have a bunch of loaders in order to extract data. And once we have here the data, we're gonna take the array. We're gonna select here the first chunk. It's gonna be an array here. We're gonna pass the first chunk to the generate title function, and in here you can see we take this array, this document, an array. we convert it into string. Okay, you can see I use here format document string. This function allows to serialize an array to string. If I head into here, you can see we simply convert the array to string. Okay, and then we are going to take that string, you're gonna pass it as counters to the LLM in order to generate the title, and then we're gonna return here the title object. Okay, and once we have here the title, we're gonna take it, we're gonna create a document. Okay, we pass it the file name, user ID, and title and project ID. You can see here we're gonna get here the title. Now once we finish that, we are going to run a background job. Okay, and in here we use agenda, we don't use a third-party API, guys. And if I head into here, I type here agenda, I'm passing agenda. Okay, and yeah, we're gonna pass the npm agenda like this, and then you can see we have something like this. And in order to use agenda here, they said we need to do something like this. You can see here we need to instantiate agenda, and then we're gonna pass it the address like this, and then in order to define the job, we need to do something like this. Now we're going to pass here the job. Okay, and then once we finish uploading the file, we're going to return the message. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into agenda and look for agenda. I've already passed the file in here. You can see inside the lib folder we have the agenda. Okay, and now in order to run agenda, we need to import the file here. You can see we defining here job, and we pass here doc embedding multivect. Okay, we defining a job. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take the job here, I'm going to pass it inside agenda.ts, because we are going to use the file in order to initialize all these jobs. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this file here, I'm going to delete it. Okay, now we're going to head into agenda, and in here what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to create a single instance of the agenda. Now I'm going to pass here global var agenda. We want to define a single instance of agenda so that we aren't going to create many instances. Then here I'm going to check here if agenda exists. If agenda doesn't exist, we're going to return this. Okay, and if it exists, we aren't going to create it. And then here I'm going to pass a process.env, not env, different from production. We're going to pass a global that agenda is equal to agenda. And then here, I'm going to pass here now the job. I define the job, and I'm going to create here a function, start agenda. And now, in order to start agenda, you can see pass here agenda.starts. That's what they said in here in order to start agenda. If I scroll a little bit, we have here this line here. You can see in order to start agenda, we have to pass agenda.starts. Now, what I'm going to do next, now I'm going to head into the app folder. And then app folder, we're gonna head into layout. Okay, layout. Let me head into in here, guys, app folder layout. And in here, instead of this file, I'm going to import here the function start agenda. And then we have here start agenda. Then I'm passing away start agenda. This is the server-side components. And then we're gonna start agenda. Great. And after that, you're gonna see if we head into the console, you're gonna see something like this. Yeah, you can see in here, guys, we have a function here. We have something in here, agenda started. You can see we have here agenda started. Okay, we have here agenda started. Okay, is running. And what if I try to run here something? If I head into the API folder, yeah, we're gonna head into add source, uploads, and then here you can see at the bottom here we have agenda. And if I click here, you can see agenda has started. Okay, we have here agenda started. Okay, like this, everything is working pretty well right now. Now I'm trying to upload a file, and then we're gonna see if we're gonna embed it. Okay, now I'm gonna head into here and pick a project, Python research. This is the name of the project that I select, and then as we select the projects, we are going to click here, and then let's drag a file here. I'm gonna move right here. I got a file here. I'm gonna drop it right here. You can see we're gonna drop it right here, and then uploading. Now let me head into the console and see what we got here. Okay, let's head into the console. You can see compiling. Actually, we are adding that endpoint, and after that, you can see we're gonna have a job which we're gonna run. You can see file uploaded successfully, and you can see started document embedding, and you can see actually finish embedding the file. Actually, the file is stored in Pinecone vector database. Okay, yeah, this is the path that we pass in order to embed a file. You can see this is the absolute path of the file, and we pass it to document loader in order to extract data. And yeah, you can see this is how we do it. Okay, you can see you pass the agenda. Everything is pretty simple, guys. Try to practice a little bit. Really everything is simple. Okay, if I head into agenda here, you can see here we have here the job, and after that we pass here. Yeah, guys, we didn't embed a file. We need to pass here multi-vector retriever. Okay, good, guys. Okay, now I'm gonna try to do this again. I'm going to head into the public folder. I'm gonna delete the upload folder, and then we're gonna try to embed the file again. Let's import the file in here. Let's import a function. Yeah, we're gonna pass it there. Now I'm trying to embed again. I'm trying to upload another file here and see if we're gonna embed it. Okay, now I'm gonna head into the projects. Yeah, the knowledge base. You can see in here we pass here the title. This is the title generated by the AI Maxi e-commerce platform for quality product, and the file name. Now I'm gonna delete that collection. I'm gonna delete everything in here. Okay, great. Now refresh. You can see we don't have anything in here. Now let's try to pass here another file. I'm gonna upload another file here. Okay, we're gonna head in here. I'm going to head into documents, and right here I'm picking again this file right here, and then we're gonna upload it, and then I'm pass it in here. I'm gonna drag it there. Okay, like this. I'm close this, and if we head into the console, guys, you're gonna see. You can see in here they just finished embedding the file, and you can see pass here loading raw documents, creating parent chunks. Actually, this file is stored in Pinecone vector database. Everything is working pretty well. If you don't know what is multi-vector retrieval, go check out this video. A chat PDF, it's gonna help you a lot. Okay, yeah, you can see the embedding. Okay, everything is working pretty well, guys. Okay, yeah, this is the function. Okay, now we're gonna repeat the same process. You can see we already create all endpoints in order to embed a file. You can see we have here for uploads, for this. Okay, everything is gonna work pretty well. Now let's try to test this one. You can see for this one here. Okay, for this one we need to pass here a web link. We need to pass here user ID, project ID, web link. Now let me go ahead and head into the uploads folder, and in here I'm gonna take here this in order to validate these inputs. For the web link, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try to provide a web link, and we're gonna see if we're gonna get there. Okay, I'm pass here. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm pass here this here. We're gonna pass here right now web link, and we're gonna pass here missing user ID, project. You're gonna pass here missing user ID or project ID. We're gonna pass here this. Missing user ID, project ID, and then pass here web link. Okay, like this. We're gonna return this if we don't have the user ID, project ID, and web link. And now I'm gonna head into the browser. We're gonna try to pass here now a web link. I'm gonna pass here a web link. Okay, I've already copied a web link. Let me head into in here. I'm gonna copy this web link that talks about adversarial attacks on LLM. Okay, we're gonna copy the links. And then I'm pass it to here. We're gonna click here, and I'm gonna click here submit. We're gonna extract data. If I head into the console, you're gonna see in here. Actually, yeah, you're gonna see in a bit of a moment we're gonna get data, and let's wait a bit and see. We're gonna wait a bit, guys. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we got data. Okay, we got data, guys. You can see actually we got data, and then they're gonna kick off a background job. Okay, creating child chunks, storing Pinecone. Okay, actually they kick off a background jobs. And if I head into MongoDB, and right here you can see knowledge base schema. I'm gonna click here refresh, and actually you can see we have here the documents. I'm gonna scroll the bottom here, adversary attacks on large language model. This is the title generated by the LLM, okay? That's great, and source type is equal to a web link. Now we're gonna try to embed a YouTube link. Now you can see in here I have a YouTube video, a chat PDF. I'm gonna try to extract the script of the video, and then we're gonna keep it inside our system. Let me extract the script of the video. I'm gonna head into in here, and I'll click here YouTube. I'm gonna hide this. Okay, you can see in here we have here two form. Okay, if I click here website, we're gonna open the div. I'm gonna close that, and here I'm gonna click here YouTube, paste a YouTube link. Okay, now I'm gonna click here, and then I'm gonna click submit. And now let's head into the console again, and you can see actually we add that endpoint in order to extract data. Okay, and here you can see file saved, we extract data. And hey there, in this video, we're gonna build a chat PDF clone by leveraging advanced retrieving techniques. We just extracted the script of the video, okay? And here you can see we have plenty agents. Let's have a look to the demo. Now this is a PDF. Yeah, you can see we got the script, guys. Okay, we just extract the script of the video, okay? Everything is working pretty well, guys, okay? Now I'm going to head into again inside the knowledge base collections, and in here you can see we have here the title at the bottom, building a chatbot with advanced retrieving techniques. In here too we can copy text. Let me try to move here archive, and we're gonna try to copy here some text. Let me head on Google, and we're gonna copy some text. Okay, oh yeah, we are going to head on Google. You can see now I'm passing some text. Let me pass here autonomous agents. I'm passing here autonomous agents, okay, like this. If I tap here autonomous agents, I'm tap enter, and then here I'm gonna copy this data. Okay, we're gonna copy this data. Yeah, we're gonna copy only this, and I'm going to pass it in here. I'm gonna head into copy text, and we're gonna pass it data. Okay, it talks about autonomous agents, and now I'm gonna click again here submit, and then we're gonna extract data again. You can see we're gonna kick off background tab. Yeah, you can see. Oh yeah, you can see we split that. We created a doc, and then we split it into multiple chunks, and we take these chunks we keep inside vector base. And if I head into in here inside the knowledge base collections, you can see at the bottom autonomous agents, advanced AI system for independent operation. This is the title, and you can see file name. Here is the file name. Now we're gonna learn how to upload a file via Google Drive. That's what we're gonna do right now, guys. We already finished with these buttons in here, okay? Even with the drag and drop section, we already finished. Now if I click here, I want to upload a file via Google Drive. You can see actually you have an error. It means the access token has already expired. And as the access token has already expired, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out, okay? I'm going to log out. And we haven't yet created the logout endpoint. Right now, I'm not simply head on the login page like this. Now I'm going to click here, continue with Google. And then here, I'm not signing. And then we're going to revoke a no access token. And you can see if I head into the user service, and in here, guys, you can see in here, once I created a user, in here we have a condition. We are checking if the user exists. If the user exists, what we're gonna do in here, guys, I'm going to update the token. You can see in here, if we have data, if user exists, we are going to update the access and refresh token. And now I'm gonna click here in order to continue. I'm gonna click continue. And now I'm gonna click continue again. Yeah, and after that, they redirect us back to our app. Now I'm gonna pick here projects. And here, let's try to upload a file here via Google Drive. I click here again. You can see actually we get access to Google Drive. Now I'm going to head into the console, and I'm gonna show you something. When we're gonna pick here, when we're gonna pick a file, we're gonna console something inside the console. Now let's head into here. You can see we have a callback. Open picker takes a callback in here. And if we select a file, we're gonna console this, okay? Now I'm gonna head into in here. Let's move right here. And I'm gonna head into the console. we're gonna pick a file here. I'm gonna select this one, okay, this one right here. We're gonna upload a file that talks about how LLM powered autonomous AI agents. Now we are going to go back here. I'm gonna pick the file here. Okay, yeah, you can see we select the file here. This is an array. We have an array, and we have here one item. Okay, now I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna select here the doc ID. We're gonna use the doc ID in order to upload it, in order to download a file via Google Drive. And now, in order to get access to that ID, I'm gonna pass here this line, use effects, and so we're gonna call a function upload pick file. We already create a function. And you can see pass here that array. We pass here the array. You can see we have here data, and we are going to listen. When we have here data, we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're gonna send it. Okay, and here we're gonna pass here. Let me check here the parameters that takes the upload picker files. And here the upload picker file takes quite a few parameters here, guys. You can see it takes here the project ID, user ID. I'm gonna get rid of the file ID. Okay, yeah, the docs, this is an array. Now we're gonna pass the an object. Now we're gonna go back here. I'm gonna go back, and then we're gonna pass an object, and the first property right here is docs. Then we're gonna pass the user ID, and we're gonna pass the project ID like this, project ID like this. Okay, guys, everything is okay right now. Let me check at the top here where we have. Yeah, you can see we have your project ID, user ID, and here that's what we pass in here. And as we have here some typing error, to get rid of these typing errors, we can pass the a string. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna pass it to a string. Okay, and here too. Here we don't have typing errors, but for projects we have here typing error. Let's see here. Yeah, you can see the projects. You can see, yeah, here the project ID is a string, but here we pass here the project ID can be a string or undefined. Now you can see here pass the project ID can be undefined. I'm gonna remove that so that we're gonna get access to this typing error. Okay, the typing error disappear. Now when we're gonna pick a file, we're gonna send it to the server. You can see pass here the load file and drive. We're gonna send the file ID, project ID, user ID, and this is the function. We pass the file ID, user ID, project ID, and if we head into the upload drive files, you're gonna see something here. Yeah, I'm not heading. Pass here the user ID, project ID, and file ID. And in here too, I should pass here validation in case we don't send the user ID and project ID. We're gonna run enter. And right here, we extract the access and fresh token. And then we are going to authenticate in order to get access to drive files. And we're gonna download a file via file ID. And once we have that, we have here the absolute path of the upload folder we're gonna put in the file. And then we are going to take the full path here. We're gonna take the file, then we download in drive. We're gonna put in the upload folder, and after that we are going to take the full path of the file, and then we're gonna extract data using a document loader. And yeah, that's all. Now we are going to head into the browser in order to try this. And in here, I'm gonna click here again. I'm trying to pick here file, and then we're gonna see what we're gonna get in here. Let me first pick this one here. I'm gonna click here. Yeah, actually we don't send the file. We don't make an HTTP request to receiver. Now, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the add source model, and in here, in here you can see I'm checking if we have no data inside the data property right here, but actually it doesn't work. I can just even do something like this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing inside the callback. Okay, I'm passing here. And now let's try it again. I'm gonna go back here, and then I'm gonna pick a file. I'm gonna click here Google Drive. We are going to pick here the file, and let's see what we're gonna get in here. Yeah, you can see actually you make an HTTP request to the server. You can see send here the file ID, the project ID, and the user ID. And yeah, let's wait a bit and see what we got. I'm gonna head into the console. And it seems we have an error, guys. We got an error. We have here an error, okay? You can see only files with binary content can be downloaded, okay? We have here an error. Now we need to fix it. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna take here the whole endpoint. I'm gonna copy everything inside the upload drive files. Okay, I'm gonna take everything in here and we're gonna put it inside Gemini, and then we're gonna get the response. We're gonna see why we have the error. Okay, I've already do that, guys. You can see in here the error occurs because you are trying to download a native Google Doc sheet sliders, a binary file, okay, using alt media. Google Drive does not store these files as binary. Maybe they've changed their API, guys, because I used to use the code and it works pretty well. Maybe they changed their code. Okay, now we have here the correction. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna head into the text editor. I'm gonna pass it in here. I'm gonna head into in here, and I'm gonna click here again, add, and then I'm picking file. We're gonna see what we're gonna get inside the console. Okay, yeah, we open again here the open picker. Now I'm gonna pick here file. Let me click here this later. I'm pick here this later, and then we're gonna pick another file. Okay, I'm pick this one and actually make an HTTP request to the server. Okay, let's head into the console here. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we hit that endpoint. Okay, actually they are uploading the file, they're downloading the file. Okay, let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, you can see, guys, it works, guys. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to upload another file here, LLM powered autonomous agents. Now let's try to upload a file too. I'm gonna click here and I'm gonna click here Google Drive again. We're gonna select the file, this one right here. I'm gonna click here select. Okay, and then we're gonna send it. Yeah, it's gonna work. Let's head into the console again and see what we're gonna get in here. Yeah, you can see, guys, they finish. You can see actually they are splitting the file. They already embedded. Okay, this is the data. Okay, storing in Panicon. Okay, they are keeping all these strings in vector database in gray. Alright, guys, now gonna fetch documents for the project. You can see in the left panel we have a project section where we display all created projects. Now when we select here projects, I want to fetch all documents related to the projects. That's what we're gonna do. But also we're gonna display here inside the right panel, we're gonna pass here the project name that we want to work with. Okay, that's what we're gonna do, guys. Okay, now the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the knowledge base service. Okay, knowledge base service, head into the knowledge base service, and right here you're gonna pass here a query, get docs for projects. We're gonna find documents by user ID and project ID, and then we're gonna return that. Okay, once done, we are going to head into now the API folder. Head into API folder. You can see this is the API folder, and I'm gonna head into the project folder and pass here another folder. I'm gonna name it docs. You can see we have it docs, and inside the docs folder we're gonna pass here roots, and right here we're gonna pass here with Auth middleware in order to secure that endpoint. And then here we're gonna pass a new URL in order to extract parameter in the URL, and right here we're gonna extract user ID and project ID. And here I'm gonna check if the user ID is undefined or the project ID. We're gonna throw an error. And here, if the user ID and project ID are defined, we are going to fetch data, and then we're gonna return here an array of documents. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we're going to head into now we're gonna head into the store folder. You can see in here we have doc slice. Okay, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the project slice here. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and once I copy everything in here, I'm passing in here like this. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to modify here things. Okay, and you can see in the project slice here, in order to fetch data, we use create sync func, and here we need to pass here function. We need to pass here a function that allows to fetch data. Now I'm going to head into I'm gonna head into leaf folder API. We're gonna head into projects, and in here we're gonna pass a function that allows to fetch a list of documents. You can see we pass the user ID and project ID, and then project /docs. We're gonna send the project ID and the user ID, and let me define a type. We're gonna have here something like this. I'm gonna copy this, and I'm pass here, we're gonna pass here docs save data, docs save data like this, and then here I'm pass here docs. Let me see what we send in here. If I head into in here, we pass here docs. This is gonna be an array, okay? And now let me go back inside. Yeah, we're gonna go back inside the lib folder. Yeah, lib folder is right here. Okay, API, and we're gonna head into projects and pass it docs like this, and here docs, okay, like this. This one is gonna be an array, and actually I don't know what we're gonna get back here. And right now I'm passing here any, and once we know data, we're gonna modify that. Okay, now I'm passing docs. I'm gonna tap here this function, and here I can pass here is, I'm gonna pass it is docs save data. Okay, like this. Let me do something like this. Okay, like this. And now we're going to head into the docs class in here, and then we're gonna pass it the function get docs. And what I'm going to do in here, now I'm gonna pass here the user ID and project ID, and pass here project ID like this. And here we're gonna copy that, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, it's pretty simple, guys. Pretty simple. As you can see, it's pretty simple. The project ID, user ID, and here we'll pass here. Now we pass here the function. Okay, and this function takes an object. Now I'm pass here an object. Okay, like this. And what we're gonna do next, guys, we're gonna scroll at the bottom, and here we're gonna pass here now the type. In order to remove the type in here, and pass here docs like this, and we're gonna import that type. Okay, yeah, actually we have here an error. I'm gonna remove that. Let me remove that right here. Okay, like this. And here we're gonna get rid of the pagination. We aren't gonna do pagination for that. And here I'm passing docs like this. Okay, great. And here we're gonna pass fetch docs, and we're gonna modify here the name of the slice. Okay, here we're gonna pass here doc slice. We're gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. We're gonna modify here and here. Now we're gonna head into the index, and we're gonna import it right here. Import and pass import and pass doc slice from and pass doc slice. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass in here doc, and then pass this slice. Great. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the project section, and inside the project section is where we have here this list of projects. You can see we have here a list of projects. At the left, we have a list of projects. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into in here, and we're gonna import here use dispatch and use selector hook in order to get access to data. And let me head into the add source model. I'm gonna copy in something. You can see in here we have these two lines here. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna go back inside the project section. Okay, right here, and I'm passing in here like this. And now we're gonna import this. Now we are going to get rid of that and pass the docs. Yeah, like this docs, this the states, guys. We're gonna pass in here. Let's import these two. Okay, like this. We're gonna import the app dispatch type like this. And now I'm going to pass here dispatch. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass in here and pass it dispatch. We're gonna pass here, and then we're gonna pass here the function. You can see if we head into the doc slice, we have a function. If I scroll at the top here, you can see fetch projects. Now inside the doc slice, we are going to modify the function here. We're gonna pass here fetch docs and pass here fetch docs, and here we're gonna pass here docs project / docs like this. And now let's go back inside the project section. We are going to pass here the session, and we extract the user ID. And now we're gonna call the function fetch docs. We pass here the project ID and user ID like this. And let's import the function. I'm gonna import it from the doc slice like this. Now we're gonna head into the left panel because we need to pass here a list of documents. Okay, we're gonna pass it to that section. We're gonna head into the left panel. Okay, left panel, and in here you can see we have the section right here. Let me look for it. I see this the first section. Okay, where we have a menu, and now this is the second section right here. Yeah, you can see where we have here this span tag, RAG, retrieve augmented generation, and this is a section we're gonna pass there. We're gonna pass here an array of documents. Now let me move edit tab here. You can see here we have use select a hook. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then now we're gonna pass here docs. Okay, docs, and here we're gonna pass here doc. Okay, like this to get access to the state. Now we're gonna take docs. We're gonna move where we have RAG here. I'm gonna look for RAG, and then I'm gonna get rid of that here. Let me see where we have in here. I'm passing JSON stringify to debug this. Okay, like this. We're gonna see the content. Yeah, like this. And now, yeah, you can see actually we have here docs. Okay, we don't call the function. Let me call the function. Now I'm gonna click here Python research. Okay, this is the name of the project. I'm click here, and actually we should see here an array of documents. Let me head into the console and see if we are making an HTTP request to the server. I'm click here. Yeah, I'm gonna head into network, and I'm gonna click Python. You can see actually make an HTTP request to the server, and we have neither. And for the user ID is undefined. Okay, you can see we don't send here the user ID is undefined. We only send the project ID. You can see here, I think user ID undefined. Okay, error. Yeah, it failed, guys. Okay, we have an error on the server. Now to fix that, I'm going to go back inside the project section. We're gonna go back here, and you can see pass here user ID session. Yeah, pass here session that user. Yeah, I think we should do something like this, and then pass it data like this. We should do something like this in order to get access to the user ID. And yeah, let's try this again. And I'm gonna click here again, and actually I think we're gonna get data. You can actually get data, and we have here an array of documents. Okay, this is an array. We have here user ID, we have here ID, title, and here we have here some field. Let me check here what we get here. I think, yeah, we have here ID, title, and I see another field right here. We have here file name. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into we're gonna head into the lib folder, and we're gonna type here something. Okay, let's see. We have here API, yeah, projects. Now we're gonna tap here this. We know what we're gonna get back here, and as we know what we're gonna get back, I'm gonna pass here now the something like this. We're gonna have here an array. You can pass here something like this. It's gonna be an array, and inside of this array we're gonna have some property like ID underscore ID. Yeah, we're gonna pass here an object. It's gonna be underscore string title, and pass title string, and file name here string 2, and we're gonna pass here the file name. And guys, I think we're gonna get rid of this property. You can see we have here two property. I'm gonna get rid of this because the API doesn't return another property. Okay, we're gonna stay with this one. Okay, we're gonna stay with this. And now I'm going to head into the doc slice. I'm gonna get rid of this property right here. I'm gonna remove this and this two right here. Oh yeah, like this. We're gonna get rid of this, and I'm going to pass here an array like this. Okay, great. Now let's go back inside the project section. Yeah, we're gonna head into the left panel, and in here you can see we have the section right here. Yeah, this is the section. Now I'm going to map through that. We're gonna use map in order to display data. Okay, I'm gonna pass here another block. We're gonna get rid of this one, guys. You can see for this one I just pass here only docs. I just check if we have data, and then we're gonna iterate through that. Okay, and guys, I think it's better to make that a component. You can see we are going to copy that, and then I'm gonna head into the left panel and pass here doc list .ts6, and in here we're gonna pass here use client. This is gonna be a client side component, so I'm pass f. Yeah, we're gonna pass here stateless components, and I pass here doc list, and I'm pass here this. Yeah, like this. Okay, guys, and we're gonna pass here prop. It's gonna be docs. Now I'm gonna copy the doc list. We're gonna head into the left panel, and we're gonna pass it where we have here docs like this. I'm gonna look where we have docs, at the bottom here. I think right here, guys, we're gonna pass in here. I'm gonna pass here doc list / like this, and then we're gonna pass here docs is equal to docs like this is equal to this array. Now let's import the doc list component. We're gonna import it, and if we head into the browser, we're gonna display data. Let's see. Yeah, you can see, guys, we just display data. I'm going to create a loader. I've already created here a loader. I'm gonna simply copy it. We're gonna use it. This loader, we're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna head into here. We're gonna head into the doc list. We're gonna pass here. You're gonna see how it looks like. Let me pass it in here. Okay. Yeah, we can see doc row skeleton. Okay, I'm gonna copy that, and then yeah, we're gonna copy that, and we're gonna pass it in here. And here, guys, we are going to check here if the loading property is equal to true. We are going to display it. Okay, and pass it in here. Now we're gonna take the doc row skeleton loader, and we're gonna pass it right here, and we're gonna pass it a loading property. Actually, I don't pass it. You can see in here we should have something like this. You can see it is here a property. You can see it is count. For count property and pass even and pass count is equal to 10, something like this. Now let's see what we got in here. You can see we have here this component. Okay, we're gonna show something like this, and once we have data, we're going to remove it. And I'm gonna increase here. I'm passing even 15 rows, 16 rows, and you can see we increase that. Okay, great. And what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to pass here now a loading property to this component. I'm passing loading, and yeah, you can see here in order to pass the loading property, we need to pass here to something. I'm passing the type. We can pass it doc list. We can pass it doc list props like this is equal to this doc saver data. Okay, like this, and I'm going to pass it something like this. And we're gonna pass in our object is gonna be loading like this. We're gonna see the type is boolean. Yeah, great. We're gonna copy this, and that's what we're gonna pass in here. You can see in here I use an intersection type. Okay, now we're going to take here the loading property and make here check if, yeah, we're gonna pass here something like this. I'll pass here if loading property. Let's see, we're gonna pass if loading property is equal to true. We are going to show this. Okay, we're gonna pass this. Okay, else we are going to pass this. Else I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass it in the else block. Okay, we're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here. Yeah, actually we have native. I'm not get rid of this. Yeah, we have here a native. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this right here. That's why we have native. And then we're gonna pass this, and for this one we're gonna pass it inside parentheses, and we're gonna get rid of curly braces. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of curly braces like this. Okay, everything is working, guys. Everything is working. And now we're gonna go back inside the left panel, and we're gonna pass in our property to the doc list. Which is the loading. Loading is equal to loading like this. Okay, great. Everything is great, guys. Everything is going well. Now let's try this again. Now I'm gonna click here. You can see we show that, and once we got data, we remove it. Okay, I'm gonna click here. We don't have data, and also I'm gonna display something. Let's say for the second project, you can see we don't have data, and here docs that length is greater than 0. We're gonna display this. Else we're gonna pass here no data found. Okay, we can pass here little div like this. Pass here little div. And then I'm passing a class. Yeah, we're gonna pass a flex, justify, center, and then I'm pass here. And then I'm pass here no document found. If we head into the browser and we try to select here something, you can see we have data. If we don't have data, we're gonna display no document found. Now, guys, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to replace here these icons with its corresponding documents. You can see actually if I head into the Knowledbase schema. You can see here we have here these documents. Yeah, you can see, let me scroll a little bit. You can see for this document right here, the source type is equal to YouTube. For this document right here, the source type is equal to docx. Okay, now if the source type is equal to docx, we're gonna display a word icon. If is equal to YouTube, we're gonna display a YouTube icon. If is equal to PDF, we're gonna display a PDF icon. That's what I'm going to do, guys. Okay, and we're gonna get rid of this image. We're gonna get rid of this image component right here. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create right here another component. This function, you can see in here, we pass the source icon, and I pass the source type. And right here, I'm making a check. If the source type is undefined, we're gonna return here txt icon. If the source type here is equal to YouTube, we're gonna return here YouTube icon. And in order to simplify this, what I'm going to do, I'm pass here FSC. We're gonna create a stateless component, and I'm pass here render icon like this. And what we can do in here is to copy here this component right here, and then we're gonna pass it right here, guys, in order to make things simple. And we're gonna pass here the image URL. Yeah, we're gonna pass here the source and pass here, yeah, source like this. And then we're gonna pass here the type is gonna be a string. Yeah, we're gonna pass, yeah, source like this, type is string. We're gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it right here like this. And then we're gonna take here the source. We're gonna pass it here, okay? Yeah, like this, okay, guys, like this. Okay, yeah, like this, guys. Now I'm going to take here the render icon, and then I'm passing here, and we're gonna pass here, let me pass here something like this. Source is equal to icon. Yeah, we're gonna pass the icon /txt like this. We're gonna do something like this, okay? Yeah, like this. I'm gonna get rid of this line right here. Okay, like this. We're going to repeat the same process. I'm gonna copy this again. We're gonna pass it in here, and right now here we're gonna pass YouTube. We're gonna get rid of this. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this right here. We're gonna pass it in here too. We're gonna pass here doc like this. If in here you can see I have here a constant normalized source type trim. We remove the space, and then we are checking if normalized includes doc. If it includes doc, we're gonna render the doc icon, or if it includes docx, we're gonna render the doc icon. I'm gonna copy that again, and I'm passing here for the web link. We're gonna render here web the png. We're gonna get rid of this here, and finally we're gonna finish with the PDF and pass here PDF like this, and then I'm gonna remove that here. Okay, you can see everything is pretty simple. Okay, you can see we have here the source icon component. Now we're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here at the top here. Okay, where you can see we have here this image. We're gonna pass it in here, okay, like this, and then we're gonna pass here the source type. Source type is equal to doc that source type. I'm passing doc option chaining, and then I'll pass here source type like this, and we're gonna remove that. And you can see actually we have a typing error. To get rid of it, I'm gonna add it right here. You can save a data. I'm click here, and then I'm gonna add it into the array. Pass your source type. The type is string like this. Oh, great. Now if I head into the browser, you're gonna see, if I click here, let's see what we got in here, guys. Great, guys. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna add a filter here. You can see we have a list of docs. Now let me add a filter here. If I type here something, I want to make a filter. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the left panel. We're gonna remove that input there, okay? You can see we get rid of these inputs, and then what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the doc list. I'm gonna pass that input in here, and I'm going to create a filter array. Okay, first of all, you can see here, guys, we pass here docs. I'm pass here a filter docs array, okay, and then I'm pass it in here too. And now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass here a query. Okay, you can see we have here states, and this query is gonna pass it to an input. And then here we have a function that allows us to make a filter docs, okay, is equal to React that use memo in order to cache the computation. And right here, pass here source is equal to docs, okay, this is the docs array. We keep it inside the source constants, and then in here, I'm making a check. If the query is undefined, we are going to return the source array. And now what I'm going to do next here, guys, I'm gonna pass the div. we're gonna pass here now that input that we copy inside the left panel. That's what we're gonna pass in here, and then pass here the icon, and I'll pass here an input and pass here the value and an event on change. We're gonna make a filter set query. Okay, that all guys. Now let's head into the browser and see what we're gonna get in here. Now I'm gonna click here. Let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna get in here, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna click here again. Yeah, you can see actually we have here data, and let's try to make a filter and pass LLM. You can see we made a filter in here, guys. If I see a request, yeah, you can see if I pass here building a chatbot with advanced retrieval techniques, and pass here chatbot only, you can see chatbot. We have here a document where we have the chatbot keyword. Okay, it works pretty well. Now what we're gonna do, guys, we are going to display here in the chart panel. We're gonna pass here, we're gonna display here a selected project. You can see actually I can select a different project here, but we don't know which projects we select. You can see actually we don't know which project we select. Okay, now if I select here Python research, I want to see here AI chart Python research. Okay, this is the name of the selected projects. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to head into the doc slice here. Okay, I'm heading into doc slice, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm pass here in our property selected project. Okay, it's gonna be a string on now, and then I'm passing here selected projects, and we're gonna create an action here selected project. We're gonna pass it the state in order to get access to the state, and then we're gonna pass here action.payload. Okay. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the function select projects. I'm going to pass it right here. I'm not exporting, and we're going to go back inside the project section. In here you can see view project detail, and when we select the projects, I'm gonna call the function pass it dispatch like this, and then we'll pass here the project. And in here, guys, you can see view project text here project ID. Okay, now I'm passing another parameter. Let me see, I can pass here the project ID, and I'm passing the title. It's gonna be a string like this, and now I'm going to pass here the title like this. Okay, now we're gonna import the select projects. Okay, we're gonna import the function, and now we're gonna scroll at the bottom here because we're gonna have an error. I'm going to head into here and pass here projects, and then I'm passing option chaining title. Okay, like this. Okay, we have here the title. Oh yeah, we have here the title. Okay, as we pass here the title, we're gonna get rid of the error. Okay, yeah, we should pass the name. Okay, you can see project name. Yeah, we should pass here the name. That's why we have an error. Okay, yeah, I'm passing to the name. Okay, like this. I'm gonna copy that. I'm passing here. Great. And what we're gonna do, guys, I'm going to copy here. Now you select a hook. I'm gonna copy that. And I'm going to head into the chat box, and in here we're gonna move at the top here. We're gonna move at the top here, and we're gonna pass here use select a hook like this. We're gonna pass it in here, and I'm not extra here select projects like this. And now we're gonna take here selected projects. We are going to pass it at the top here to the header. You can see the chat box has here. It is a header here. You can see this is the header. Now I'm gonna pass the header the title. You can see here's the header of the chat box. And now what I'm going to do, I'm pass here the header like this. And once we pick a project, you're gonna see something like this. Now you can see we pass here selected projects. Okay, if I modify here the projects, you're gonna pass here the selected projects. And guys, before we moving on, I just wanna add something in here for icons. You can see in here we have a list of documents. If the extension, the source type is equal to YouTube, we're gonna display YouTube icon. If it's equal to Microsoft Doc, we're gonna display a Word icon. Okay, I forgot to add an icon for PowerPoints, and then I'm gonna add it in here, guys. This for PowerPoints. If the doc tab is equal to PowerPoints, we're gonna add this. Okay, but eventually we don't have it. We don't have the PowerPoint documents. Okay. Now we're gonna talk about report generation. We're gonna learn how to generate summary, star regard, and MindMap. Now you can see in here we have some projects. We have here 2 projects, and if I select a project, we're gonna return all documents related to that project. Okay, we're gonna fetch all documents related to the projects. Now, let's say you want to generate a mind map or a summary. You can select, let's say, a one document in here, and then you're gonna generate a summary or a mind map or a study guide about the documents. Or you can even select all these documents, and then you can generate a mind map about them, okay, in order to learn pretty quickly. Now, in order to generate these reports, we're gonna use LangGraph. Guys, if you don't know what is LangGraph, I invite you to go check it out. This video, I teach everything that you need to know about LangGraph. The link down in description. So I'm gonna give you a little overview if you don't know anything, and then we're gonna move to real thing. Right here, guys, you need to have basic. You need to have basics of LangGraph. I'm gonna give you right now a little overview, and then we're gonna jump into real things. Now, what is LangGraph? LangGraph is a framework that allows to build AI workflow. Now you can see this is a simple AI workflow where we have here starting node and we have here conditional nodes. Now, from a conditional node, we can decide if we can move to node C or we can move to node D. And then we are going to transition directly to the node, to the end node, okay? That's how LangGraph works, okay? We have a collection of node and edges. Now, that's what I can tell you, guys. If you don't know LangGraph, that's what I can tell you from these points. Because I don't want to get into the details, guys. If I get into the details, we're going to spend a lot of time. I got a course for you. Go check it out. Now, this is the graph that we're going to use in order to generate these reports. It looks like this. I'm not explaining you. If you got the basics of LangGraph, you're going to understand. If you don't got the basics, you aren't going to understand, okay? And to do so, we're going to use map reduce techniques. I'm going to give you an overview. So you can see here, guys, we have a 50 plus pages of a document. We can select it, and then we're going to take it, we're going to split it into multiple chunks. You know why, guys, we split it into multiple chunks? Let me explain you. Now you can see here, let's say we have here the LLM. Here we have the LLM here. Now the LLM, every LLM has a context window. Let's say the context window of this LLM that we're using is 32k tokens, and then the total tokens of our document right here is equal to 50k token. Let me pass here 50k token. Okay, we have here 50k. Okay, now let's be in a situation where we take these 50k tokens and we pass it directly to the LLM. The LLM aren't gonna respond. We're gonna get an error, guys, okay, because we exceed the thresholds. Okay, now in order to mitigate to this kind of issue, guys, I'm gonna take this 50 plus doc, I'm gonna split it into multiple chunks. Let's say we can split it into 10 chunks. Let's be in situation, we pass here 10 chunks. Okay, we're gonna pass it 10 chunks. Now each chunk, let's say each chunk is equal to, let's consider, each chunk is gonna be equal to 5k. We're gonna have here 5k. Okay, each chunk is gonna equal to 5k. Now we're going to take the 5k and then we're gonna pass it to the LLM, and then the LLM is gonna generate a summary of 5k. Let's say if we pass here 5k tokens, they generate a summary of 1k token. You get the idea. Now we are going to take again another 5k token because we have here 5 chunks. We have 5 chunks, guys. Okay, we're gonna take the second chunk, we're gonna pass again to the LLM. We're gonna have here again 1k, or we can have let's say we can have here 0.8 token. It can be like this for the second chunk, and then we're gonna take again here another chunk. We're gonna end up, let's say, 1.2k token, and once we finish passing all chunks, let's say we're gonna end up with let me pass here even 5.2k token. Now we know that our LLM supports 32k token. Now we can take this 5.2 token and then we're gonna pass it to the LLM. You know, our LLM supports 32k token, and then we're gonna end up with a summary. This is gonna be a final summary. Let's say we can end up with 3k token of summary. Okay, that's how this graph right here works. Okay, Actually, you understand everything. That's how it works. First of all, we take the documents, we split it into multiple chunks so that we aren't gonna eat the context window of the LLM. You can see we have here multiple chunks. We map through here, we iterate through, then we have here multiple summary, then we take this summary, we put it together in order to generate the final summary. Okay, you can see generate a summary. This is another node here. We are going to take this summary, this generate summary, we're gonna put it together, and then we're gonna generate here a final summary. That's how this graph works, guys. It's literally simple. If you understand how to create a simple AI workflow in LangGraph, you're gonna understand that. Okay, it's pretty simple. Okay, now we're gonna head into the code, and then we're gonna create our first pipeline. We're gonna start with the summary pipeline, and then we're gonna create the starter guide pipeline. Let's get into the code. Now, in order to install LangGraph, you're gonna head on langchain.com, and right here you can see we have a section. We have here Langchain, and here we have LangGraph. Now click here, install, then you're gonna tap this command in order to get LangGraph. Once done, you're gonna install an additional package. Tap Langchain /classic. Langchain Classic contains some functionality that has been moved out of the version 1 of Langchain. Install this package, we're gonna use them. Now I'm gonna head into here, and we're going to head into the lib folder. You can see we have here lib folder, and here we have a folder named pipeline. Okay, you can see we have a pipeline, and now I'm gonna head into pipeline, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna create here a file. I'm gonna name it summary pipeline. Okay, now we're gonna build this pipeline. Now, first of all, I'm gonna import these functionality provided by Langchain Classic. I import here collapse docs, and here we have split list of doc. Okay, we have here the first one here. It allows to collapse a list of documents into a single document, and we have another function, a collapse list of doc. It allows to split a list of documents into sublists based on the maximum token limit. Okay, we're gonna use the function. Now I'm going to import here the document class. You know this if you got the basics of Langchain. This is a document class that allows us to create a document. Now I'm gonna import here the state graph and annotation in order to create states. I'm gonna import here send. In order to send data to a given node, we're gonna use the send function. Now I'm going to pass here now a function generate summary. This function, we're gonna pass it the LLM, but also we're gonna pass it a document that we want to split. And here we are going to pass here now token max is equal to 2k. Let's say, let me head into a scalable again and explain this. And right here, let's say here, you can see in here we have something. You can see we have here our document right here. We of 50k token. Now we're gonna split it into 5 chunks. Each chunks we're gonna have here 10k. Now once we generate the summary for the 10k, we end up with 1k. Sometimes we can end up, let's say we have here another chunk here of 10k. We end up, once we generate the summary, we end up with 3k. Okay, is the summary. Now we have here threshold. If I enter in here, we have a threshold of 2k. If the thresholds, if the AI doesn't respect the thresholds, we are going to take this summary, and then we're gonna split it again. We're gonna split it into, we're gonna collapse it. It means we're gonna generate summary, another summary based on it. Okay, we can generate again summary based on it in order to respect the thresholds of 2k. We can generate, let's say, another summary. We're gonna end up of 1k. Okay, and then we're going to take this small summary. We're gonna put it together in order to generate the final summary. We're gonna pass you this small summary of 1k. We're gonna take that of 1k. This is another summary. We're gonna take again that, and then we're gonna use that in order to generate the final summary. Okay, now in here you can see I pass here token max 2k, approximate tokens. We're gonna give the approximate tokens. Length, this function allows to return total tokens of a document. Now we're gonna pass you the graph. Yeah, you can see this graph. We pass you the content. This is the document, and then pass the summaries. We are going to, once we generate a summary of 1K, we generate a summary. We're going to take the summary and then we're going to push it inside the array, inside the states right here. If you have basics of LangGraph, you understand what I'm doing. If you don't have basic, go check out my LangGraph course. Now we are going to take here again collapse summaries. Collapse summaries are these bigger summary right here. If the summary, it doesn't respect the thresholds, we're gonna push it into another array that we call right here collapse summary. These are summary that we're gonna generate summary of it again, okay, in order to respect the thresholds. Now we are going, and then once we finish, we are going to take all this summary. We're gonna generate the final summary. We're gonna put it into the states. You can see this is how we create a states. Now we are going to pass here a node, generate summary. This is a node. Now we're going to pass a prompt, a system prompt, write a concise summary of the following. We're gonna pass it the context. It's gonna be the content. Then we are going to return a summary of the chunk. Now we have here a function map summary. This one, we're gonna use this function in order to take these summaries that they don't respect the threshold. We're gonna generate summary of them, okay? And here we have a collapse summary. Now we're gonna iterate through the collapse summaries. These are summaries that they don't respect the threshold. As they don't respect the thresholds, we're gonna generate summary of them, okay? In order to have a threshold which is under 2K token. Now we are going to pass in our function reduce. Now this is the function that we're gonna use in order to reduce, to take a list of summary and then create a consolidated summary. Now we pass here reduce, we pass the prompt, we pass the prompt to the LLM, and then the LLM is gonna return the summary. Now we have here this function collapse summary that allows to take the summary that they don't respect the thresholds and then consolidate it into a summary that respects thresholds. And here we pass should collapse. This function allows to check if we should collapse a summary, if we should generate again a summary of a chunk. You can see should collapse. We are checking if we should generate again a summary of an existing summary. Okay, you can see passing nim tokens is greater than the max token. We're gonna collapse the summary. Okay, I've already explained you that. Now we have a function generate final summary. We are going to iterate through an array of summary, and then we're gonna get a final summary. And now we're gonna build the graph. We're gonna pass here these nodes: generate summary, collect summary, collapse summaries, generate final summary. And then we're gonna pass here some edges. We have here starting edge, map summaries. First of all, we are going to iterate through the summary. Then we're gonna call here a node here, generate summary in order to generate a summary. Then we're gonna move from generate summary node to collect summary node in order to collect all the summary where the max token doesn't respect our thresholds. We are going to collapse them. Okay, you can see here we have a conditional age. Okay, should collapse. We are going to check here the token length of a generated summary, and here we're gonna hit here the end node where we are going to call the node generate final summary. And then after that, we're gonna compile the graph, and then we're gonna have here the summary. Now it's time to call the graph, and here I use here stream method in order to call the graph, and then we're gonna pass here document. Okay, and here you can see in here pass here split docs the map. I'm gonna map through the documents, and then I'll pass here chunk, and then they're gonna generate a summary. Okay. And here we have it generate final summary, and then we're gonna return it. Okay, that's great. And here recursion limit, I'm passing even further. Yeah, 50, I'm passing 50 because we can upload a document which is bigger. And yeah, that's great. Great guys. Now we're gonna create here a second pipeline. For the second pipeline, we're gonna do copy first. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then I'm passing inside the static guide pipeline. In here, we're gonna modify only the prompt static guide. Let's see. So we're gonna modify only the prompt only the prompt, nothing else. It is the same technique, guys. Now in here, guys, what we're gonna do, we are going to copy everything inside the summary pipeline, and then we're gonna put it inside the static guide pipeline. I'm gonna rename here, we're gonna pass the static guide pipeline like this, and here we're gonna modify only the prompt, nothing else. Okay, here's the pipeline. Okay, I just do copy paste. Now we have a function generate static guide chunk. This is a node, guys, and here it takes a property and it is the contents. Now we pass a prompt, create a structure static guide node for the following text, and then these are prompts that we use in order to generate the static guide, and then the LLM is going to return it. Okay, now as we just finished working on the static guide pipeline and summary pipeline, now I'm going to explain you how we're going to interact with this pipeline. Now you can see here we have a list of documents. If I select here this document right here, let's go with one document. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. We're gonna go with one document. If I select this doc, we are going to take it, and then we're gonna send the doc ID to the server. We are going to send the user ID, project ID, and docs ID. We're gonna pass here in our property docs ID. We're gonna take the ID of this document. We're gonna push it inside this array, because we can select here even 5 documents that want to generate reports about, and then we're gonna send that. And once we have here the user ID and the project ID, docs ID, now what we're gonna do, we are going to fetch here the documents. Okay, we are going to fetch the document inside database, document name, and then we're gonna use the document name in order to get the absolute path of the document that we're gonna use in order to retrieve the document content from the folder. And then we are going to take the doc content, we're gonna pass it to the summary pipeline. Okay, and once we pass that data to the summary pipeline, now we're gonna generate the final summary. Now we're gonna take the final summary, we're gonna pass it to a function, generate title. We got the function generate title. We are going to generate the title for the summary, but also we're gonna generate here the final summary. You know guys, you can see in here we are going to have here another menu. We're gonna name it reports. Okay, we're gonna name it reports. Okay, like this. And the reports menu, we're gonna have something like this. It's gonna look like this. We're gonna have here another section where we're gonna display we're gonna pass here the title, but also we're gonna pass only the title. And if we click on this title, we are going to see the full summary. Okay, we are going to take here the final summary, we're gonna generate the title, and then we are going to take here the title and the final summary. We're gonna store it inside the source collection. We're gonna create this collection. Okay, and we're gonna pass it the title, the content. Okay, and we're gonna pass the project ID and the user ID. And also we have here another column, total source. Okay, the total source is the number of docs used to generate the summary. Now let me explain you that, guys. Now you can see here we have the possibility to select many documents. Okay, we can select this, and then we are going to push it. We're gonna push IDs inside the docs IDs. Now once we send that to the server, we are going to iterate through the docs IDs in order to fetch each document. And then once we fetch each document, we are going to get the absolute path of each document. Then we're gonna use the absolute path in order to get access to the file data. In order to get access to the file, you can see inside the public folder right here, we have uploads. Now, once we have the absolute path of the document, now we can get access to the file and get data. And once we load the data, we are going to pass it to the summary pipeline, and then we're gonna generate the summary for each document. You can see in here, guys. Let's say we sent 3 documents. Okay, we want to generate summary for these 3 documents right here. Now, what I'm going to do, first of all, I'm going to generate the summary for the first document, for the second document, and then for the third document. And then what I'm going to do is we are going to consider that as a single summary. I'm going to take that, and then I'm gonna merge all these summary into a single summary again. And again here, we're going to have the title. And here, we're going to have the final summary. Now here, the total source is going to be free, okay? The total number of docs used to generate the summary, it's going to be free. Okay, guys, I think you get the idea. Now, in order to understand this pretty well, we are going to head into the practice, okay? We're going to head into the practice, and then we're going to try to generate here summary, okay? First of all, we are going to create the source collection, okay? Now, I'm going to head into the leaf folder. Now, you can see here's the leaf folder. All right, here's the leaf folder, okay? Yeah, I'm going to head into first models. Now, inside the models folder, I'm pass here another schema, okay? Source schema, okay? This is the source schema that I talked to you about. We have here the title, the total source, content, source type, project ID, user ID. Now, I'm going to head into, in here, you can see we have here service. I'm going to head into service, okay? Service folder. Now, what we're going to do in here, we're going to pass here source service. Yeah, you can see here the source service. We don't have anything in the file. Now, in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the class source service. And then we're going to pass here function in order to instantiate the source service. We use singleton design pattern. We don't want to create this class every time. We want to create a single instance of it. And then here, I'm going to pass a function in order to insert a row in the source collection. Okay. Now you can see gonna pass it the source type, user ID, title, project ID, total source, the content. Okay. And then we instantiate the source collection, and then we invoke the save function. Now we're gonna pass another function, get all source, in order to return all source related to a given project and user ID. That's all for this class, guys. Now we're going to head into the API folder, and let me move here, right here, guys. Okay. Now you can see here's the API folder. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna pass here another folder. I'm gonna name it reports. You can see we have here reports folder. Now inside the reports folder, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass in a folder summary. Now inside the summary folder, I'm passing a roots. Okay. This is the roots. Now we're going to use these roots in order to return all sources inside the source collection table. You can see here we have here this function. Now we're gonna call this function in order to return all sources. Now I'm gonna go back here, and then I'm gonna pass here an endpoint. Okay. Now, yeah, you can see, yeah, we are going to pass here first of all these roots right here. Okay, I'm pass here roots. You can see this the roots where we're gonna pull these endpoints, and then in here we're gonna pass here that, and right here you can see we extract here the project ID and user ID, and then here we are going to check if the user ID or the project ID is undefined. If it's undefined, we're gonna throw an error. If it's not undefined, we are going to return here all sources. We are going to call the function get all sources. We'll pass it the user ID and project ID, and then we'll pass it return next response.json. Pass here the sources. Now we are going to head into the summary folder. Now in here we have a function update or create summary. Let me head in. Now we're going to use this function in order to generate a summary, and then we're gonna call that function in here. Okay, now let me go back inside the update or create summary. Now in here, we are going to import our needed package, and then right here we're gonna pass the function update or create summary. We pass the row ID, the row of the row that we have in the knowledge base schema, or I can call it the doc ID. This is the ID right here, the user ID, the project ID. And then we are going to we're gonna instantiate here the LLM, pass it Cerebrus. We pass here, we instantiate here the source service. We instantiate the knowledge base service. Okay. Now what we're gonna do next here, we are going to pass the doc repo that gets single doc. Now we are going to retrieve a single row from the knowledge base schema, and then we're gonna get it in here. Now the knowledge base schema have here some columns like the title, file name, summary, static guide, MindMap, source type, user ID, and project ID. We're gonna retrieve all these property we're gonna retrieve a single row based on a selected document. You can see in here we pass here a document ID. Okay, now we're gonna retrieve here a single document. Now once we are, if the doc doesn't exist, we're gonna throw an error, no document found. So if we have the document, we are going to get here the absolute path of the document. You can see here, we're gonna pass here the uploader. Okay, this is the path public /uploads, and then we're gonna pass here doc.file name. Okay, we're gonna pass here the file of the document, because inside if we head into the Knowledbase schema, the file name is like this. Let's say we have here the doc name that extension. Okay, now once we pass here the file name, we're gonna get access to the file. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to call here a function load document. We are going to use a document loader in order to split a document into multiple chunks. You know that. Now once we have here these chunks, we are going to call the pipeline here, generate summary. Yeah, this pipeline takes here the LLM, but also it has here is the splitting doc, and then we're gonna have here the summary. So once we have the summary, we are going to take the summary, and then we're gonna keep it inside the Knowledbase schema. Now if I head into the doc repo, you can see we have here the schema right here, Knowledbase schema. You can see we have here the summary. Now we're gonna take it, and then we're gonna update the row. Okay, we're gonna update the row because we call this function right here, update summary. If I head into in here, you can see pass it doc ID, user ID, project ID, but also the summary. Okay, good. And then once we finish generating the summary, you're gonna console finish generating the summary. This is a function. Now I'm going to head into the roots here in the summary folder, roots. I'm going to call the function. Okay, I'm gonna check here if the user ID, project ID is defined, and then here I'm going to pass. I'm gonna instantiate here the Knowledbase service, and then I'm gonna pass here doc without summary. So let's say a user select here document. You can see we have here some document right here. Let's say this document right here doesn't have the summary. The user select this document. Now, as the user select this document and it doesn't have the summary, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going first to check here. We're gonna iterate through the docs array, and then I'm gonna retrieve here single row. I'm going to check here if the retrieved document doesn't have the summary. We're gonna push it inside the doc without summary array. We're gonna push here the project ID, user ID, and doc ID. Let's say we select this document right here, doesn't have the summary. We're gonna push it inside this array right here. Now, once we have this array, we have here this ID of the doc which doesn't have the summary. I'm going to iterate through it. Okay, you can see doc without summary. We're gonna pass it the doc ID. We're gonna pass it doc ID, user ID, and project ID, and then we're gonna generate the summary. Let's say we select here this. Let's say we select this document right here. It doesn't have the summary, and this one doesn't have the summary. We're gonna make 2 iterations. We're gonna do the first iteration and then the second one. Okay, and right here we are going to call the update or create summary twice. And then we are going to generate summary for both documents. And then we're going to return here the response, the status, ready to generate the source. Okay, this is the status that we're going to send to the clients. And if we have neither, we're gonna throw this failed to generate summary. Yeah, great guys, we just finished. Now what we're gonna do, we are going to head into the front end. We're gonna go back to our front end, and then we are going to create now this report menu right here. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now we're going to head into the docs last, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna pass here the docs IDs array, and then I'm gonna pass here the state doc ID. So in here, guys, why I pass inside the docs slice the docs ID array? Because I want to get access to that state in every component. You can see in here, guys, we may have something like this. In our case, we're gonna have something like this. We're gonna have here a button here. Once we click on it, we're gonna pop up here a little menu where we have the summary, and here we're gonna have here the study guide. If we click on the summary, we're gonna generate the summary. If we click on the study guide, we're gonna generate the study guide. If we click on the MindMap, we're gonna generate the MindMap. And once we pass the states there, we're gonna have the possibility to get access to it in every component in here, guys, in our app. That's why I pass it in here inside the doc slice. Now we have here the docs ID. Now I'm gonna pass a function add doc IDs. We pass here the state, we pass here the state in the payload. The payload is gonna be a string, guys. It's gonna be a UUID. And here I'm going to check here if inside the docs ID we have that ID. If that ID exists, we aren't gonna push it, okay? If the ID exists, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here doc and pass a state that docs, that's filter, and then here I'm going to remove the ID inside the array, and then I'm gonna update the ID. Let's say in here, guys, if I head into here, and here, right here, if I select here, let's say I select here this, and I select this. If I click here again, we're gonna remove this document from the docs array, okay? And in here, I'm going to check if we don't have the ID, we're gonna push it, okay? Pass here state that docs ID, the push, okay? Now I'm going to export a function, and then we're gonna head into the doc list components. Now inside the doc list components, in order to get access to the docs ID, I'm going to pass here these. We're gonna define here states, select docs, and here we are going to pass here now use dispatch in order to get access to the function. And then I'm gonna pass a function handle doc select. We pass here the doc ID. Okay, we are going to take the function and then we're gonna bind it to the checkbox. Now I'm gonna pass here function set selected docs, and then here I'm going to check if the docs ID exists. We're going to remove it. Doesn't exist, we're gonna add it. Okay, that's what I'm doing right here, guys. Pretty simple. Everybody in here knows how to do it. And then I'm going to take the ID. We're gonna push it inside the docs ID. Pass here dispatch add docs ID like this. Pretty easy, guys. And we are going to take now the handle doc select function. We're gonna pass it to the checkbox. And here, if that ID exists, we're gonna return true. We're gonna pass here an event on checked change. We are going to call here now handle doc select. Okay, great. Now if I head into the browser and then I'm trying to select here something, let me click here. Okay, let me try to pass here something. I'm going to console here at the bottom here, right here. Let me try to console here something at the top, maybe at the top here, so that we can see if we have here docs ID and pass here JSON. That's, yeah, let me pass here JSON that's stringify. Okay, that's stringify, and then I'm gonna pass here docs. Yeah, and pass here docs IDs like this. Yeah, this is how we write it. Okay, like this doc ID. Okay, like this is like this. Yeah, we should pass here docs IDs. Okay, yeah, let me just pass here select docs. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm passing here like this. Now let's see if we are going to push in the ID. Okay, I'm gonna click here. Let me select here projects, and then let me try to select this project. You can see we're pushing the project ID. If I click here, we remove it. If I click again, we add it. If I click here, we add this. We add this. If I click here, we remove this. We remove this. And great, guys. It works pretty well. Now, what we're gonna do next, guys, we're going to head into the chart input, and we're gonna pass here a little menu. Okay, we're gonna pass here a little menu, and if I select summary, we're gonna generate summary. If I select MindMap, we're gonna generate a MindMap. Okay, that's what we're gonna do, guys. Okay, and I think I've already explained you that, guys. You can see in here we have this. We're gonna pass here another form right here. Now that's what we're gonna do. Now what I'm going to do, guys, we're gonna head into the chartbox component, chartbox folder, and right here I'm pass here a components action list. Okay, this little menu, guys, and we're gonna head into the chart input, and then I'm gonna import it in here, and I'm passing here. Now let's see how it looks like. You can see we have here this little menu right here, guys. It's pretty simple. Everybody in here knows how to create a little menu. Okay, now what we want to do, guys, is to generate a summary. We are gonna focus on creating this little menu. Now if I click here summary, I'm gonna generate a summary. If I click here starter guide, I want to generate a starter guide. Okay, now I'm gonna go back here. You can see this little menu takes some props here. It takes actions. Actions is literally an array. You can see it is here reports, label, an icon color, but also bg hover. Okay, property. This is this array right here. This is the actions array. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to add here a condition pass here use effect. Let me pass here first use effects, because when we are going to select here an item in the action list menu, we are going to console here something. Okay, and pass a use effect, and then I want to watch here the item selected by the user. Okay, that's what we need to do. And here I'm pass here this, I'm pass here console, console.log. We're gonna pass here action, and here I'm gonna watch that action, pass here an array, a dependency. We're gonna pass here action like this. And now if I head into the browser, and I'm not heading to the console here, let's try to select here something. You can see if I select here, by default we have here reports. You can see we have here reports like this. Now I'm gonna select here summary. Let's head into the console here. Yeah, we should see that right here. Starter guide. You can see we have here starter guide. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add here check. If we select summary or starter guide, we're gonna generate an appropriate report. Okay. Now in here we're gonna pass a little check if action is equal to, I'm gonna copy a starter guide and pass in here like this, and then I'll make here another check. I'm copy this, and then I'm passing here, and we're going to check if is equal to summary, and also gonna check if is equal to MindMap. Let me try to select here MindMap. Okay, we're gonna select here MindMap like this. I'm copy this right here. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, I'm gonna copy this again. We're gonna pass in here, and right now we're gonna pass here MindMap like this. Pretty good, guys. Pretty simple and pretty good. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, guys, I'm going to pass here function. I'm gonna head into the project.ts. You can see inside the project.ts is where we put in all function that allows to deal with projects. Okay, now I'm passing out a function here, create summary. We pass here the project ID, user ID, docs ID. Okay, docs ID is an array, and then we pass it in here, and we are going to eat that endpoint. Now I'm gonna copy here this function. We're gonna head into the chat input, and I'm pass here a function. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here a function like this. I'm gonna pass a const generate summary. Okay, like this is equal to, I'm pass a sync. And we are going to read, inside the function, pass it try catch. In case we have an error, we're gonna catch it. Okay, pass it try catch, and here we're gonna pass it const data is equal to this, and I'm passing a wait because this function returns a promise, and we're gonna pass it some property like the user ID, the project ID, and the docs ID. Okay, pass it we're gonna pass here project ID like this, user ID, and we need to pass it the docs ID. Now in order to get access to the docs ID, we're gonna head into the doc list component, and we're gonna copy it in here. You can see we extract it right here, docs ID. Yeah, we got it in here. Okay, docs ID. Now in order to get access to it, I need to import here a state. Let me see in here, guys. Yeah, I'm going to, we have here select. Okay, I'm gonna head into the left dock here, left panel. We're gonna head into the left panel. I'm copying something. Let me see here something. I'm going to copy here use selector hook. We're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna get access to the docs array. Okay, we're gonna go back here and pass in here, and here we're gonna pass the docs IDs. Doc IDs like this. I think this is the right name. First of all, let's import this. Let's import this type right here. I'm gonna import this, and we're gonna import the use selector here. Okay, let's import this too. And I think, guys, let's go into the doc slice, and see here the name. Yeah, you can see the name here, guys, is doc IDs. Okay, we're gonna copy that, and I'm passing here. we're gonna import here use selector hook right here. We're gonna import use selector hook from Redux, and then we're gonna pass here the docs IDs, okay, like this, and we're gonna import also the create summary function. Let import these two, okay. Great, we just finished, and once we finish generating the summary, I want to see here message and pass it show success message. We're gonna pass it data the message like this, and in case we have an error, I'm passing show error like this, and I failed to generate summary, something like this. We can pass something like this, and yeah, okay, like this. And actually you can see pass it the project ID, and here let me pass here the project ID should be a string, not undefined, okay, like this. Great, everything is going great, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that function, and then I'm passing inside use effect if is equal to summary. We're gonna call that function in order to generate summary, okay. And yeah, that's great. And also I'm gonna create here another property, a loading state. I'm passing here loading, and we're gonna pass it set loading, and I'm passing false, and I'm copy loading property. We're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it to the action select component. You can see if I pass it through, let's see what we're gonna get in here. If I pass it through, we're gonna see something spinning. Let me first pass this, then pass here loading, pass it loading like this. And actually I have some typing errors. Yeah, you can see here, pass here yeah, you can see in here we have the loading property right here. That's why we have an error. I'm pass here loading reports, and here I'm pass here set loading reports in order to get rid of the error. Okay, set loading reports like this, and then we can copy this, and we're gonna pass it right here like this, and we're gonna go back, and here I'm going to copy this and pass it in here. I'm gonna modify the value to true right here, and once we finish making an HTTP request, we're gonna modify the value to false here. Okay, like this, and I can pass here finally. We're gonna pass here false. I'm gonna copy this, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, great. Now if we head into the browser, you can see we got here this little menu, and if I pass it through, you're gonna see we're gonna modify the states. Let's see. Yeah, you can see modify the states. Now let's go back here. Okay, now I want to try to generate a summary. Okay, now I'm gonna go here, and I'm going to, first of all, we need also to check if we have here an ID, okay, in order to call that function. And here I'm passing if, yeah, I'm passing doc.length, okay, like this is greater than 0, and we are going to say we're gonna copy this, we're gonna pass it in here, else we're gonna pass it, we're gonna show a message, okay, else I'm passing show error, I'm passing, yeah, we can pass a show info. I got a function show info, okay, select at least one doc, okay, like this. That's what we're gonna show. And now if I try to pass here, I'm try to click here summary, you can see we have here this little menu. Yeah, we have here pop-up a notification select. Yeah, let me click again, you can see it. Yeah, let's try to select here summary, select at least one doc. Okay, let me pass it at the top here. Yeah, okay, we can try to modify the position, or I'm passing show error. This one is gonna be good. Okay, let's try this. Click here summary, let me see here summary. Okay, let's see here, I'm gonna pass a show error like this, and I'm trying to click here study guide, and then pass the summary. Yeah, you can see select at least, yeah, we should pass here select its list, yeah, okay, its list one doc, okay, like this. Okay, we just finished, and now we're gonna try to generate a summary. Now you can see here we have a bunch of documents. I'm pick here one document in order to generate the summary, and here I'm gonna pick here this one, autonomous agents, advanced AI system for independent operations. I'm gonna select this one. And then we're going to head into the console because I'm gonna click here right now, summary. Okay, let's see what we do here. You can see we make an HTTP request to receiver, API/reports. If I zoom a little bit, you can see we have API/reports. And I think, yeah, you can see generating summary. Okay, they call the workflow, they call the pipeline that allows to generate the summary. Okay, and then we have here message. Yeah, you can see it finish automatically, generate summary, collect summary, and it finished, guys. If the document it was pretty long, it could take even 1 minute in order to finish generating summary. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the knowledge base schema, and then I'm trying to check here. Yeah, you can see in here we have the summary. Okay, you can see autonomous agents. I'm copy it. We have here the summary, and I'm put it in here. Let me head into the VS Code. We're gonna pass it in here. Yeah, you can see here's the summary. Introduction to autonomous agents. An autonomous agent is an advanced AI system that operates independently to achieve goals. Now you can see here's the summary generated by the AI based on the selected document. Now you can see at the root of the report folder we have here an endpoint that allows to return here. That allows to return here all generated summaries of a given document. You can see if we head into the MongoDB here, you can see we don't have data inside the collection. We don't have data. We forgot to add something inside these endpoints, inside the update or create summary. You can see at the bottom here, when we finish generating the summary, we take the summary and then we update here the summary column. You can see we call a function update summary. We have the function inside the knowledge base service, okay, update summary. Now once we pass here the summary, I think we should create a row inside the source collection. Now I'm going to import here the generate title function. I forgot to pass this here, and then we're gonna pass here the final summary, and then we're gonna generate a title based on the final summary, and then we're going to take that, we're gonna put it inside the create source collection, so that when we're gonna hit that endpoint right here, we're gonna get data. You know, as I said before, guys, let me move here. You can see we have here this section right here. You can see we have here library, and then we have here AI chat, and at the bottom here, I said previously that we're gonna add here a report section. If I click inside the report section, and we are going to fetch data inside the source collection, and then we can view a summary or a mind map or a story guide. Okay, now I'm going to go back in here, and then we're gonna select here another document. Okay, I'll select here building a chatbot with advanced retrieval techniques. I'm select this one, and then we're gonna click here summary. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we have an header, and you can see source service. We have an header inside the source service. I'm not heading to the source service, and we're gonna fix that. Let's head into the source service. Okay, at the top here, source service isn't undefined. Let me head into user schema right here, and I'm heading to here source schema. Okay, yeah, we made a mistake here when we create a scheme. Okay, we should pass here source. Okay, now let's try it again. And here I'm gonna refresh the page here, and then yeah, we got it again. Source service. Let's go back in here. Okay, and here we export source. Okay, we should take that, and we're gonna head into the source service, and I think we should pass it right here. Let me import it again. Okay, we're gonna import it, and now let's head into the browser and refresh the page here and see what we're gonna get. Now you can see we don't have an error again. Let's click here Python research, and let me select here. I'm not select here building a chatbot with advanced retrieval. I'm select this, and let me pick here document. I'm pick here a report here. Let's generate a summary, and yeah, you're gonna see okay API/reports/summary, and then they're gonna kick off a pipeline generating summary. Okay, it starts again generating summary, generate summary. You can see actually they are creating a small chunks of summaries, and then they're gonna collect all these small summaries. They're gonna put it together in order to generate the final summary. Okay, you can see generate summary. They're gonna generate the summary again. Okay, then generate again. Okay, they generate the summary again. We're gonna wait a bit until it finish. And in here, oh guys, it doesn't finish. We have an error. Okay, you can see they were generating chunks of summaries, but actually doesn't finish. So let me try to check here. You can see this is the file that we want to generate the summary. If I copy it and I put it in here, you can see it's pretty huge and it fails. Maybe because I'm using a free model provider. I'm going to switch the model and then we're going to see if it's going to work. Okay, it's pretty huge. And here you can see I head into on the token counter. You can see the document size is 7k tokens. Okay, now what I'm going to do in here in order to fix that, maybe I'm going to head into the summary pipeline and then I'm going to increase here the token max and pass here free, but also I'm going to head into the static guide pipeline and pass here 3,000 3k because we can deal with huge books. Okay, I'm passing 3k like this. And now I'm gonna try it again. If it fails, I'm going to try it again. Okay, I'm not heading to right now inside the console to see what is the issue. Okay, let me head into in here. Let me refresh first of all the page here, and then we're gonna select that document. Okay, gray like this. And now I'm gonna head into the console. I'm select here the doc. I'm select building a chatbot. I'm select this one. And I'm gonna click here summary, and again you're gonna see in the console, yeah, you can see again the stats. And if you have an error, I'm gonna know what is the problem, and it's actually generating summary. And if I head into in here, guys, if I head into inside this file right here, update or create summary, you can see in here I'm using Celebres. Celebres provides a free tier. That's what I'm using right here. I don't pay anything in here. So if it fails, I'm gonna use ChatFireworks because for ChatFireworks I have a paid account. Okay, if it fails, we're gonna use ChatFireworks. And here, let's see in here. Okay, generating summary. It continue. Okay, let's see again. We're gonna wait a bit. Generate summary. And here we're gonna wait a bit, guys. Okay, this is the technique. You can see, guys, that's what we call a map reduce technique. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. If it fails, we're gonna try to see what caused the error. Okay, now yeah, generate summary. You can see, guys, the document is pretty huge. Okay, you have to use map reduce technique for these kind of techniques. Okay, for this kind of data, for this kind of documents, use map reduce technique. You can see the doc is pretty huge, guys. You can see 7k tokens. If you try to copy that into ChatGPT, it's gonna fail. Okay, they continue. Again, we have an error. Okay, we have an error. Let me try to fix that. Let's head into here, guys, and see what caused the error. Okay, we have an error, internal error. And here, let me move here. Yeah, you can see, guys, this is the error that we got. Failed to generate summary. 40, yeah, you can see 429 tokens per minute. Limit exceeded. Okay, too many tokens processed. Okay, we were blocked by the model provider. You can see we were blocked. Now I'm gonna use a paid tier in order to do that. Okay, so that it can work. For long documents, you need to use a paid tier. Yeah, it can't work for the free tier. Okay, you know, guys, it can't work. Now I got a solution for you. Now you can see here, guys, when we split a document into multiple chunks, we're gonna make a lot of iterations. It means too many requests to the model provider. Now I'm gonna limit this. Okay, now in here I'm going to do this. You can see we have a function load documents. We use this function in order to split a document into multiple chunks. Now you can see we have here the chunk size is 1000 and chunk overlap is 200. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna move here and pass a chunk overlap I'm passing is gonna be free. I'm passing 3,000, and here I'm going to pass here, yeah, chunk overlap of 300 like this. And so we're gonna head into in here again. We're gonna try it again, and now I'm gonna try to generate the reports again. I'm gonna click here summary, and let's see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, start again, but this time we don't make a lot of iteration. If we make a lot of iteration, we're gonna be blocked. Okay, let's see again. Okay, you can see actually the pass here collapse we have here, you can see generate summary, and then we have collect summary, and then we generate the fan summary. Actually it works guys, because I just pass here a big chunk. If you pass small chunks, they're gonna make a lot of requests to the model provider, and if you're using a free tier, you're gonna be blocked. But if you're using a paid tier, it's gonna work. Actually, I use a free tier. You can see I didn't change here, guys. I'm still using Cerebrus. If you want to use a paid tier, you can pass here fireworks. You can see in here, if I pass the fireworks, I'm gonna use a paid tier. Okay, it works pretty well. Now let's head into in here. I'm gonna refresh here. You can see actually we have here the summary. Let me see, we have the content. Let me copy that, and I'm gonna pass that right here. You can see here's the summary. You can see introduction to advanced AI techniques. The provided summaries discuss various advanced techniques in artificial intelligence, focusing on natural processing, NLP, machine learning. Okay, now key components and techniques: multi-vector retrievers. Create multiple embeddings of a document, including tables, text, and images to improve retrieval accuracy. Okay, that's what I taught you in the chat PDF clone video. Okay, that we talked about multi-vector retriever, and you can see we talked about also about parent document retrieval, contextual compression retrieval. That's what we talked about in this video. You can see the LLM is able to generate a great summary. Okay, yeah, good. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, we're going to display here a little menu. Okay, you can see, as I said previously, we're going to have here a little menu. Now I'm gonna add it. I'm gonna head into the left panel, and right here we're gonna pass here reports, and we're gonna pass here that little menu. You can see I just pass here this little menu. Okay, I just do copy paste. I copy this, and then I pass in here, and you're gonna see we're gonna have your little menu reports. Okay, like this. And if I click here, I wanna switch to another section here. You can see if I click here document, we switch to the document section. If I click here library, we switch to the library section. Now if I click here reports, I wanna switch to the report section. Now I'm gonna pass here another section. This is the report section, guys. And if I head into in here, you're gonna see we got it. And here, if I click here, you can see we have the report section. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the doc slice, and I'm gonna click here. They're gonna take us to the leaf folder. A leaf folder, you can see we have the API folder, and if I head into projects, you can see inside the project.ts is where we put in all functions that allow us to fetch data. Now I'm gonna pass in another function, get sources. I just copy this and paste it in here, and here we pass here the endpoint reports. We're gonna send the project ID and user ID. Okay, guys. And now we're going to head into the doc slice, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm pass here get sources. I'm gonna import it, then I'm passing another function, fetch sources. Okay, and now I'm gonna pass here a property. We're gonna pass here sources. You can see pass. Okay, this is an array, and I'm gonna add here the type. And now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna scroll a little bit, and here I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna head into extracted users. I'm copy this, and then I'm pass here another block. Okay, let me copy this, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. And what I'm going to do now, I'm gonna pass in another function. You can see we have here this function fetch docs, and we have another function fetch sources. I'm gonna copy this one, and then I'm passing here. Okay, I'm passing this. Okay, and here for the payload, you can see in here we need to define a payload. Now if I head into the database, you can see we need here the ID, title, a total source, content, the source type, the project ID, and user ID. Now I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna head into the project.ts. We're gonna pass here this type, and right here, okay, yeah, I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, let me copy this, and then we're gonna pass in another tab. We're going to pass in the title. You can see you already we're gonna pass in the ID, the title, and we're gonna pass here the total source and pass in here. And you can see we have here the content and pass here the content, and we're gonna pass here, yeah, let me pass here the content first, and we're gonna pass here the user ID. User ID is gonna be a string. Project ID is gonna be a string. Let's see about the source tab, and right here you can see, yeah, we have here the source tab. I need to add it, and I pass here the source tab like this, source tab, yeah, something like this. Okay, and then pass here the type is gonna be a string. Now we're gonna get rid of this data here. I'm gonna remove that, and we're gonna pass here, yeah, report save data. Now we're gonna copy this, and then we're going to add here this type. You can see we have the get sources. I'm going to assert that here as this. Okay, and now we're gonna head into the doc slice, and then we're gonna pass it in here and pass it in here like this. And in here I'm pass here sources like this, sources, and I'm pass here sources again like this. Okay, and right here, yeah, you can see actually guys, we got an error. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, we have here typing error, and here too I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to do something like this. I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah, I should remove this here. You can see we should pass here sources, something like this, and yeah, we get rid of the error. Okay, you can see we get rid of the error. Now what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to head into now the left panel, and I'm going to move at the top here. I'm gonna try to call the function. Okay, now you can see in here we're gonna extract here the sources. I'm gonna extract here the reports. Let's see here the type, and here you can see pass the sources. I'm gonna extract it, and then I'm passing here like this. Okay, we extract it. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna extract it from the second state here. I'm gonna extract it here. And now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to call the function right here. I'm gonna copy this, and then we are going to call here the function fetch. Yeah, we're gonna pass a fetch. Let me see the name of the function in here. Yeah, we're gonna call here fetch sources. Okay, this is the name of the function. Now we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, like this, and we're gonna pass it the user ID and project ID. Pass it project ID like this. Okay. And now we're gonna import the fetch sources. I'm gonna import it like this. And now we're gonna try to console the sources states and see what we got in it. Okay. Okay. Actually, we don't have here the project ID. Let me see at the top here. We don't have here the project ID. Okay, we're gonna pass it, guys. Okay. Let me first move at the bottom here, and I'm going to pass here JSON.stringify. Like this. Okay, now we're gonna go at the top, and actually we don't have here the project ID, guys. Now I'm pass here project ID. The type is gonna be a string, and here I think I'm passing to project ID like this. Okay, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the app folder. I'm gonna head into in here. Let's head into private folder. I'm gonna head into in here, and in here we should pass here the project ID. Yeah, I'm not heading to in here. Yeah, I'm not heading to in here, and let me see in here. Right here we don't pass here the project ID. Okay, now we're gonna pass here the project ID and pass the project ID. Yeah, project ID is equal to project ID like this. Okay, guys, like this. And we are going to, in order to avoid an error inside this folder right here, inside this page, which is located at the root here, I'm not heading, and right here we're gonna pass here this and pass here undefined. Okay, if the user doesn't select anything, we're gonna pass here undefined. Okay, yeah, this is another page. Okay, now I'm not heading to the left panel, and here I'm gonna type here. Yeah, I'm gonna let it like this. And now we're gonna try to head into the browser, and in here, guys, let's say you can see we have this here. if I get rid of the project ID, I tap this, you're gonna see we aren't gonna get an error, but instead we aren't gonna fetch anything from the server. Okay, we don't fetch anything. Now this is the page here. You can see inside the private folder we have here Workspace. Okay, now inside the Workspace we have, inside the roots of the Workspace folder we have here this page. Okay, we're gonna render that page if the user doesn't select any projects, and if the user selects a project, we're gonna render this page. Okay, that's what I said previously. Now in here, I'm gonna select here projects. I'm select here. You can see if I jump to doc here, you can see we got here an empty array. We got an empty array. Now if I select here the project Python, you can see we fetch data. Now I'm gonna head into reports, and yeah, you can see actually we got data. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna display the data. Okay, we're gonna display the data. Now in order to display the data, I'm going to head into in here again. Let me see, we're gonna head into the left panel, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna scroll the bottom. Yeah, you can see we have here doc list. Now I'm gonna duplicate these components, and here what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm passing here. Right now I'm passing here reports list.tsx. Okay, like this, and then I'm passing here. I'm going to modify here. You can see we have here doc list. Yeah, we're gonna pass here now report server data. Okay, I'm modify everything in here. Let me see here. I'm gonna pass here. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here report. I'm pass here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here reports server data like this. And where you can see we have here doc list, and pass here reports list, report list props. Okay, I'm gonna copy that and pass in here. And I'm going to modify everything in here. You can see we have here docs. Right now, I'm going to get rid of the query here. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna remove this data right here for filtering. We're gonna get rid of this here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that right here, guys. Yeah, gray, and we're gonna remove also. Yeah, I think we can stay with the. We can stay with this input that allows to set for data. Okay, and now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm gonna pass here sources. Yeah, I'm passing sources like this, and now I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna take this and let me do this. I'm gonna go back again, guys, and here what I'm going to do, I'm passing sources, and I'm gonna copy this. I'm passing in here. You can see I'm passing here and right here, and we're gonna return here filtered sources. Okay, like this. And here you can see we have here this function that allows to select data, that allows to select item. I'm gonna get rid of this function right here because we aren't gonna use it. We aren't gonna use that. I'm gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna take this. We're gonna pass it in here, right here, and here, and yeah, like this. We're gonna get rid of the checkbox here. We aren't gonna use that. Yeah, I'm gonna remove the checkbox like this. I'm gonna get rid of the checkbox right here, guys. And here we're gonna pass here no source found. Instead of no document, I'm passing no reports found. Okay, like this. Okay, everything is okay in here. Okay, everything is okay. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to import the report list component. We're gonna import it inside the left panel. Okay, I'm passing here, and we're gonna head into the left panel. We're gonna scroll the bottom. We're gonna pass it right here. Okay, let me see. Yeah, you can see this is how I pass the doc list components. Now I'm pass here these components right here like this, and here I'm pass here sources. Yeah, we're gonna pass here sources is equal to sources like this, and we are going to get rid of this, and we're gonna pass here loading property. We're gonna pass here loading property is equal to loading like this. Okay, now we're gonna import the report list components. We're gonna import it in here, guys. Yeah, great, everything is going great, guys. Now let's head into the browser and see what we can here. Yeah, guys, you can see actually we have here data. You can see advanced AI techniques. This was the generated summary. Now I'm pass here something else like span tag. Yeah, let me duplicate this span tag right here, guys, and then I'm pass here the source type. I'm pass here source type here. Let's see what we're gonna get. And for the, yeah, let me zoom a little bit. Here we're gonna pass here text XS. Okay, we're gonna pass here small title. And also, if I head into the URLs, we have here a function that allows to truncate the title. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm pass it there. Okay, yeah, because the title can be pretty long, I don't want to have a bad UI. Okay, I'm pass it right here like this. And here, let's say we can pass even 30 characters. Okay, and now we're gonna import this function right here. Okay, like this. Now if I head into the browser, let's pick here projects, and I'm gonna head into reports. Let's see. Yeah, actually I have an error. Let's refresh the page here. Okay, I'm picking projects. I'm gonna head into reports. Yeah, you can see we have the advanced AI techniques, and we have the summary. Now let's fix this UI right here, guys. And here, what I'm going to do, let me get rid of this line right here. I'm get rid of this. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah, I'm gonna remove here flex, and I'm gonna copy this, and I'm pass it in the div here. I'm pass here div, and we're gonna pass here class name, pass here flex core, something like this, and then we're gonna pass that here. Okay, let's see what we're gonna get in here, guys. Oh yeah, you can see actually we have here the title, but also we have the summary. Now I'm going to increase here the characters. I'm pass here 50 like this. Let's see what we're gonna get again. Okay, yeah, something like this. You can see actually we have here the title, but also we have here the summary. Alright, guys, now we're gonna learn how to generate summary from multiple documents. You can see here, if I head into here, guys, and I select this doc, okay, and if I click here summary, we want to generate a single summary about these three selected documents. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Now I'm going to head into the API folder, and then here inside the API folder you can see we have here reports. And now what I've already doing here, guys, I've created here another endpoint. Okay, you can see summary from multiple docs. Okay, and in here we have an endpoint, and we have the helper. I haven't yet put in anything. Now I'm going to head into here inside the summary helper.ts. In here I'm gonna import chart from template, and I'm gonna pass here summary item. Okay, we are going to tab an array. Now you can see here we have another function for make summaries. Now we are going to pass here, we're going to pass to the function a list of summary. Let's say we select this here, this. We're going to generate first summary for a single document. And once we have all the summary, we're going to put it together, and then we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate another single summary, okay, related to this selected document. Now you can see here we have here summary for my summaries. Now the purpose of this function is to take a list of summary. Let's say this is the first summary, okay, and pass here summary 1, okay. We have here another summary, and pass here summary 2, like this. And then we have here third summary, we have here summary 3, like this. And now we are going to iterate through the array, and then we're gonna return here a string. Okay, this is gonna look like this. We're gonna send here an array, and then once we iterate through the array, we are going to return a single string that looks like this. We're gonna have here summary 1, something like this, summary 1, like this. This is gonna be summary 1, and then we're gonna add here a separator. We're gonna add here this separator and pass here this separator, and then we're gonna have here the second summary. I'm gonna copy the second summary. We're gonna pass it in here. Then we're gonna have here this separator, and I'm pass it in here too. And then we're gonna take here the third summary. We're gonna pass in here. Now the goal of doing this is to allow the LLM knows that this is the first summary, this is the second summary, and this is the third summary. Now we're gonna tell the LLM to create a single summary about all of them, to summarize a summary 1, summary 2, and summary 3, and then the LLM is gonna give us a final summary. Now I'm gonna get rid of this here, and then we're gonna create a function that allows the LLM to generate a single summary. Now we're gonna pass a function merge summary. Now the LLM is gonna take all the summary, and then it's gonna put it together to have a unique summary. Now you can see here, pass it the LLM count source, pass it the summary, and then we extract this property. Now we have here system prompt. You're a professional techno summarizer. Your task is to make the following. I pass here the number of summaries. We can pass here 3, summarize into a single, polished, and concise summary. And then each summary is separated by the marker. This is the marker. And then input summaries, we're going to pass here these summaries as counters. Output requirements, okay? The LLM is going to generate a single summary, okay? Now you can see pass here chain, map prompt.pipe. We use here runnable. And then we're going to pass a chain that invoke. We're going to pass the summary to string. And then we're going to return here the final summary. Okay, guys, try to practice, try to generate a random summary, and then copy this function and try to practice a little bit. Okay, you can create another function where you try to practice a little bit in order to understand pretty well. Now, I'm going to head into the root.ts. Okay, now I'm going to head into the root.ts, and in here I'm going to import this function. I import here for main summaries and main summary. Then we're going to create here the endpoint. We're going to extract the user ID, project ID, docs ID. The docs ID is an array of string. Then we're going to check if the user ID and project ID isn't undefined. We are going to check here if the docs array, the length is equal to 0. We're going to return this mess, select source. Then we're going to initialize the model. We're going to initialize the source service class, and we're going to initialize the knowledge base service. And now here I'm going to create an array, summaries. Now we are going to push in, let's say, you can see here, let me head into here. Let's say we select here these 3 docs. This doc right here has a summary. This one has a summary. This, it doesn't have summary. And this, it doesn't have summary. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to check if this doc has a summary. We are going to take the summary, we're going to push it inside the summary array. Okay, if this one here, it doesn't have the summary, we're going to first generate the summary. And then once we finish generating the summary, we're going to push it inside this array. And we're going to do the same thing for the last doc here. We're going to generate the summary, and then we're going to push it into this array. Now, once we have an array of summaries, we have here an array of summary, we are going to take this summary, we're going to pass it to the LLM in order to generate a single summary. Now, in here, you can see I pass it doc of docs. And in here, I'm basically checking if a document has a summary. You can see in here, if it has a summary, we're going to push it inside the summaries array. Now, in here, I'm going to check here if the summaries that length is greater than 0. And I'm going to run this. And here, I'm going to take here, let's say we select a single doc. This is a situation where we select a single doc, okay? If we have only a single summary, we are going to generate a single summary, okay? And here, we are going to pass here, generate title, we're going to generate the title for the summary, and then we're going to pass here source.create source, okay? We're going to pass here source repo, create source, we're going to pass here the project ID, user ID, the title, the source type, the content. And here we're going to return thing creating summary. Now, in the case where the user selects multiple summaries, we are going to head into the else block. And then in here, we're going to pass the summaries.length. And then we are going to take here, we're going to call here a function for merge summaries. It means we have data, we have many summaries inside the summaries array. You can see here, guys, if the summaries.length here is greater than 1, we are going to run this. If we have more than one item inside the summaries array, we're going to head into the else block. And in here, we are going to format summary. We use this function in order to add a separator, okay? We're going to add a separator. And then once we finish adding the separator, we are going to take these summaries, and then we're going to pass it to the function merge summary, okay? This is a function in here that allows to merge summaries, okay? And then we're going to take the final summary. We're going to pass it to the generate title. They're going to generate a title for it. And then we're going to pass here, source.repo.create, okay? And then we're going to return a response to the user finish creating summary, okay? Like this. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into the chart input. I'm going to head into the chart input. And you can see we have here function create summary. So what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the function, and I'm going to add here condition. You can see if from the server we have here ready to generate source, we are going to call this endpoint. We're going to call this function that is going to eat the reports for /summary from multiple docs. We're going to eat that endpoint in order to generate a summary for multiple docs. Okay. Now you can see here, if I head into in here, guys. Okay, I'm going to head into in here. You can see we are going to use this endpoint in order to generate first summary for each document. Okay, we're going to generate summary for each document. That is the purpose of this endpoint. Okay, to generate the summary for each document. So once we finish generating the summary for each document, we are going to return here ready status. Okay, ready to generate source. Okay, and then we are going to eat that endpoint in order to pull this summary together. Okay, now I think you understand, guys. Try to practice. And in here right now, I'm gonna select here, let's select here the projects, and then we're gonna select here free document. I'm gonna select here this one. You can see LLM powered autonomous agent. I'm gonna pick this one. I'm pick this one here, and I'm gonna pick here this one that talks about Langchain overview and agent architecture. Okay, I'm gonna pick here this one too. Okay, we're gonna try to generate summary, okay, based on these selected sources. Now if I head into MongoDB, you can see sources collection where we have here only one source. Okay, if I click here, we have only one. Now I'm gonna select here, I'm select here menu, reports, and pick here summary. Okay, I'm gonna click here. Yeah, you can see actually make an HTTP request to the server, and you can see generate summary. Okay, they start generating the summary, and yeah, actually they're generating the summary. Okay, and yeah, it works. Okay, now if we head into in here, I'm not heading to the console. You can see in the payload we send here free document. You can see here's the ID of the first doc, the second, and the third one. Okay, now we're gonna wait a bit. Yeah, you can see for the second doc, the finish generating summary. Now in here, okay, yeah, finished creating summaries. Okay, they finished. We got a message in here. You can see we got a message. It works pretty well. Now guys, if you notice, they generate only a summary for 2 documents. Okay, you can see they generate summary for 2 documents, because for 1 document we have summary. Okay, now you can see for the last for this one here, for this one we have summary. That's why they didn't generate the summary for this one here. Now they generate the summary for this and for this here, and then they pull the summary together in order to have a unique summary. Now if I head into here, if I refresh here, I'm gonna head into sources and I'm gonna click here. You can see we're gonna have here single summary. You can see, yeah, you can see we have here single summary, large language models, and autonomous agents. Yeah, this is the summary generated by the agents. You can see total sources. This summary has been generated by free sources. You can see total source is equal to free. Now we're gonna head into the browser, and here guys, I'm gonna refresh a little bit because we have a here called the function that allows to fetch a list of sources when we generate a summary. Okay, now I'm gonna select here the projects, and we're gonna head into reports. You can see we have here some reports. Okay, and here you can see we have here this the summary that has been generated by free. You can see this the summary that has been generated by free documents. Now I'm gonna display here the source. I'm gonna head into the report list. Okay, you can see here's the report list, and in here you can see we pass here something. Okay, yeah, report list. Okay, in here we're gonna pass here source. Yeah, I'm pass here type like this, and pass here sources. Okay, and then I'm gonna pass here kill brace and pass here doc. That's I'm gonna pass here total source. Okay, something like this. And now you can see we have here this summary right here is being generated by free sources. Okay, and you can see they generate also the summary for each document. And here you can see they generate a summary for this and for this too. Okay, now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to call here function. We're gonna head into the chart inputs, and then I'm passing function. Okay, I'm passing here. Once we finish generating the summary, we're gonna call this function fetch sources. Okay, now in order to make it run, I'm gonna head into the left panel, and then I'm gonna import here dispatch. We have here use dispatch. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass it inside the chart input. I'm passing here, and let me go back here, guys, and we're gonna copy here. I'm gonna copy here dispatch like this. We're gonna copy that. So we're gonna pass inside the chart inputs and pass it at the top here like this. Yeah, we got here use select and pass here use dispatch, and also we're gonna import here this tab, app dispatch tab, okay, like this. Okay, and there we go. And yeah, okay, we just finished, guys. We just finished. Now we're going to generate the static guide. You can see, guys, actually we finished generating the summary. Now we're gonna generate the static guide. That's what we're gonna do. Now, in order to generate the static guide, we're gonna repeat the same process. I'm not gonna change anything, guys, okay? We're gonna repeat the same process. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into in here. You can see we have here reports, and here we have summary. Now I'm pass here in our folder, I'm pass here static guide, like this, static guide. And here I'm passing another folder. I'm name it. Yeah, we're gonna pass here another folder, we're gonna pass here static guide. Yeah, I can just do this. I'm going to take here this name and pass here, we're gonna pass here rename, and then we're gonna pass here rename. Okay, something like this. We're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here, new folder, and then we're gonna pass here static guide right now. Okay, and pass here static guide like this. Okay, static guide from Multi-Modal. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the summary, and here I'm gonna copy everything in here. I'm putting inside this roots here. We're gonna pass here roots.ts like this. And I'm passing here. Okay, I'm passing here. We're gonna copy everything. We're gonna copy update or create summary. And I'm gonna copy this. And now we're gonna pass the update or create static guide. Okay, and pass it in here. Okay, update or create static guide. Okay, that's yes. Yeah, like this. And then we're gonna pass it in here. And guys, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to do something like this. You can see actually we already generated the summary. Now I'm going to do this. We're gonna make a quick pause, guys, and then I'm gonna do it in the background because we're gonna repeat the same process. I'm gonna modify here only the where we have summary and pass the static guide. I'm gonna do it real quickly in the background, and then we're gonna learn how to generate a mind map. Alright, guys, I just finished working on the static guide endpoints, and what I've done here, guys, I just copy the content. I just copy all methods inside the summary folder and put it inside the static guide folder, and then modify things, guys. It's pretty much the same thing. Now we're gonna create a function that allows to this endpoint right here in order to generate the static guides. Now to do so, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm gonna do just copy paste, guys. I'm not gonna write everything here. You can see we have here a function that allows us to the summary endpoint. Okay. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to copy this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing here. I'm passing static guide. Okay, static guide like this, and then I'm passing here. And what I'm going to do, I'm gonna modify here the name of the method and pass here create static guide. Yeah, like this. And we're gonna modify here the endpoint. You can see for the endpoint we're gonna pass here. Let me see. We're gonna pass here static guide. I'm pass here reports // we're gonna pass here static guide. Okay. Yeah, let me pass here static guide like this. Okay, and also I'm gonna move here where you can see we have a generate summary source and pass here generate static guide. Okay, something like this, and you can see it's pretty simple, guys. It's pretty simple. I just modify here the name of the function, and also for the second endpoint here we're gonna copy here this. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing in here, and we're gonna pass the report / static guide from Multi-Modal. Okay, like this, and we just finish. Okay, now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna head into the chat input, and I'm gonna call the function. Okay, you can see in here we have a function that we use in order to generate the summary. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy here this function. I'm gonna create here another function like this. Okay, and then we're gonna pass here create static guide, and yeah, I'm gonna import this one right here, and now I'm pass here generate static guide. I'm pass here static guide like this. Pretty simple. We're gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass here and pass here first static guide, and then we're gonna pass it inside the use effect. You can see if action is equal to static guide, we're gonna call this function like this, and there we go. We just finished, guys. Now we're gonna try to generate a study guide. Okay, yeah. Now I'm gonna head into the browser, and we're gonna head into in here reports, yeah, library, and here let me select here a project, and now I'm gonna head into the console to see if we're gonna get an error in order to know the codes, guys. And now here I'm going to do something like this. I'm gonna select here this dog right here. You can see we have here adversarial attacks on large language model. I'm select this one, and then we are going to select here. I'm gonna select here study guide. Let me clear out the console and click here study guide, and yeah, let's head into the console and see what we can hear. Okay, actually we don't, yeah, let's see here, guys. Okay, we don't make an HTTP request to the server. Let me head into the console here and check here. We don't make an HTTP request to the server. Okay, we don't make it. And let me try it again here. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna do something like this. I'm select here study guide. Yeah, we don't make an HTTP request to the server. You can see we don't make it. Now let me head into here and see why. Yeah, here you can see if action is equal to study guide. Let me try to console here something and pass a console.log here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here console.log and pass here the action like this. Okay, yeah, like this, guys. And yeah, like this. We're gonna try to see what we're gonna get in console. And again, we're gonna head into here, and I'm gonna try to yeah, you can see we pick here the MindMap. If I pass the study guide, you can see we have a study guide. Now I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm passing here. Let's see if we're gonna console this and pass da. And now let's try it again. I'm selecting here MindMap. I'm gonna switch to study guide. Yeah, you can see we console that. And now we are going to call that function here. And let me see why here. Yeah, if docs.length. Okay, and then we're gonna call a function create study guide. Okay, like this, we're gonna call the function right here. Yeah, everything is okay in here, guys. Maybe what I'm going to do in here is to refresh the window here, and then we're gonna try it again. I'm gonna head into in here inside the network tab, and then we're gonna head into Python and pick a project adversarial attacks on LLM, and here we're gonna pick here study guide. Yeah, you can see actually we make an HTTP request to the server, and yeah, you can see we make it. Okay, and actually we're gonna start generating the study guide. Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, you can see, yeah, you can see generate study guide chunk. Actually they're generating the study guide. Okay, yeah, you can see, yeah, collect study guides, collapse study guide, and finish creating summary. We should pass him as a finish creating study guide. Okay, yeah, we're gonna modify here. Yes, create study guide, and here, yeah, let's go in here, and what I'm going to do is to modify here something. We're gonna head into the study guide in here. Okay, right here, failed to, yeah, you can see here you should pass it, failed to generate study guide. I didn't modify that study guide like this. And if we finish here, I want to see something. I'm gonna head into the chat input. Okay, let's see right here. Yeah, generate study guide. Okay, we got this, and I'm gonna head into in here to check. Okay, yeah, let me go back inside the AP folder, and I'm gonna head in. Okay, we're gonna head in, and here we should see something like this. You can see we have here this message. I want to modify it. We should pass here finish generating study guide, finished creating study guide like this. Yeah, and at the bottom here we should pass the study guide. Yeah, everything is okay, guys. Everything is okay. Now let's try to see what we got in here. Okay, now you can see if I head into documents, yeah, I'm gonna head into reports, and here we should have a study guide. Yeah, you can see right here we have study guide. Okay, you can see we have a study guide. Now we need to see the content of the study guide. If I click here, I want to see the content of the study guide. Now, in order to see the the contents, I'm going to head into the component folder, and I'm not creating a component. Yeah, you can see here's the component folder, and here you can see we have here left panel. Now inside the left panel, I'm passing a component view report model. Okay, now in here we're gonna import some components, and we're gonna pass here the component view report model. And in here you can see we import here the base model we already created, and then we're gonna inside the base model we're gonna pass here React Markdown in order to display here the title of the reports, but also the contents. Now I'm gonna copy the view report model, and I'm gonna take here this. I'm going to head into the doc slice in order to create a component, in order to create a state, sorry. And here I'm passing state. You can see I'm passing this, and I'm gonna type here this state. It's gonna be an object, and I'm going to set it. Let's see here the type. I'm gonna set it is report save data. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, yeah, I'm passing here like this. Okay, yeah, like this. Yeah, I'm going to type it like this. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna remove that because this is a type. And now I'm going to take it, and then I'm passing here. It's gonna be an object like this. And yeah, let's see here we have what we have here. Yeah, you can see this an array, guys. And here what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy here these contents, and then I'm gonna pass here tab reports data type like this is equal to this. Okay, I'm gonna pass is equal to this object right here, and then we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass in here, and we're gonna export the reports data. Okay, like this. I'm gonna export it, and then we're gonna copy it, we're gonna pass it inside the doc slice and pass it in here like this, and we're gonna import it in order to get rid of the error. Okay, like this. Okay, and let me asset it. Yeah, I'm gonna asset it in order to remove the error. Okay, like this. Now I'm gonna create here an action in order to pass data. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing here, and I'm passing here selected. Yeah, I'm passing selected reports, and we're going to take this report data type. I'm gonna copy that, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and now we're going to take here this state view report model. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna pass in here is equal to the payload. Okay, now we're gonna go back inside the view report model, and then we're gonna pass it data. Okay, and here I'm passing, and I extract it like this, and then we're gonna pass also another property right here. You can see we need to have here the model view reports model, and here I think I'm gonna pass another states. I'm gonna name it like this. I'm passing view reports model. Yeah, I'm passing show reports model, show view reports model. Okay, I'm passing default value is gonna be false here, and we can copy this, we can pass in here. We're gonna say the type is gonna be a boolean like this, and we're gonna create a function. Yeah, I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna pass in here, guys. We're gonna pass in here. We're going to modify the value to true. I'm passing true like this, and here I'm passing state that like this. Okay, guys. Now we're gonna copy this, and then we're gonna move at the bottom here. We're gonna export this function. Okay, select reports. Okay, now I'm going to go back inside the view report model, and then in here we are going to extract this state here view reports model. I'm gonna extract it, and I'm gonna copy it. I'm passing. Yeah, I'm copy and pass in here like this. Okay, guys, like this. And also we need to copy this function, and we are going to head into the we're gonna head into the report list. And in here, guys, what I'm going to do, when we're gonna click here, we're gonna select a report, we're gonna pass data to that state. Okay, now in here I'm pass that right here first, and then I'm going to go back inside the view report model, and what I'm going to do, I'm gonna copy this to line right here. Let me copy this. I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna pass it in here. Okay, I'm passing here, and yeah, like this. I'm going to go back in here inside the view report model. I'm going to copy here the use dispatch hook and use select hook. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it in here at the top here. Okay, like this. Okay, And now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to create a function here. I'm going to invoke that action. You can see in here we have this action, select the report. Okay, now we're going to invoke that function inside the report list component. We're going to pass in here. We're going to pass a dispatch, select the report. We're going to pass the documents. Okay, and once we pass it the documents, we are going to go back in here. You can see inside the view report model, we still have here an editor. You can see in here we have here the close button. When we click on it, we need to call a function that allows us to close this model. Now I'm gonna go back in here and pass here another action tag of view report model. We're gonna copy that and we're gonna pass it in here like this. And I'm going to go back in here and pass in here like that. And pass in here, yeah, like this. And we're gonna import it. Okay. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to copy a view report model, and we're going to head into in here. I'm not heading to the app folder. Okay, app folder, you can see we have a public. Yeah, I'm not heading to private, and here we have a page. I'm not heading to the dynamic page here, and I'm gonna pass in here like this. Okay, great. We need to import it now in order to use it. I'm not importing, and everything is going well now. Let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, now I'm picking projects. Yeah, I'm not heading to reports. Yeah, you can see we already fetched reports here. Now if I click here, let's click here. Yeah, you can see actually I have an editor, view report mode. Okay, yeah, this component right here, you can see this component. This is a server-side component. Okay, you can see this is a server-side component, and inside the view report model, this is a client-side component. Pass here use clients. Okay. Now, in order to call this function, in order to call this model, I'm going to head into in here, and let me see what I'm going to do in here. You can see in here we pass here. Let me see, we have here a wrapper, add source model wrapper. Okay, let me head in and see what we got in here. And this function, it allows us to return here the add source model. Okay, now I'm gonna create a wrapper for this component, and here I'm gonna copy this, and we are going to head into the left panel, and we're gonna pass here wrapper. Okay, and I'm pass here view report model, and pass the view report model wrapper. Okay, I'm not gonna render this component on the client. I'm passing here. We're gonna copy the name. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna pass in here. We aren't gonna pass it any prop here. I'm gonna get rid of this prop. Okay, like this. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of everything in here. And in here, we're going to pass here view report mode. Okay, I'm gonna copy the name. We're gonna pass it in here, like this. Okay, and we're gonna import it in here, and we're gonna copy this. We're gonna head into now the dynamic route, and then we're gonna pass it there. Okay, right here. Let me see. Yeah, we're gonna pass in here. Yeah, we're gonna pass in here, guys. Okay, now let's head into the browser and see what we can here, guys. If I click here, you can see introduction to advanced AI techniques. Okay, this is a good summary. Okay, generated by the LLM. Okay, now let me see here summary. You can see we have a summary generated on free sources. Let me click here, and you can see, yeah, introduction to LLM powered autonomous agents and advanced AI techniques. You can see key concepts and framework, planning, memory to use, React, Langchain, and we have here advanced retriever techniques, multi-vector retrievers, parent document retrievers, contextual compression retriever, multi-query retriever, supervised multi-agent system. You can see when we take free documents, we put it together, you can see the LLM is pretty smart to generate a summary, a single summary about all the selected docs. Okay, it's pretty mature. Now in here, what I'm going to pass here, I'm not heading to the view report model, and here I'm add here something like the total sources that we use here. Let me pass here something, and pass this, and pass here sources. And I can pass here, yeah, sources like this, and then we're gonna pass here view report model. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it here. Okay, I'm passing total source. Yeah, I'm passing total sources. Okay, like this, and I'm gonna get rid of the footer. We don't have here the footer. I'm gonna remove that. And if we head into the browser, you can see we have here number of sources that we use in order to generate this. We have here 3 sources. Okay, great. And I think I'm gonna do something like this. I'm gonna wrap that into parentheses, something like this. And yeah, great. Okay, everything is going great, and you can see everything is going great, guys. Okay, everything is going great, guys. Okay, now it's up to you to practice, try to practice, and try to see if you can do this. Okay, it's pretty important. Now we're gonna learn how to generate a mind map. Okay, we just finished with the summary. Yeah, we're done with the summary, and we're done with the study guide. Okay, now we're gonna learn how to generate mind map. Pass the mind map. With this, we just finish here, done here. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to generate a mind map. So before we start working on the MindMap pipeline, I'm gonna head on MindElixir. This is the package that we're gonna leverage in order to generate a mind map. Now head on MindElixir.com, head into what is MindElixir. Okay, now you're gonna see this mind map right here. You can see we have a mind map. Okay, it's beautiful. Now I'm going to head into installation and usage. Now you're gonna tap this command in order to install it. npm install MindElixir-a. Okay, do that. Now in order to use it, we're gonna import it, and let me head into TypeScript support, and in here's how we should use it. We're gonna import it. We're gonna import MindElixir and MindElixir data and options from MindElixir. We're gonna create an object right here. This is a JSON object, and then we're gonna pass here some property like no data. We're gonna pass here the ID topic, and in here you can see we have here children array. Now inside the children array, we can have here another objects. Okay, you can see we have an object, and inside of this object we can pass here another children array. This is another children array in here, and inside of this children array you can see we have an object, and inside of this object we can pass here children array, etc. Okay, this is a recursive object. Okay, and then we're gonna initialize here MindElixir. We're gonna pass here new MindElixir. We're gonna pass here that object, and then we're gonna pass here MindElixir.init. Okay, like this. Pretty easy, guys. And you can see in here, guys, this is the structure. You can see this is a node, and inside of this node we can have your bottom menu. Let me see here. You can see something like this, guys. Yeah, you can see in here we have your MindElixir at the middle, and in here we have here this. We have here what is MindElixir. Now this is a node, this is an object, and inside of this object we can have here a children array. Okay, and inside of this children array we may have another object, and we have a children array, etc. It's recursive, guys. Okay, we're gonna learn how to generate this, okay, with AI. Now I'm gonna head into the MindMap pipeline in here, guys, and then what we're gonna do, I'm going to pass here an object MindElixir. And here I'm using Zod, and we pass here the ID topic, and then we pass here the children array, the array, that object. We can have here an object, and then I pass here the ID, the topic, and here we can have here another. We can have here a children array. Then we can pass here an object, etc. This is recursive, guys. Okay, it's recursive. Now the AI is gonna know how to do it. Okay, it's gonna generate data based on this shape. Now in here, what I'm going to do next, I'm passing z.objects, I'm passing node data, and I'm passing MindElixir node. We are going to pass here function generate mind map. Then we're gonna pass here LLM with structured output. I'm passing MindElixir, and then here, guys, I'm going to pass here the prompt. This is the prompt that we're gonna use in order to generate the mind map. Okay, you are an expert level tutor in the education department. Okay, you can use AI in order to generate this kind of prompt, and then we are going to take the prompts. You can see from this section, guys, I instruct the AI how to generate a mind map. You can see O is equal open curly brace, C is equal to curly brace, and then I pass here the shape, no data. We can have here the roots, the top. We can have here the ID is equal to roots, the topic. We can have here children array, and we pass here ID, topic, children, and you can see I pass here recursive subtopics. I instruct the AI how to construct an object compatible with this one right here. I instruct the AI how to do it, and then we are going to have here the MindMap. And pass here chain prompt a pipe. We pass here structure LLM, and then pass here chain results. We're gonna pass here MindMap JSON.stringify. I'm gonna return a string, guys, that we're gonna store inside the database. Okay, like this, and we just finish. Okay, now I'm going to head into the API folder, and then we are going to pass. We're gonna invoke this pipeline. We're gonna pass here the static guide. We are going to take a generated static guide that we're going to pass in here in order to have a MindMap. Okay, now I'm going to head into inside the API folder. Now you can see inside the reports folder, I've already passed here two folder. We have here MindMap. You can see we have here create update MindMap. I did the same thing that we did for summary or static guide. Okay, I did the same thing. You can see in here we have update or create summary. I repeat the same process, and in here we have here create update MindMap, and then in here we're gonna have here create update MindMap, and we are going to repeat the same process. I don't modify anything, guys. And here we're gonna take the path of the file, and we're gonna pass it to the document loader in order to extract data. And we're going to pass here. We are going to invoke a function generate static guide. We already create a function. I import it from here, guys. Generate static guides. Now, once we have a static guide, we are going to use the static guides in order to generate MindMap. Now, I'm going to head into the root.ts, and in here, I'm going to repeat again the same process that we have inside the root.ts, inside the static guide that root.ts. I'm not repeat the same process in here, guys. I'm not repeat the same process. I don't modify anything, guys. Okay. Now here I just repeat the same process, and in here you can see doc with our static guide. And here we're gonna make sure first we have the static guide, because we're gonna use the static guide in order to generate a MindMap. Okay. And then we are going to update or create static guide. We're gonna call the function in order to update the static guide. And after that, we're gonna return this. We're gonna return the status ready to generate source. Now, once we have this, we are going to head into now the MindMap from multiple docs. Okay. Now, inside of the file is where we're gonna call now the generate MindMap pipeline in order to generate the MindMap. Now, I'm going to repeat the same process. It's pretty similar, guys. We check here if we have here the user ID, project ID. We check if we have docs. We have doc IDs. And then here we pass here the LLM, we pass here source service, the Knowledbase service, and then I pass here static guides. I retrieve the static guide from the database, doc.get single doc. We are going to push here static guide inside the static guides array. And then if we have here static guides, I'm going to call now here function in order to generate a MindMap. You can see we are going to take here, first of all, we're going to take the static guide that we got inside the database, and then we're going to call this pipeline generate MindMap. You can see this is the pipeline, and then we invoke it right here in order to generate a MindMap. Okay, you can see we just retrieve right here the static guide from the database, and then we pass it to that function, and then we're going to have here the MindMap. And now I'm going to take the MindMap. It's going to be a JSON string. We're going to take it. We're going to keep it inside the source table. Else, we are going to pass here a collection of static guides. You can see here we have here function merge static guides. This function, it takes here an array of static guides. If I click on it, you can see now once we pass it an array of static guides, we're going to use the LLM in order to generate a single static guide. And once we have a single static guide, now we're going to use this static guide in order to generate the MindMap. Okay. And then here we are going to take this MindMap. We're going to keep it inside the source collection. Okay. You can see pass it the user ID, project ID, the title, source type, content, MindMap, total source, count source. Okay. It's pretty easy, guys. Now, what we're going to do next, guys, I'm going to create a function that allows to eat this endpoint. We are going to head into the leaf folder, project.ts, and in here, you can see we have some function here that we use in order to generate static guide and summary. Now, I'm going to copy the same function, and then we're going to use it in order to generate a MindMap. Okay, create MindMap, and then pass here, generate MindMap. Okay, you can see Yeah, I should copy this function right here, generate MindMap, and pass it in here, okay, like this. Now I'm going to copy the function. I'm not copy the function. I'm not heading to the chart input, and then we're gonna use it in here. And yeah, I'm going to pass in here. I'm going to copy now this. I'm not duplicate this line here. I'm copy this function, and I'm passing here. Now I'm gonna pass here generate MindMap, generate MindMap like this, okay, like this, guys. And then we're gonna copy it and I'm pass it in here like this, guys. Now we're gonna copy the function. We are going to move at the bottom here. Let me pass here first MindMap like this, and I'm going to pass here MindMap like this, okay. We just finished, guys. Everything is okay. Now I'm gonna try to head into the browser in order to generate a MindMap, okay. Okay, everything is okay, guys. Now I'm gonna head into the browser and we're gonna try this, okay. We just finished in here, guys. Now let's head into the browser in here, and I'm going to head into reports. You can see we have here some reports. Let me select here some documents. Okay, I'm gonna head into documents. Yeah, I'm gonna head into library, okay. Now you can see it's the library. Now I'm gonna pick here a document. I'm gonna pick this one here, autonomous agents, okay. I'm gonna pick this one and I'm gonna select it. I'm gonna, let me generate here a MindMap, okay. I'm gonna click here. Let's see what we're gonna get here. You can see, yeah, you can see actually we generate the MindMap. I'm gonna head into the database here. Let me see something in here. You can see this is the source collection. I'm gonna refresh right here. Let's see at the bottom here. Yeah, you can see this is the MindMap right here. I'm gonna try to copy it so that you can see it. I'm gonna copy it and then let me paste it in here. Yeah, you can see this is the MindMap. Okay, this is the object that we're gonna pass to the MindElixir instance, and then we are going to have a MindMap. Okay, that's what we're gonna do right now, guys. Okay, yeah, we have here a little MindMap. Now what we're gonna do next, guys, I'm gonna head into the component folder. You can see we have here left panel, and inside the left panel I'm passing component MindMap model. Okay, now we're gonna use this component in order to display the MindMap. Okay, now in here I'm gonna import MindElixir. You can see I import here MindElixir. Pass here import MindElixir from MindElixir, and then we're gonna pass it import MindElixir /style.css. Now we're gonna create here the components, and then we are going to initialize here the MindElixir instance. Okay, now we pass the use effects, and then I create here container ref. This is the container ref. It's gonna be an HTML element, and then we're gonna pass the MindElixir. You can see we have here options, and then container ref that current, and here I'm going to pass here new MindElixir and pass here these options. And then I'm gonna pass here MindMap model. We're gonna create a set. You can see I extract it from the use selector. We are going to extract it in here. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and then we are going to get access in here, guys. Okay, MindMap model. Let me first copy it, and right here we're gonna return it. Okay, now I'm pass here the base model. Okay, this is the base model, and we pass here MindMap that model. And here you can see if the value is equal to true, we're gonna show this model. If the value is equal to false, we're gonna add it. And then we pass the MindElixir instance to this div right here. Now I'm going to head into here, doc slice. We're gonna create here states. I'm gonna move here, and I'm passing here. Let me pass in here MindMap model, and it's gonna be an object. And pass here model. We have here model. The type is gonna be Boolean. And I'm going to pass here an intersection type. Do something like this, okay? Yeah, like this. And now we're gonna copy this and pass in here. And I'm gonna pass here an object like this. Yeah, like this, guys. And actually you can see we have here typing error. Maybe I'm going to assert it as this object in order to remove the typing error as. I'm gonna assert it like this. Okay, we remove the typing error. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to copy this function and pass in here, and here, let me see here, I think I should copy this, and I'm create here another type and pass here type is equal to MindMap type here is equal to this, and then we're gonna take this, we're gonna pass in here, right here, okay, like this, and I think, yeah, like this, guys. Okay, like this, we get rid of the typing error, and here too we should pass something like this, okay. And now I'm gonna take the tab and pass in here like this, MindMap, and I'm passing state, and here I'm passing state here, state, yeah, we're gonna pass a state that, let me see here, I'm passing MindMap model, okay, like this. We're gonna pass the payload. Okay, I think I'm gonna pass here the title, and I'm pass here the title like this, okay, and we're gonna pass here the content, only, and I'm copying that, I'm passing in here. Now for the model, we're gonna create another function in order to show the model. Now I'm going to do this, I'm gonna get rid of this, and pass here, we can pass here, I'm gonna pass something like this, attrib MindMap model data, okay, something like this. And now we're gonna create another function, I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass here, yeah, tag MindMap model like this. And now I'm gonna copy this, and we're gonna pass it in here like this, and here I'm passing different, we're gonna pass here MindMap model dot model like this, and we're gonna pass it in here too, okay, something like this, guys. And we just finish, I think, yeah, for this one we're gonna pass here only yeah, we just finished, guys. We're gonna try this, and if it doesn't work, we're gonna modify this, okay. Now I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass it in here, and pass in here like this. Okay, we're gonna pass the function there, and also we're gonna copy here this function too, we're gonna pass there. Let me remove this here, okay. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm gonna copy this, and I'm passing here, okay, like this. Now we're gonna copy this function, we're gonna pass it in here, okay, we're gonna export it, okay, like this. Everything is okay, guys, everything is okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the MindMap model in order to get access to the value, and we're gonna pass here doc, and I'm pass here this right now, okay. You can see here now we get access to the model, and we get rid of the error. Now what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to head into we're gonna head into the doc list component. Let me see here, we have an error, let me get rid of this. We're gonna head into the doc list component. Yeah, I'm gonna head into the report list components, and in here you can see we have here this, okay, we have here this function in order to show the report list components. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to create here another function, and pass here function show reports model, yeah, and something like this. And then I'm going to pass here the show report model function, and we're gonna pass here the doc is prop, okay, we're gonna pass its parameter, okay, and the type of the doc here is report data type. I'm passing here, okay, and now we're gonna go ahead and tap here, we're gonna pass here report data type, and here I'm making a check here if doc the source type is equal to MindMap. We are going to pass, we're gonna call here function attrib MindMap data, we're gonna pass it this data, okay. Else we're gonna pass data to the report model, okay. For the report model, we're gonna pass the data for, I think we're gonna pass the data for the summary and for the study guide, but for the MindMap it is its own model, okay. Now I'm going to go back in here, and I think we are going to do something like this. We can remove this here, and I'm gonna remove here the content and these two, okay. We're gonna pass it that, and that's great. Now I'm going to head into the component folder again, MindMap model, and right here I'm passing another component. You can see the MindMap model, you can see the MindMap model is a client-side component. If we import it inside a server-side component, it's gonna throw an error. We're gonna get an error. Now I'm going to pass a wrapper. Okay, I'm passing a wrapper. Okay, this is a wrapper, MindMap model wrapper. Okay, and then we're gonna use this wrapper inside the app folder. I'm gonna head into app folder, private admin, workspace, and then I'm gonna head into the dynamic route. I'm gonna head in, And then we're gonna pass here this wrapper. We're gonna pass a MindMap model, okay? And then we're gonna import it. Now let's head into the browser and try to see what we're gonna get. And here, yeah, you can see we have here something. Let me click here. You can see we have here MindMap. You can see we have it here. If I click here, you can see, guys, actually we have here a MindMap, okay? Everything is working pretty well, and you can use it in order to study, guys. You can see it's beautiful. And you can see autonomous agents. We have the applications of autonomous agents, workflow automation, NLP, decision making. You can see we have the definition of autonomous agents, independence, perception and action, learning and adaptation, contextual understanding, okay? Yeah, you can see it works. Now let me try to close here the MindMap. Okay, if we try to close here the MindMap, guys, it doesn't work. Let me go back here. I'm gonna head into the doc slides, and we have here function that allows to close the MindMap, okay? This is the function right here, okay? Toggle MindMap, okay? Now here, I'm gonna pass here false, and then I'm gonna close it, okay? Pass here false like this. Now I'm gonna copy the function. We're gonna head into the MindMap model, and then we're gonna pass it in here, okay? Yeah, I'm pass here dispatch like this, and then I'm passing here. We're gonna call it. I'm gonna import the function like this. Now let's try it again. Okay, let's try it again. Here I'm gonna click here again. Okay, we show the MindMap. I'm gonna click here close. We add it. Okay, if I click here, you can see we have this. Okay, everything is working pretty well, guys. Now what I'm going to do next, guys, I'm going to display here before the title here. You can see we have here the title. Now I'm going to display an icon before the title, okay, so that it can look beautiful. Now I'm going to head into here, and here I'm going to pass here. If the source tab here, we have here, you can see we got something like this. Let me go to the tab here. You can see here's the components. Okay, let me see that. Yeah, here's the components. Yeah, you can see in here we have the source icon component. Now I'm gonna use it in order to display the icon. I'm gonna click on it, and here I'm going to check here if the source tab is equal to pass here MindMap like this. We are going to return here a MindMap icon. Okay, you can see we have here a MindMap icon. If I click here, you can see we got it in here. We have here a MindMap icon. Now I'm going to head into the action list component, action select component, and I'm going to look for an icon in here. Let me look for it. Yeah, I'm now heading to the chart input, and here we have here this component here. I'm gonna click here. Yeah, I think we got these icons in an array here. You can see this array. I'm gonna use this. Yeah, we have here for study guide, we're gonna pass here graduate cap. Okay, we're gonna use here graduation cap for the study guide. For the MindMap, we're gonna use here brand circuits. Now let me go back here, and here I'm passing here brand circuits. Okay, yeah, I'm passing here if I'm gonna pass if source type is equal to study guide. Let me see. Yeah, I'm past this. I'm gonna get rid of everything here. I'm gonna remove this here. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this here. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this too. And yeah, let me see here. You can see we have here, we have here this component. You can see render icon. I'm gonna get rid of this component. I'm not gonna use it, but instead we are going to, we're gonna return here an icon. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm passing here. Yeah, I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna copy this code, and then we're gonna pass in here, guys, like this. Okay, I'm gonna remove this, and right here, in order to pass here an icon for the MindMap, I'm pass here brand circuits. Yeah, let me see the name. Let me see the name here. Yeah, I'm gonna copy here brand circuit. You can see we got it in here. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm passing here. Okay, like this. Now let's head into the browser and see what we can here. Yeah, you can see we have here brand circuits. Okay, we got it in here. Now I'm gonna pass here the icon. We're gonna pass here. Yeah, let me pass here the color. Okay, let's see how it looks like. You can see pass the color. I want to have here the similar color here. You can see I want to have the same thing. And here I'm going to pass here the study guide and here the summary. I think let me get rid of this div right here. Okay, now let's head into the browser. You're gonna see, yeah, you can see beautiful. And here we have the library. This is the library. And here we have reports. Okay, everything is pretty good, guys. Okay, yeah, beautiful, beautiful, guys. Alright, guys, now gonna learn how to integrate PDF viewer inside of our app. We are going to use here React PDF. Okay, and you can see here's the middle panel components. We are going to pass here two tabs, PDF and editor. If I click here PDF, we're gonna head into the PDF viewer in order to display to view the content of the PDF. If I click here editor, we're gonna head into the editor in order to write something. Now we are going to integrate a package inside of our app. We're gonna use here React PDF. Tap npm install in order to get it. Now you can see if you click here on this GitHub repo, you're gonna head on this page here, and in here they explain how to use it. Now in order to use it, we need to import it, and then in order to load the script, we're gonna pass here PDF.js global worker options that's worker source. And then we're gonna pass you this line. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing. Now I'm gonna head into first the component folder, and here I've already passed here folder middle panel, and inside middle panel we don't have anything, and inside PDF viewer we don't have anything here. Now I'm gonna head into the workspace project ID dynamic roots here. I'm not importing the middle panel. I'm passing here like this. Now let's head into the middle panel components, and in here I'm passing here the PDF view. You can see I use here dynamic imports. And now let's head into the PDF viewer, and now we're gonna import here the PDF viewer. I just pass here this line in order to load the script. Now I'm pass here PDF viewer props. I pass here the URL and title. Now pass the PDF viewer component, and now we're gonna define a state name pages in order to get the number of pages in the PDF. And here we have here's other state, like you can see page number, and page number, you can see the default value of this state is 1. And we have here another state that allows us to show thumbnails of PDF. You can see show thumbs, the default value is equal to true. And we have here is another state that allows us to get into scroll mode, okay, in a PDF viewer. The default value here is equal to false. We have another state page ref that allows us to get access to an HTML element where we're gonna inject in the PDF viewer. And now I'm passing another state zoom. Okay, we're gonna use here this state in order to control the zoom in the PDF viewer. You can see the default value here is 1.2. And now I'm passing another function that allows us to display thumbnails of a PDF. Now, the goal of displaying thumbnails of a PDF, this allows us to jump to a given page. I'm passing another function that allows us to do pagination. Once we call this function, I can move to the next page or previous page. And now I'm gonna return the components. And this component takes here a little menu. You can see we have a little menu, and inside of it, we're gonna pass in two buttons, zoom in and zoom out. And you can see when we're gonna click on the button, zoom in, we are going to increase the zoom. If we click on the zoom out, we're gonna decrease the zoom. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm gonna head into the middle panel, and then I'm gonna finish working on this component so that we can see what we have in the browser. And here we're gonna have we're gonna pass here the first tab and the second tab, and then we're gonna pass here the PDF viewer. Okay. Now let's head into the browser and see what we got here, guys. Okay, we're gonna, yeah, you can see this is what we got right now, guys. You can see we have here PDF. If I head into editor, we're gonna head into the editor section. Okay, now you can see this little menu, pass the documents, and we have here these two buttons. Now I'm gonna go back inside the PDF viewer, and then we're gonna pass this section thumbnail in order to display thumbnails of a PDF. And you can see we just pass here this function on document load success. And then in here we have here the main section where we're gonna pass in the PDF. Okay, now if I head into the browser, you're gonna see we're gonna display the PDF. You can see in here inside the middle panel components, I've already passed here a PDF. Now let's try to see what we have in here. You can see this is the thumbnail section. It allows us to jump through pages. Okay, if I click here, you can see I'm jumping through pages. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Okay, and now I'm gonna pass here another section that allows us to move to the next page. Okay, it's like the pagination. Now I'm gonna go back inside the PDF viewer, and then I'm passing here. You can see we can use this section in order to move to the next page or previous page. Okay, if I head into here, you can see we have it at the bottom here. You can see we have here the next button, and at the left here we have the previous button. Okay, every code that we have here, I copied from here, guys. I don't create things, I just do copy paste. You can see everything. In order to display thumbnails, I use this function. And here you can see in order to do pagination, we have here the code for the pagination. Now we're going to learn how to select here PDF. You can see if I head into reports, let me click here. You can see we have here, we have here library. Okay, now let's say I want to view this. You can see this is a PDF. Okay, this is a PDF. Now let's say I want to display this in a PDF viewer. I'm gonna add here a little button. Here I'm gonna add here a little button, and if we click on it, we're gonna render here this PDF. Okay, now I'm going to head into the doc slice, and in here what I'm going to do, I'm pass here another state view PDF. The type here is string now. Then we're gonna pass in here. We are going to create a function that allows us to modify the value of these states. We pass here view PDF state, and we pass here the payload. Okay, pass here state that view PDF is equal to action that payload. Now I'm going to pass the function at bottom in order to export it. And now let's head into the doc list component. And in here, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to move here the tab. I'm gonna import this function. I'm gonna import it. And then here you can see we have here this section. Let me show you. You can see we have here this section. If I delete it, you're gonna see we're gonna have here empty. You can see I delete it. Okay, now I'm put it back. Okay, and right here, guys, you can see past the title. I'm passing here another span tag, and then I'm making a check doc that file name includes PDF. We are going to display. We're gonna pass here a span tag on click events. Dispatch. We're gonna pass to the view PDF state. We're gonna pass it the file name. Okay, let's see what we can here. You can see pass the span tag view PDF. Now if I head into the browser and I'm gonna click here, you can see we have here view PDF. This is a PDF. Okay, and when I'm gonna click here view PDF, I want to render the PDF. Okay, you can see we have here PDF that talks about prompt engineering, and we have here this one here. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the middle panel, and pass here middle panel like this. And in here, I'm gonna move at the top here. I'm going to pass here something. Yeah, you can see. Let me head into. We're gonna head into the left panel. Pass the left panel, and right here, I'm going to copy this. Okay, and then we're gonna pass it inside the middle panel. I'm passing middle panel like this. Okay, and then yeah, let me pass it right here like this. And now here I'm gonna extract here the view PDF. Okay, we're gonna take it and then we're gonna pass it to the use effects. When we're gonna modify the value, they're gonna render these components. And then I'm going to move at the bottom here. In here, I'm pass here this / I'm pass here this. I'm pass here view PDF, and here we're gonna pass here the base 0. Let me head into that on, and right here you can see. Yeah, let me cap here. Next off. Okay, next public app euro. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it in here and pass here this. Okay, we're gonna pass here yeah. Okay, I'm pass this, and then I'm pass the process that's like this. Okay, we're gonna pass here next public euro. Okay, everything is okay, guys. Now we need to try this, and yeah, let me try this. I'm gonna move here. And now what I'm going to do, guys, you can see actually we don't have a PDF. You can see we don't have a PDF. Now what I'm going to do, let me upload a PDF here. I'm gonna pick here these projects. You can see we're gonna pick the Python projects. And now I'm gonna upload another PDF in here. I'm going to select here a PDF about generative AI. I'm passing here. And then we're gonna upload it. Let's see right here. Okay, we're gonna upload it. Okay, actually we are uploading the PDF. Let me see in here. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. Yeah, you can see we finished uploading the PDF. And yeah, let me check here. Okay, yeah, you can see at the bottom here we have a PDF about generative AI, generative artificial intelligence. Okay, now let's try to, if I click here, view PDF, yeah, you can see actually we view a PDF, we view the PDF. Okay, it's pretty cool, guys. And here I have the possibility to read the PDF, and I can toggle into the scroll mode, and here you can see here's the PDF, and yeah, great. And I can increase the zoom here a little bit. Okay, yeah, you can see it's pretty cool, guys, pretty cool. And in here I have the possibility to jump through the section of the PDF. Okay, you can see it works pretty well, pretty well, guys. You can see that's great.